Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're amid global panic with the coronavirus still at large, but what if I told you there's a new pandemic sweeping this world, and this one's got a TikTok? I'm talking, of course, about the OK Boomer dancing Bernie girl from Twitter. She's taken over Twitter like Skynet taking over the military in the Terminator franchise, and much like Skynet, she's weaponized it. She has inadvertently turned simps into a weapon. You got men blocking their wives on Twitter so they can simp for her in private. You have brave soldiers fighting for her love on the front lines of every single comment thread ever. It's fucking madness. It's crazy out there. It's true hysteria and quite the phenomenon. She's got up 120,000 Twitter followers in the last 4 days. You can't log on to Twitter without reading about it or seeing it. It's crazy. Let me go ahead and show you the clip now.
Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer. Yeah, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Okay, boomer.
I don't know what Kidz Bop album the song is from, but it's quite the jam. Now you'll notice she's wearing a Bernie shirt with a hashtag Bernie thing. I don't like to get political, don't know fuck all about politics, not gonna pretend like I do. But in this case, it wasn't about politics, it's about politics. The Twitter audience only cared about obsessing over the girl, nothing political. I mean, maybe Bernie cared. I mean, maybe Bernie went to her Twitch streams and dropped a fat 50 gift subs. I don't really know there. But on Twitter, they only cared about the girl, not the politics behind it or anything like that. Congratulations to her, though. Her name is Nico. She blew up because of this, so good work for her. I don't know about the song. I mean, the song's kind of fucking weird. It just sounds like Tommy Pickles and the gang getting together to do karaoke. I don't really like the song. But you can't argue with the results. This shit popped off. And like I said, this spawned an actual conflict, a real war that we'll most likely be reading about on Wikipedia in the next 2 or 3 years, where you had the simps that really thought that they could fall in love, that the girl would fall in love with them if they kept trying hard enough to defend her and fight her battles on Twitter, versus the people that didn't like the TikTok dance, people that just don't like TikToks. They went to battle. They fought on multiple Twitter threads across multiple days. It was bloody conflict, ruthless and vicious, until today.
I recently got me and my boyfriend shirts, Bernie shirts.
Did you catch that? I'll play it again.
I recently got me and my boyfriend shirts.
Me and my boyfriend, she said. The queen betrayed the simps. Nay, she outright brought them outside and publicly executed them. She announced she had a boyfriend, and this was when the peace treaty was signed, where both sides said, you know what, we don't have a chance. Let's just move the fuck on. So while this may have ended the majority of the weaponized simping, there were still some remnants of soldiers on Twitter that didn't know the war was over. Kinda like the Japanese holdout soldiers, where they still defended islands and shit for like 60 years after World War II was over because they didn't know. That's kind of what exists on Twitter right now. Of course, as always, there were those really fucking creepy posts claiming that they had the girl's nudes. It was just trolls where they had a completely blank picture that made it seem like the picture wasn't loading. So in all these posts, there were some really desperate, pathetic weirdos that were begging to get the photos, you know, DM, Discord, like this guy here fucking factory resets his phone. I'm surprised he didn't bring it into the Apple store to see if he could help him. It's some really sad shit, but there was a lot of this going on as well. Really, it's been a wild time on Twitter with this simp war that's both started and ended within a week, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention in case you haven't been on Twitter, just to bring you up to speed. And if you haven't been on Twitter, congratulations, that shit's a real swamp, a big ol' fucking cesspool. Yeah, I'm wrapping up 2023 with the season finale, my own little YouTube rewind, where I go back through the internet's most insufferable worms from this year that I haven't previously covered, and I make fun of them now. Yesterday, it was Illuminati on the chopping block. Today, we're shooting spitballs at Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty's infamy online reached its crescendo about a month ago, hitting its peak, mainly because he became known as just this punching bag. His face was a knuckle sandwich magnet, so most of his viral clips were him getting slapped or being involved in some kind of fight that broke out, because he truly is just an insufferable asshole to be around. Now make no mistake, don't misconstrue my words, Jack Doherty isn't the one fighting. He's the one getting beat like a drum, and I don't think I've ever seen him throw anything beyond one wet noodle punch that didn't connect. He usually has his bodyguards fight his battles for him, with conflicts that he starts and instigates, but he's around fights all the time. It's just, when you get near Jack Doherty, it's like a Dementor. It sucks the fun out of everything, and everyone gets uncomfortable and mad at him. He just has this indescribable X-Men mutation about him that makes him impossible to be around while also being in a good mood. So I'm going to go ahead and show you his most viral clip that ever came out from him, the legacy for which he will always be remembered. This is his magnum opus.
Go. Where we at? Da-na-na-na.
What? Little Prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, Little Prop? Yeah. Yeah.
This is Jack's iconic shtick, where he walks around causing a ruckus, just being this menace to society, harassing people, and then trying to get a rise out of them. The second someone looks like they're ready to get confrontational with Jack, he has his security guards swoop in and stop it, just put the kibosh on it immediately. He travels with his bodyguards that are basically his babysitters, his nannies, really his guardian angels. They're the only thing that's kept him alive this long, because he is such a piece of shit. Everybody wants to fight him when he does things like this, but his bodyguards protect him. And he still has the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to stand behind his bodyguards, peek his head over, and continue to insult the person. He actually looks like a cartoon villain out of Popeye. Like, look at the way he conducts himself. It's so bad. This would be the most embarrassing moment to somebody else, but for Jack, it's his proudest moment. Now, when it comes to insulting Jack Doherty here, I actually have skin in this game. Just like an 80s action movie tagline, this time it's personal. When I say he is insufferable to be around, I'm not just basing that off of the videos I see of him. I actually know Jack Doherty in real life. In fact, he was in one of my videos 4 years ago, but you probably didn't know that because I did my absolute best to edit him out of it. It's from a video 4 years ago when the local Tampa Police Department challenged me to complete their police academy. This was during the time where I was watching live PD and talking about police activity, making jokes about it. They invited me out there to try it myself. Well, Jack Doherty actually happened to be there on that same day. Despite my best efforts to rewrite history, you can't fully erase the stain. You can see the cringe cryptid right there in the yellow shirt. This is a young Jack Doherty spotting. At the time of filming that video, Jack would have been 16 years old. And I know it's not exactly cool to bully a child, but this wasn't a child, this was a demon. It's not just me that had an extremely negative impression of Jack on that day. Matt, Andrew, Tiana, and the officers all had nothing good to say about their experience being around Jack Doherty for like the 6 hours we were there. He was one of the most disrespectful people I had ever seen in person. For some reason, he was extremely loud most of the day, so anytime he tried to talk, he'd kind of yell it at the officers or anyone he was talking to, I suppose. It was like he was trying to get into a screaming match on an Xbox Live lobby for no reason. Like, I think that was just him trying to be hype for his video or something, but man, it was extremely annoying. But beyond that, anytime we were about to do one of the tests, or if the officers were trying to tell us something about one of the tests, he'd be like interrupting them frequently, and the yelling was giving me a goddamn headache. Like, none of us had anything positive to say about Jack. The only thing is, we all understood that he was a child, and he found internet fame extremely young. So clearly that had a poisonous effect on his mind, and we had all just kind of expected that he's going through a phase most likely, and he'd eventually grow out of this. But not only did he not grow height-wise, he also didn't grow personality-wise. His attitude is exactly the same. His face looks exactly the same as when he was a 13-year-old boy, which is highly unlucky for him, and maybe that explains why he lashes out so often. But overall, over the last 4 years, he's just gotten worse. He's gotten more degenerate, more aggressive, more hostile, and he's just a giant piece of shit now. Since he's had internet fame for so long, he truly believes that he is some kind of deity, this kind of internet god, and everyone is beneath him. He thinks he's superior to just the plebeians around him, so he uses all the strangers he comes in contact with on stream as props for his content, and his big thing is still basically having his bodyguard protect him all of the time, which is so fucking pathetic. But anyway, let's dive into a bit more of the Sack Doherty lore. So he makes most of his money through OnlyFans. He manages a lot of OnlyFans girls, as well as having an OnlyFans of his own, which I think if you sign up for that, you need to be put on some kind of FBI watch list, because this looks like a child. That is a very fucking awful OnlyFans page to be subscribing to. You probably need to be investigated. But he makes all of his money there, basically, and he will never let you forget he is making a lot of money through managing these OnlyFans models. He frequently posts these flexes. Talk shit all you want, you wish you could spend this much on your credit card in just 2 weeks, and it's just an absurd amount of money that he's dumping on garbage. He posts these at least once a week, and it's clearly engagement farming. He's just baiting people into getting mad at him and just shitting on him, because he's realized that that is his formula to success. He'll just cosplay as the communal urinal for the internet to collectively come take a piss in, because it gets him a little money off of like the Twitter posts, but maybe it gets him a couple extra OnlyFans subscribers or a few curious kids that'll watch his stream to see what kind of degeneracy unfolds. He's basically playing the villain. He's leaning into the role. I always find this to be an extremely sad path to take, because he is actually just becoming the clown on purpose, and eventually he's going to grow up. It's going to happen at some point, and it's going to be nothing but shame for him, I imagine, because who in the world would possibly want the legacy of just being the hated douchebag? That's not something to be proud of. Even if you do have a lot of money in your bank account from it, I can't imagine it feels good to explain to your friends and family how you got that money, because everyone dislikes you and makes fun of you. Like, there's no way that that's a rewarding experience. I don't think there's any reason to show you any more of his clips. They're all just infuriating garbage. It's just eye-rolling trash. Like, even just yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, he got into a confrontation with a bouncer over like a fake ID or something, according to the headlines. And it's once again just Sack Doherty being the little goblin that he is, just this little douchebag, and just an entitled asshole. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about him a little bit since I haven't talked about him all year, and I do actually know him. I'm using know really loosely. I met him one time, but that was enough to get an extremely accurate gauge on the kind of person he was then, and all I could do was pray that he wouldn't be that person in the future. But he became so much worse down the line, which is almost I mean it when I say I didn't really want to talk about today's topic. It's just some medium rare internet beef that I think is just kind of worthless to go over, but so many people keep bringing it up to me that I feel I should at least talk about it to some extent. So I'll go ahead and cannonball into the septic tank and doggy paddle around for a bit. The main topic involves a banned YouTube creator that I'm sure you've all heard of before. His name is Sneako. A lot of people compared him to like a diet Andrew Tate. He recently got banned, and he still does make content elsewhere. And recently he started targeting me because I made jokes about his friends on the Fresh and Fit podcast, whom I think are beautiful clowns that do some very silly stuff that is entirely entertaining to make fun of. But Sneako didn't see it that way because he's a very sensitive guy, and he started writing their wieners to try and defend a blatantly outrageous story that one of them told about meeting a basketball player at a party, then being invited by that basketball player to a mansion, and then fucking a ton of girls at that mansion thanks to the basketball player, which sounds like something a Tumblr account would have made up, and ending with, and everybody clapped. It was such a goofy piece of fan fiction, it felt like he was begging to be humiliated and made fun of, so I started throwing some balls at the clown and dunking them in the tank. I made a video talking and joking about it, and Sneako saw this and he wasn't too happy, so he got offended on his friend's behalf, which of course is a very alpha male thing to do. I know Sneako doesn't like that nomenclature. He never calls himself an alpha male and thinks that it belittles him, but his fan base is and has been red-pilled and thinks of him as like a no-nonsense kind of guy who tells it like it is, a man's man. And yet Sneako cries more than a 12-year-old going through puberty and has very public temper tantrums like a child who didn't get the Spider-Man toy they wanted for Christmas. So he was upset because I was making fun of them. He then makes a big rant about me, calling me a bitch, saying all kinds of things. He doesn't really make any points, he just insults my appearance a lot and makes very bold assumptions about me not going outside and shit like that, which of course has nothing to do with anything I was saying, nor does it debunk any of my points. Not that I was even really making points, I was just making jokes about a silly fucking story, and he's taking it as if I just gave a TED Talk on monogamy, because for some reason he somehow gets lost in like this Winter Soldier episode, like this delusional fantasy, where he starts making a statement on monogamy, which of course had nothing to do with the video I made.
I'm not gonna say names. Someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship. This is his girl. So there you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules. Someone could go and fuck a lot of bitches. That it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from? You're fighting an invisible enemy right now. You're fighting ghosts that aren't real. Like, none of this had anything to do with the video itself of me joking about a stupid fucking story that this guy told. Like, it's so weird, and he's been mad ever since, as I understand it. I, of course, don't really watch him, but I keep getting updates on Sneako not being happy, wiggling his finger, saying, I don't really like this Charlie guy anymore for this. Now, like I said, because so many people keep bringing this up to me every day, I felt obligated to at least, you know, talk about this a little bit and engage with the drama, even though I don't really want to. What I do want to talk about, though, is the Black Friday Moist Global merch sale, baby. A lot of great merch on moistglobal.com is a lot of money off right now, so go to moistglobal.com to get some fucking beautiful items, and we even have some really fun, goofy ones that are in stock right now, such as this wonderful Happy Coat, which is kind of like a bathrobe. It's fantastic. And we also have some Yu-Gi-Oh! Inspired designs available right now as well, which are just fun items, and once all of these are sold out, they won't be restocked, so if you're at all interested, go to moistglobal.com, the link's in the description. I'm gonna keep this on for the rest of the video. The only thing I'm missing now is a cigar, so really get into character here. I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. I am pretty familiar with Sneako, probably more so than a lot of his more modern fan base is. I first became aware of his content when he got mad at me a couple years ago because I was criticizing a movie called Cuties. For those that don't know, Cuties was a movie that went to Netflix, and it was basically just softcore child porn. It was a movie that focused on twerking and a coming-of-age film that used real children in real positions of, like, sexualization, where during, like, a twerking contest, they'd have cameras that would go, like, right into their ass and zoom in. It was fucking disgusting stuff. And I made a whole video talking about how fucked up it is that not only does it exist, but Netflix has promoted it and it's on their service. Regardless of what the intention was or what the message aimed to deliver from the director, it completely missed the mark. By using real child actors and doing the things that they did in the film, it became a movie that was only enjoyed by legitimate, real, self-admitted pedophiles. And I made a video talking about how gross that whole situation was, and Sneako made a response to it saying that the outrage around this film is misplaced and it's actually a good movie.
Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, Penguinz0, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were going to piss him off. Or he just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just, deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing?
Sneako has said multiple times, even in his most recent rant, that he does like my content, though I'm pretty sure he just says that to cushion the blow and, like, tiptoe around it, like, before insulting me. Just in case there's anyone in his chat that likes my content, he wants to make sure to not make them upset, so he makes sure to preface it by saying, well, I actually do like him, but... and then goes on to get super personal about it. This was my first real exposure to Sneako, and it's also the reason I don't care what his opinion is of me, because it's coming from a man who likes cuties. So why the fuck would it matter if he thinks I'm a bitch or anything like that? It legitimately couldn't mean less coming from a guy who openly defends a softcore child porn production.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Now, the reason I'm showing this isn't just to debate a multiple-year-old Sneako video that he completely ate shit on and had the worst possible take of with this whole cutie situation. The reason I'm showing this is because I haven't liked him since I saw this side of him. I was aware that he made other content, and apparently some of it was pretty good a couple years back, but once I saw this video, it just showed me a really weird guy who it seemed like really just wanted to be contrarian for the sake of it and makes terrible points in defense of this film for some reason. Like, even in your own video, you openly admit right there that yes, it sexualizes children. Full stop, that's not okay. that's a problem.
Like this girl, at one point, she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. I like this movie because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's child porn, that they were just showing these kids and that it's gonna bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else that's on the internet now, or not more than beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film.
Do you go to beauty pageants to watch the kids, Sneeko? I certainly hope not. Just because the beauty pageants, which are fucked up, completely agree, just because those exist in the real world doesn't mean that that's justification for this movie. I feel like that should be obvious. You can't use this whataboutism like, oh yeah, Cuties has a lot of sexualization of children, but what about, child beauty pageants? I mean, those are out there in the real world, so what's wrong with Cuties being on Netflix? I won't show you any more from this video, it's dog shit all across the board, but there is one more thing I'd like to highlight. Even when Sneeko started to rise to popularity, I didn't pay too much attention because, again, in my mind, he will always be that guy that for some reason fights for this film, which is just fucking weird. So he's always just been kind of a weird person to me that I don't pay too much attention to, but I couldn't help but take notice of one of his more recent viral clips where he openly defends getting cucked.
So I wanted to break this down, like, because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
You
love her?
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, nah, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement?
I'm crazy.
The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. You know what?
It is a legitimately super sad thing to sit there and listen to because Sneeko is very clearly bothered by that whole situation, but is trying to play it off like a deeper message, like, no, this is actually a good thing, and in fact, I recommend every guy out there try letting their girl get fucked by another man. Then you'll know if it's real, if this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. It is fucking tragic to listen to. Now, I want to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with open relationships. I think everyone should be completely within the right to handle their relationships however they see fit and whatever makes them happiest. Contrary to what Sneeko thinks about me, I have legitimately no issue with open relationships at all. But what Sneeko's talking about here isn't so much an open relationship, it's cuckoldry. You have watched your girl get fucked in front of you on at least 2 occasions that he talks about here. And you were right next to her, watching her get fucked, and one time you were so upset about it you had to leave the room after the 3rd pump, you said. You're clearly not really alright with this situation. You're for some reason forcing yourself to be okay with it. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and be an armchair psychologist like you try to do against me during your rants, but it really seems like you don't like it. And yet, for some reason, you're also trying to celebrate it and promote it like a good thing. It's just super sad. Like, if you're fucking other girls and she's fucking other guys, that's one thing, but you being in the same bed that she is fucking another man in and watching her, and then even talking about how, like, upset you were about how much she was moaning and the deep eye contact she was making with the man she was fucking in front of you, like, you're not really okay with it sounds like. So stop trying to pretend to be, and stop trying to make it seem like this is a good, healthy thing for everyone that everyone needs to try. It's just pretty sad. So this is always in the back of my mind when he starts critiquing my relationship, or really any relationship for that matter. Like, what really gives you the right, especially when you're clearly in a very complicated situation in your own mind with your relationship? So, like I said, I didn't really want to talk about this, but he apparently keeps shitting on me and making a big hoopla about it, and people keep bringing it up to me, so I felt like I should at least address it in some capacity. At the end of 2022, the Liver King was one of the biggest names in the fitness industry. But at the beginning of the year, a mere 8 months ago, it all came crumbling down thanks to one video from More Plates, More Dates, where he exposed that Liver King's entire online presence was based upon a lie. Liver King had always preached the primal lifestyle, known for eating a bunch of wacky foods and raw meats. Like, he has more testicles in his videos than Riley Reid's entire filmography. His big thing was eating all of these testicles and slurping down tons of liver, gluttonously consuming an endless supply of exotic meats, and all the while preaching that it's ancestral living. And he'd lead his followers to believe that if they purchase his supplements and his supplies and eat like him, they could look like him. And obviously a lot of people fell hook, line, and sinker for that scam because he has a very impressive physique. He looks like an anime character straight out of Baki the Grappler. The goofball's got muscles on his body that haven't even been invented yet. And his veins are just bulging out of his skin. It looks like they're transporting diesel throughout his body. And he would keep telling them, like, if you work hard, you buy my shit, you eat like me, you live like me, following the ancestral tenets, you can be like me, look like me. And it was all completely a lie. It turns out he was juiced to the gills. He was on tons and tons of performance-enhancing products, and more plates, more dates brought that to the public eye. Eventually, it forced Liver King himself to just admit that he lied about all of it. He lied. His body isn't the result of following the ancestral tenets or glorbing down on animal testicle for every meal. It's the result of steroids. So, I saw a video floating around on Twitter today, one of his more recent posts, and he's looking extremely rough. So I just wanted to do a little checkup on where Liver King is 8 months post-exposing.
In the modern world, we like to have our bowl of cereal, don't we? This is a primal version of your bowl of cereal. I got my testicles in farm fresh milk from Liver King Ranch.
Yeah, it's business as usual. He's doing the exact same stuff as he was prior to having all of the steroid usage come to light. But it looks like he's aged 20 years in the last 8 months. It looks like he's one testicle sandwich away from actually exploding. In every TikTok I've seen of him, his body is bright red. It looks like Arnold's face in the movie Total Recall when he takes his helmet off in space and his eyes pop out of his skull, like right before blowing up. That's what Liver King's body looks like. It looks like it is struggling to stay in one piece. Also, a lot of people on Twitter pointed this out, and it's a really good point. It is still so silly how he keeps calling his diet primal living, eating like our ancestors, when this is the furthest thing from primal eating. All of his meals are meticulously prepared by his personal chef and his whole team. He used to say this thing on his videos where, if you don't hunt it, you don't eat it, which is just so dumb because clearly he's not hunting for all of this meat. Like, he's eating more meat than Luffy in One Piece. There is no way he'd be able to hunt for all of that. The only reason he's able to eat like he does in these videos is because he is indulging in the modern excess. He is doing nothing even remotely associated with living primal. I guess aside from the bed he sleeps on, because he basically sleeps on a fucking plank of wood. Dude goes to bed in a coffin, like a muscle vampire. That's like the only ancestral type thing he does, because his diet is the furthest thing from it. It is literally the result of being super privileged in the modern excess era.
The most feared warriors, the Maasai. What they get down on is milk, meat, and blood. And they are expressing the higher, more dominant form. If you still want your primal cereal to taste like Cocoa Pebbles at the end.
That weak-ass chocolate powder that he's dumping in from his brand is not going to salvage this primal bowl of cereal. It's not going to make it taste like Cocoa Pebbles. It's going to make it taste like Cocoa Puke. It also really made me giggle that he just didn't even have the energy to actually mix the powder with the milk, so he ends up just consuming it with just powder on top of milk. It's so weird, though, that he even bothered calling this a bowl of cereal primal style. It has nothing in common with that other than there just being milk in a bowl. That's where all the similarities stop. He could have just presented this culinary crime as just like a wacky little shocking dish, like, hey, check this one out, here's 4 testicles and some milk. But anyway, I do think he's upped his usage of the PEDs. It seems like he is in a much different state now than he was 8 months ago, and not for the better. In most of the TikToks I watched from him, he seemed much more physically drained much quicker. He seemed to have significantly less energy. His physique doesn't look significantly different than it used to, but it looks less human, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't look like muscles anymore. It looks like he has a bunch of rocks under his skin disguising themselves as muscles, like in the shape of muscles.
Put a little bit of whole piece in with your testicles. Make sure you peel back the membrane on the testicle. You can use a spoon if you want, but God gave you the hands for a reason.
I honestly feel pretty bad to a certain extent here. Like, it feels like his muscles have gained their own sentience at this point from so many steroids that they now have a mind of their own, and they're working the Liver King like a puppet. They're in his brain pulling levers like that alien in Men in Black 1, so they're forcing him to keep, staying on the gear, never letting him stop. And it's kind of sad. Because to me, this screams that he's trapped doing this forever because it's his livelihood, it's his financial security, and the livelihood of his entire family. So he needs to keep amping up the extreme meals that he's eating. So he's eating chicken heads and peeling the tongue out of frogs in one of his other TikToks, most recent ones. Like, he just has to keep amping that up so people keep watching, and then he has to keep injecting and stay on all the gear so that way his physique stays the same so people keep watching. And I feel really awful for his audience that is still buying his products in the hopes that they can look even remotely similar to how he does. They can't. Hop off the hopium. No matter how closely you follow his ancestral tenets and no matter how many of his products you buy, you will not have a body that looks like his unless you also get on all of the gear he's using in the same amounts of it. That is the only way. His body is not naturally achievable. Period. Full stop. Now, another thing he's begun doing on his TikTok is he's been posting a lot more content in very expensive shit that is very clearly not ancestral living. So this is a screenshot from one of his more recent TikToks where he's on his private jet and has his personal chef Lionel serve him up some snakes on a plane. So he makes some snakes for him to eat. It's clearly a joke off of the old meme, motherfucking snakes on the plane and all that. So he's very tardy to the party on that meme. That one died like a decade ago. But what's really interesting here is that he's unashamedly showing that he doesn't actually even follow his own ancestral living lifestyle advice, really. Like, being on a private jet is the furthest possible thing from primal living. And some of his audience even called him out, saying, our private jet's primal. And I guess, it's his world, we're just eating testicles in it, so he just comes up with some arbitrary excuse on why it's totally fine. So he says, a true primal left the comfort of the cave for adventure and a better life. Flying private falls squarely in the better life department. What a cop-out. So basically, I make the rules, fuck you. Like, that doesn't make any sense. By this logic, you could also make the same argument for actually everything else. Why eat all the raw meat that you preach about? True primals in search of a better life learn to cook food. And it helped them find a better life. So why wouldn't cooking all of the meals be the preferred way, since it is the better life component of your primal definition? It doesn't add up. It's just one of those things where rules for thee, not for me. He doesn't practice what he preaches. I said this a long time ago. I am very confident everything he showed in his lifestyle video was a big old load of baloney. Just actual fucking horseradish. I don't think he sleeps on a bed of wood, basically. I think he has a luxury $20,000 mattress infused with diamonds somewhere, because he lives a very lavish lifestyle and always has, and everything he's ever put online has been a lie, especially when it comes to his physique and what he actually does in order to look the way he does. But now he's just getting more and more egregious with the lie here. Like, this isn't even really trying to even pretend that you follow your own ancestral tenets and primal living. This is clearly all just marketing. Always has been, always will be when it comes to the Liver King. He is just, in every single video, pumping his Liver King bars, Liver King powders, supplements, all kinds of just completely worthless things that nobody watching him needs. And if you're someone that's watching him and buying these things hoping to get in better shape, then you can find significantly better products on the market that aren't the Liver Kings. Compared to the rest of the industry, his products are very weak. They're not the best available, so you could benefit far more from doing research outside of the Liver King echo chamber and finding much better supplements and powders than what he's currently offering. Holy shit, this fly has not left the entire video. I'm having my own primal battle right now against nature here, Jesus. But the point is, he is a fraud. He has been exposed as a fraud. And 8 months later, he is still doing the exact same thing, but he looks a lot worse now because I really feel like he is only amplifying his gear usage, much to his overall health detriment, I imagine, and only amplifying the extreme nature of his wacky meals. So, Today's story is on a YouTuber that I'm positive no adult knows or cares about, but it's just been quite some time since our last meaningless YouTuber beef that I thought this one was at least worth talking about because it's a nice little treat. It's beginning to feel a lot like 2016 with this one. So to break down the situation briefly, two YouTubers were staying at the same haunted hotel that they were using for content, but then it leads to a bit of confrontation and then eventually just a truly sour relationship between them. And there's a lot of big YouTubers involved here, and it all leads to this giant fucking black hole of main character syndrome, so they all get aggressive, and they all start filming each other, so they're saying all their aggressive shit towards their camera about one another. It's a big mess, it's very goofy. The main two players here in this soap opera are Brent Rivera, a channel with 25 million subs, and I guarantee you haven't heard of him if you're over the age of 18. Unless, of course, you're suffering from some psychological damage and actually enjoy watching an asshole babysit children, like actual kids, and for some reason make a lot of content specifically with 10 and 11-year-olds. His audience is very clearly like actual toddlers, like Goo Goo Gaga, Here Comes the Airplane with the Vegetables level children. And a couple days ago, this tough guy puffed out his chest and threw down with another big YouTuber named Tyler Oliveira. And man, what a disaster that was. Now, I don't want it to get twisted here, I'll be very clear. I have no problem with people who make content catering to children. It's extremely smart to target that demographic because of how lucrative it is. But there has to be some level of self-awareness when you do that. Like, have some shame. You're not a tough guy like Brent Rivera pretends to be. Brent Rivera got confronted in the real world, and I'm using that word loosely because it wasn't really confronting. He got trolled in real life and just for some reason acted far stronger and more badass than he is. Like, bro, you make videos eating gum off of a child's shoe. Like, why are you going to try and pretend to be like this fucking man's man when met with controversy or when met with conflict in the real world? So it ended up being a horrible look for him when Tyler Oliveira accidentally became part of a Brent Rivera video. I'll go ahead and show you the video that started all of this. Tyler Oliveira was doing a piece of content at a haunted hotel. Brent Rivera was doing one as well. And the two worlds accidentally crossed paths.
That's Brent Rivera calling security and then the cops on me after I asked him this.
Do you fake your videos?
No. It all started when I was staying at the Shining Hotel, came out of my room, and randomly found these two girls in the hallway.
What is happening?
This isn't important by any means, but it's always so weird to me why someone like Brent will claim they don't fake their videos. Like, even children don't care, man. You can just be honest. You don't have to lie. Like, he hired these two women to pretend to be like the little girls from The Shining, and he tries to play it off as like legitimate, I guess, for some reason, which makes no fucking sense at all. This is just a nitpick. It doesn't compute with me. Like, why even bother lying about that? No one's being fooled, not even like an actual glue-eating 4-year-old. Like, there's no shot. You can just be honest. Plus, that kid's also probably not watching a Tyler Oliveira video in the first place anyway. Your secret's probably still going to be safe.
She's been in the video where he's pregnant.
Who?
You'll see.
Who are you people?
What do you mean?
What is your name?
Brent.
Brent?
Yeah.
Brent? Last name?
Rivera.
What is your name?
Dom.
Name?
Drew.
What are you guys filming?
Hotel video.
What is this? Who are you guys? Are you guys hired by the Brent Rivera group?
Maybe.
Okay, anyways.
You can immediately see Tyler's being very opportunistic about all of this. They just happen to both be on the same floor and they were filming this video, and Tyler walked out legitimately right in it, like a pedestrian about to get hit by a fucking car in a crosswalk. But instead of a car in this situation, it's cringe. He's getting absolutely blasted by cringe beams from all directions, and he tries to make the most out of the situation. So he takes advantage of this by directly going to Brent Rivera and his team and busting their balls about the whole thing, which leads to everyone's ham getting steamed. Everyone gets very upset. Tyler's like, oh, what's your name? Brent Rivera. Did he hire you guys? Is this all fake? Is this all a sham, a ruse, a scam? And, you know, I can understand that being a bit of a nuisance from Brent Rivera's perspective. Like, damn, this guy's just coming over here, like, all up in our shit and just, like, interrogating us when we're just trying to film this piece of kids content. Like, it can absolutely be a headache, but the way Brent handles it is atrocious. He starts, like, shaming him for using an iPhone, shaming their equipment, At one point, someone on his team belittles his subscriber number. Like, he couldn't have looked worse in this situation if he tried.
So aware that I was in the middle of a fake YouTube prank, I wanted to see if Brent would admit it, because we all know his videos are fake and he steals everyone's ideas.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys hire these people?
We don't know those people.
And unsurprisingly, they made a cameo in Brent's newest video. It's almost like they know each other.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
There's a big who gives a fuck moment. As Tyler even mentions, everyone knows he fakes his videos, steals ideas, steals thumbnails. Like, everyone knows that. So why do you need to get him to admit it? It wouldn't change anything. And it's not exactly like a great video either. He's just doing this to instigate a conflict, obviously. And Brent Rivera just keeps escalating it. So they both play into each other here. Like fucking piranhas, and they're sniffing clout in the water. Brent Rivera, though, however, is a very fucking dumb piranha, and it all backfires on him.
Alright, okay. Have fun, guys.
I don't know what's going on here. Oh god, Brent Rivera's right there.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud.
We get that louder.
You don't have a directional mic on my camera?
I don't know how people haven't realized that insulting someone's subscriber number, financial well-being, and all of that is just an instant L. Like, somehow, people will still say some shit like that guy who said, have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud, with their whole chest. Like, they'll just let that shit rip, not knowing, or being completely oblivious to how awful that makes you look. You lose the second you go there. You look like an insufferable douchebag asshole, like just a fucking pure colonostomy bag of a person. Like, it's outrageous that people still do it, like shaming him for using an iPhone, insulting his mics, which they also bring up, is everything. It's so weird. Now, I want to make it clear, Tyler's not even following them around. He's on a tour. He's on his way to the tour, and Brent Rivera's crew just snipes him on the way by and hits him with, like, drive-by kindergarten insults.
Hey, we're filming our thing. You film yours. Okay? Let's not be.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Let's not be disrespectful, okay?
Well, you guys shit talking the iPhone though.
I don't appreciate the disrespect.
What disrespect? I literally walked out of my hotel room and nearly had a heart attack.
Why did you walk up to us, like, enter our space?
I paid $400 a night for the hotel. What do you mean?
Yeah, but if we were normal guests, that would
Whoa. Okay.
Brent Rivera's henchmen, sidekicks, are already being disrespectful to Tyler, as Brent Rivera has also already been, and yet he still tries to be, like, the moral authority here. The girl does make a good point, like, hey, you did come up in our shit, but then she immediately follows it up with, if we were normal guests. So putting themselves on a higher pedestal than normal people. How can people not recognize that you are an asshole for saying shit like that? You're a narcissist. Like, oh, if we were normal guests, this behavior would be acceptable for the plebeians, which we are not. Look at the subscriber count that we have.
Normal guess. You think you're elevated beyond an average human being? You've ascended the human. Wait, what are you? Wait, who are you?
You're harassing our tours.
No.
You need to back up right now. Dude, get moving.
Have fun, guys.
We're not harassing. I want to say hi to my favorite YouTuber, Brent Rivera. Totally doesn't fake his videos, and it's totally awesome.
Hi. Why are you having trouble speaking?
I'm nervous in front of my idols. What do you mean?
Get out of here. All right, yeah, kick him out, bro.
Isn't that so inspiring? Brent Rivera is starting to chirp up a little bit now that security's there to make sure Tyler can't get close enough to Brent. So then he starts insulting him for fumbling words, I guess, even though I didn't notice him fumble any words. Weird thing to try and stand on, but whatever, I guess.
Anyways, great tour. We're back. Apparently, is it true you kissed your sister, Brent? You're gonna get us kicked out? You're that powerful? Yes, he'll let us stay. That was nice.
So I start walking to my room, grateful for Brent's mercy.
Brent, is that you?
It was him. They were all staring at us and filming us on, guess what, an iPhone.
Bro, are you recording us? Did you guys film your video?
The pettiness just keeps going and going and going. It's all so fucking meaningless. The kiss your sister comment, obviously, of course, now just taking jabs at Brent because everything's bubbled over like a bad stew. And Brent and his crew are now recording him and saying he's lame and shit for their own TikToks or whatever. God, it's so goofy.
Did you guys finish your video?
No.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to finish it then.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, they're gonna come and get you guys. They're gonna kick you out.
What do you mean? We paid $375, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm not as rich as you, bro.
This is the third time harassing us. Don't harass.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You recorded me.
I'm recording you because you guys are coming up to us every single second.
Whoa, we walked in. We're on the same floor.
It's super possible a lot of shit's edited out of Tyler's video, but everything that's here is them just literally having crossed paths and then both parties insulting each other. Like, it doesn't seem like Tyler goes out of his way, especially here in the hallway. They opened the door twice as Tyler was going to the room. That's entirely Brent Rivera and his crew playing fucking peekaboo like it's a goddamn episode of Scooby-Doo with the door opening and closing and then filming him. Now, maybe Tyler did go out of his way a couple times elsewhere that's not in the video. I guess it's possible. But it's also not like he was doing a ton of harassing of them that I've seen here, aside from the initial confrontation, which Tyler obviously leaned into and walked up to them in order to fucking troll them right to their face. Like, that one, Tyler did start for sure, but Brent and his crew were the ones that continued it, at least from everything that's present here. Of course, it is possible that there's a lot we don't see, but there's not like a hero in this story either. Both parties don't look good, but Brent Rivera and his team look significantly worse.
Cooperative and compliant with us, and I appreciate you being reasonable about it.
For sure. My apologies. Sorry, guys.
All right.
It ends as you'd expect. Brent does get them kicked out. The cops do show up, and I'm sure Brent finished that video and it sucks. I guarantee that shit is trash. But that's the conclusion here. Just some petty YouTuber beef that I thought. Yesterday, one of the largest and longest running scams in Twitch history was brought to light. It was led by a streamer named It's Slicker, and it wasn't like some big, tight operation or anything. It's Slicker is a streamer that was friends with many other streamers and had a very strong community, and over the course of a couple years, he asked many of his viewers, his mods, and his friends for loans, promising to pay them back within a few months, but never did. And in total, it looks like he may have scammed around $300,000 from viewers, mods, and friends. However, the exact total isn't known, and yesterday, Slicker even admitted all of it on stream. And I just want to preface this video by saying it does involve gambling. Slicker has a self-admitted gambling addiction, and it's a very serious and debilitating illness, but it doesn't excuse any of Slicker's behavior. The scamming is absolutely indefensible. Now what you're going to see is the real-time investigation that I conducted on stream that'll show the whole story and go over everything. These are some hefty accusations here. I'm going to have to get the monocle out and take a peek for myself. Get to the bottom of this one. He got 27K from a streamer? I feel like we're just making shit up now. I don't believe that. A streamer gave him 27K? Lent him 27K? Who? Scroll down. I don't want spoilers. I want to go in order.
Yo, Typhoon, what's up, baby? I hope you don't hate me on this. It's so cringe, and I'm cringe for asking my brother, please do not hate me.
No.
Please, keep it personal as well. Basically, my bank account got locked. This has happened for like 3-4 days. I've been asking around people, sadly. Today, well, tomorrow is the last day until my...
Just a quick pet peeve. I don't mean to immediately cut him off. I hate videos that are like this. The pretending to look busy. Oh, it's also really low, isn't it? I still have it set on volume from last night here, sorry. I hate it. Like, he's just acting like he's got things going on, like shuffling around the house at a weird angle. Oh, it's just such a weird vibe. Like, if you're gonna film a video, just sit still and do it. Don't just, like, wander around aimlessly like an NPC glitching out in a quest line. It's just much simpler.
Fucked up. It got locked out, and I was looking for people that actually work, and that I could ask if I could borrow from, and I'll pay back. Genuinely, give me 2 months and I can pay back. If you can't, no worries, my brother. If you can, but please, don't feel forced to say yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't get in the call to do this. It's so I feel genuinely embarrassed. I've asked a few streamers, they couldn't help, and yeah, I
don't be embarrassed. No shame.
So I just went out, asked a few subs I've noticed, and yeah, that's why I also asked for your age, because I don't.
Okay. So the story is, he asked his viewers, as well as streamers I suppose, to send him money saying he'd pay them back in 2 months, and never has. That's the gist of it, right? Turn up more. I mean, it's maxed on both OBS and here. It's just he was doing like ASMR for this fucking video. Okay, and then I saw this in the comments, but I haven't clicked any yet, so let's go through these. Hopefully this is chronologically ordered. It's LSF, I would expect nothing else. Alphabetized as well. Perhaps using the Dewey Decimal System. Read the convo, still got my issue with money, you can't borrow for a few days, and I bust back. Nah, sorry bro, legit. What's the issue anyway? 200 quid for 300. Can't be bothered explaining. Long story with my accountant. You get that in 2 days or less, or even today or tomorrow. You get an extra 100 quid. Sounds like a RuneScape scam. I'm assuming this is just a viewer. Oh, okay, I see. So at the end of the clip, I thought I might have misheard him because he's fucking whispering into my ear, like little sweet nothings. He asked his age, didn't he? That's what he said at the end of the clip, right?
It's okay. So I just went out, asked a few subs I've noticed, and yeah. That's why I also asked for your age, because I don't...
That's why I also asked for your age. It looks like he did that to a lot of people, because this starts with, I'm almost 17, and yeah. Which means he probably asked, how old are you? Okay. Wait, you work at 16? What the fuck? Yeah, kind of common. At 16, bro? Never mind, I need a fave, but I feel you're young to ask. Oh. God, what a creepy vibe. Jesus. My bank got temp locked and I need to buy my mother a plane ticket to Iraq since my GMA got corona. Plane ticket cost $575, but I don't know, man. I don't know who to ask. I won't ask a streamer because their ego is nasty as fuck. One of his loyal viewers gave him 7K? Oh, God! October, November, December, June... Oh, my lord. These were monthly payments. What was he running? A protection racket or something? Like the mafia? What did he do with the money? Like, does he just spend it on, like, gambling? Does he, like, dump it into cars? What does he do? Full disclosure, I'm not super familiar with Slicker. I've only met him, like, twice. One of them was during a League of Legends tournament, and that was pretty miserable. Not because of him, just the tournament itself. We just got steamrolled. So I'm not, like, really familiar with him overall. But this seems pretty bad. It's always the same stuff. I don't understand. As a streamer, how can you be so low IQ? Everything gets leaked. Literally everything gets leaked. So if you're scamming viewers and streamers alike, how can you possibly think for 1 second that's never gonna come up? God. It has to be gambling. It has to be gambling. I can't imagine what else he's spending this money on. Is he big into gambling? Literally everyone is saying yes. Does he gamble on stream, or is this just like an in-person thing? Yeah, that's what chat was saying. He took 28K from someone named Luca. Luke AFK. We haven't gotten that far yet. That's just like a little spoilers from chat. Such a weird cold open too. Yo, bro. Yo, how old are you? Like, who opens with that? Well, this time he actually did a call. Damn, this one was only, like, 3 weeks ago. August 29th. Oh my god, this one was last week! Oh, Jesus! What the fuck? And then the streamers people mentioned Minx, Ludwig, Slime, and Luke AFK. Is there any others? So apparently Ludwig and Slime both gave him money. Minx gave him money, and Luke AFK apparently gave 27K. Or 28K.
Yeah. I lost 27,000. From
fuck.
Giving a lens to Slicker.
God, that's so
I thought
painful.
I could trust him. And I guess I just couldn't, bro. And I'm honestly, like, I'm really fucking sad about it. You know, like, I'm actually.
Well, as anyone would be, 27 grand, 27,000 barnacles. Oh, bro, that guy probably thought himself a saint for a while. Like, damn, that's my good deed for the next 5 years. Because, I mean, judging by all these screenshots, Slicker was coming up with really big sob stories, so he was probably like, damn, I just saved this guy's life. When really all he did was fund a couple extra spins. That's a year's wage for some people. Yeah, it is. That's a lot of doubloons. He asked me to in DMs on Twitter. I'm ex-Twitch staff admin. He asked me out of the blue on Twitter, and he signed a gambling sponsorship a couple days ago and got paid up front $5K. Jesus Christ. I'm almost insulted he never asked me. What the fuck? Why would... I'm not good enough to ask for money? Okay, Slicker, whatever. I don't think I follow him on Twitter, that might be why. Damn. Drats. No, I don't trust that shit. I don't blame people, like his viewers, for believing that story. But just as a general lesson, a streamer of Slicker's size is never going to have money trouble unless quite literally they have an absolutely debilitating gambling addiction and they have spent every dime. If I remember correctly, he holds 5K subs, right? Somewhere in that ballpark, 3 to 5K subs. You have to be remarkably irresponsible with your money to be anywhere close to not well off. Because that's just subs. No, he holds around 1.6 now. What? When he was on my League of Legends team, he had like 5K subs. What happened? That was only like 8 months ago. He has 600 subs and averages 600 viewers. Well, I'm going to look for myself. Because if that's true, that's a colossal fall off in a very short amount of time. Oh, wow. What the fuck happened? Did he stop streaming? My lord. That shit's looking like Netflix stock.
He's awake right now. I know for sure he's awake.
Yeah, he probably asked for money around this time.
I know for sure he's awake. I don't give a shit. Dude,
his mods were unbanning.
Is he using Skype?
People.
He scammed his own mods? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's not surprising. He scammed everyone. That's equal opportunity scamming right there, baby.
He tweeted he'll address it tomorrow.
I have no doubt that'll go well. Unless this is all like one giant disinformation campaign. I don't know how you really come back from it. But there's so many reports from so many streamers, viewers, and mods. I don't know how you come back from it. He even filmed himself asking for money. But I'm always open to hearing the other side. And I know that stream's gonna be a banger.
You might be banned by tomorrow, bro. What do you mean? Why would you get banned? What do you mean? Bro, I'll just say it here as well. My intentions were not to scam. I have paid a few people back, but I'll say it on stream tomorrow. Okay.
Well, why did you pay the streamers back and not the people who... Oh.
That doesn't really save it, though. If the intention wasn't to scam, that's not really the problem. Here's my guess. The intention was to make up for losses from gambling, and his idea was not too dissimilar from like a pyramid scheme almost, right? You take in a big influx of money and you pay the investors back with the incoming stuff, right? So his idea was probably, I'll take this money in, I'll win big gambling, and I'll pay them back, and now I'm up. Or Ponzi, not pyramid. Ponzi. Sorry, I got him fucked up. That's my guess. Again, I'm not super familiar with Slicker, but that's what it sounds like to me. I fully believe him that his intention wasn't just to take money from these people without paying them back. He truly believed he would be able to make more money with their money and pay them back. But you know how that goes. He could start a GoFundMe. Yeah. Feel really bad for all those people. That's a lot of lost money. Yeah. You can't help but feel bad for the people that thought they were doing a good thing to help out someone they liked. Bro, imagine though. Imagine Slicker won big. Fucking fat, big buckaroos. The massive mega jackpot Omega Millions. He pays everyone back, and he's still viewed positively. Just get better at gambling, idiot. It's free money, eventually. Yep, that's the stat. 90% of gamblers quit right before the big win. Heartbreaking. But the good news is it doesn't seem like he ever quit, so he's still due for that big win. Do you think you can get arrested for this? I don't know, man. What do I look like? The authorities? I have no fucking clue. I guess it would depend on what the people he scammed choose to do. Because, I mean, you can't, like, scam legally, right? Like, you can get sued. So it'd be up to them to, like, press it forward. But then they'd be out even more money. So here's his first ask. So looking for $1,000 here. Which is, like, the standard ask he seems to have been doing. Oh, I see my cam's blocking it. I'll just read it. I don't feel like moving the cam. If I asked, would it be okay to borrow and I get you when I'm back? Don't worry, King, you can say no. Keep it personal as well because I'm embarrassed. I recorded that because they won't allow screenshots on the app. Is $1,000 okay? I got you. An extra. Are you able to do Bitcoin King in case you think I'm hacked? Or PayPal is fine. Thank you so much. It's okay. It would mean a lot. But believe me, 1K is fine. Thank you. I got it. So that's Lakari. He sent through the money. Slicker confirmed he got it. And then this is Slicker attempting to pay him back. He shows a screenshot of money that was supposedly sent to Lakari, but then it turns out it wasn't. It turns out it was canceled. So he's like, oh, what in tarnation? What the fuck? That's weird. It's gone from my bank now. So they didn't pay him back. Oh no. How is this? It just keeps getting worse. Botez lended him 10K. Ah. Did she just say that? Let's see. This is hot off the press right now. I wonder if we can tally up the total amount that he was able to scam. If enough people come forward with their receipts. They're tallying it up on Asmon's stream and they're saying it's right around 200K plus. Not bad. not bad. Wow. Damn, he's good. Yeah, he's good. I'm surprised he was able to do it for so long, especially with such a weird opener. Again, like, look at these screenshots. Almost all of them start with, how old are you? I immediately went to the very only one that isn't opened like that. Okay, my god. Yeah. Just a cold opener with how old are you? That's just with random viewers, though. He was far more personal with streamers and friends. I just pulled up the Lakari post. I agree. He was a lot more, like, I wouldn't necessarily say personal, though. He just made it a lot sadder. So, like, with Lakari, he was like, look, you can say no. It's totally fine if you say no. I'll still think you're a king. But listen, King, I need $1,000. And again, you can say no, but it'd really mean a lot to me if you gave me $1,000. Believe me, I'll pay you back and then some. So if $1,000 would be really appreciated. But again, you don't have to. But I would really appreciate it if you did. Here's my PayPal. Here's some Tempest. I don't. So apparently on Asmon's stream, they're tallying it up and they're saying it's like a little north of 200K. I don't think it's 200K. If I had to guess based on all of the ones I know about, like that I've seen so far, I would say it's probably right around that 125 to 150 grand ballpark. That would be my guess. I don't know how many of his mods he scammed though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Train did give him $100,000. Not surprised.
The epitome of gambling. I will never won.
Is this true?
200,000. My father hears this. I need to get help.
That's true.
How? I always wished I could get help from it.
There are so many courses and places to help with gambling addiction. There's a ton of options.
Yeah, man. Keep a little bit for myself, gamble the money. See if I can win and maybe owe people back with that money. I lose that money.
Exactly what I
I'm
thought.
alone. I don't know what to do. Then I ask someone else, hey, can you give me 500?
That is exactly what we were all speculating. Unlucky.
This is not a man. These gambling sites you're witnessing, yeah, I was actually I was gonna do some sponsors. I don't know.
I mean, so far it seems like he's not making any excuses. He's not trying to sugarcoat it. He has a gambling addiction.
How can he trust me?
And it's completely ruined him.
How can he trust?
Started with CSGO. Like he would use the money he'd beg for CSGO cases? Or is that where he attributes like the start of his addiction? What you just saw is legitimate gambling addiction, the darkest side of it. People like to downplay it a lot, but that is actually life ruining. What's the stat? 1 in 4 gambling addicts take their own life? It is a legitimately like life ruining addiction that people make light of. It's 1 in 5. 1 in 5. I knew it was something like that. But you have to push for the max win. I mean, you're right. You're guaranteed a max win at some point in your life. It's just a matter of, are you man enough to stick it out? That's right. Amen, brother. I hope Slicker gets the help that he needs. Gambling addiction's fucking rough. And hopefully the people that got scammed get their money back somehow. So, here, let me see the clips. Chat was kind of giving me the dirty details as they unfolded. It seems that roughly, 50 or so victims? And the clips have an update. Oh, here we go.
Ever since CS...
And Trainwrecks TV gave 100 grand, like just straight up from... That's one person, 100 grand. And we also know Luke AFK gave 28 grand. We know Botez gave 10 grand. And these are just some of the heavy hitters. So it's definitely over 200. Very, very well over 200.
CSGO, not to blame, but ever since CSGO Lounge came out, it was the first time I went on that site, and
He himself was like, yeah, no one should really defend me. You can't. It's an indefensible thing. Yes, it is a legitimate illness, but I mean, it's not like that's an excuse to scam this many people for this long. Train gave him 100k to pay off all debt and then cut all contact with him after. Oh, and he didn't use it to pay people back? Well, this is just fucking sad,
I'm
man.
not a victim. I'm not a victim. Man, wallah, I never knew this day was gonna come, bro.
Okay, this is just fucking sad. That's just making me sad. I don't know why you'd tell me to watch that. Fake tears. It's hard to say. Gambling addiction is a real thing, though. He deserves all this backlash for scamming for so long. It's still just a very sad thing overall, though. I don't want to see a guy fucking break down about it. Like, you can feel bad for someone's mental health while also condemning their actions. Again, gambling addiction's a very real thing. It's a genuine illness, but it doesn't excuse anything he did. So I don't feel bad that he got called out for it and now his whole career's in the shitter from it. That was his decision to keep going. Apparently Train even tossed him 100 grand lifeline to pay everyone back and he gambled it away instead. The world is in a very weird state right now. Corruption has sunk its fangs into everything around us. The price of eggs just keeps going up. You could get a single carton of eggs for the same price as a down payment on a Tesla. I can't believe the wacky state of the world. Who would have thought? But by far, the biggest display of injustice in our society was something that took place last night at the Streamer Awards. The Streamer Awards are an annual, high-quality production spearheaded by QT Cinderella. It's an event that every human being on the planet looks forward to every year, and they make the Oscars ceremony look like a participation trophy awards show for the second-string JV sports clubs at a high school. It's an amazing and fun event that just brings everyone in the space together to just have some fun. And it's voted on by fans to just kind of celebrate the space. As you all know, last year, I was the recipient of the prestigious Variety Streamer of the Year category. This year, Radio Silence. I wasn't nominated for anything. Now, Me being an adult and being the strong, hulking, masculine embodiment of what it means to be a testosterone-fueled titan, I can handle that. I'm okay with it. I understand. But not everyone is as mentally strong or has my level of fortitude, so there were riots, there were protests at the Streamer Awards ceremony, and I kind of just want to talk about that a little bit because I think it's important too.
Dude, it suits you, man. Huh? It suits you like the fancy. For real? I'm nervous.
I watched it unfold live. The chaos was almost too much for me to bear. People protesting on my behalf, I never would have wanted such a thing, but as you could see, it was inevitable. I wasn't nominated for any categories, and people, they had enough. So, as you can see, a few rioters showed up there. I don't know those men, and I can only imagine the ones that didn't make it that must have been protesting right outside. But these three noble heroes snuck in. As you can see, they're strategically planted in the blind spots of security, like a game of fucking Assassin's Creed. They had no idea they were there. And, well, it only escalated from there.
As far as anyone who's anyone is here...
What?
Wait, what are we doing here?
They gotta work on security. You got some fucking hooligans turning up.
Pretty much, we weren't nominated this year, and it's a bigger spit in the face than spitting in God's face. It's like slapping God on his freaking ass and then asking him to come show up anyways. I don't know why we were nominated if you don't have the respect to give us the time of day.
Is this a protest?
Yeah, this is a protest. Yep, protest.
You got it right on the
I think they have something. I think
like
they're onto
moist
something.
critical right now.
Yeah.
A second
What does
class
that even
citizen.
mean?
A second class citizen.
Oh, 'cause two.
It's like an afterthought, but not like a good afterthought, like the Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure Battle 2. More like a bad afterthought, like the script in Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the franchise Hunger Games? That's my arm right there.
He's speaking facts.
I kind of carried the franchise, and you
Hollywood
didn't have
royalty.
the guts to nominate us. So now we're on
Hollywood royalty,
protest.
and yet
All right, okay. Well, let me
we
ask you
won
guys.
last year.
What should you have been nominated for?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Agreed. They're onto something.
Yep.
Look, let me show you something. What we have here is Brendan Fraser's talented actor Bathwater.
Yep. What?
So, when he was filming The Whale, after the shoot, he took off the fat suit, and for about 6 hours each day of shooting, he would soak in a bath. This is 75% Brendan Fraser sweat,
Don't drink it.
25% water.
Don't drink it.
Well, let him take a swig. It's like nectar.
It's gonna mess me up.
I'm a big fan of
Don't
The
drink
Mummy.
it.
Well, when you drink it,
They're treating Brendan Fraser's sweat like it's poison, which is honestly insulting. I imagine if that truly was his sweat in the jar, like I imagine it would be, probably ethically sourced right from Brendan himself, you'd be lucky enough to be able to try some of that absolute sweet potion. That'd be like a panacea. It'd heal all your wounds, make you taller, put more hair on your chest. Like, what a generous gift they came bearing. This is the most peaceful protest I've ever seen in my fucking life.
For you.
Alright, these homeless men are really upset. I told you the corruption has really angered the entire community.
You're watching Moist Critical stream of this.
Charlie, and Charlie's stream. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of funny he came back to us right now because he didn't have the courtesy to nominate us. It's kind of like spitting in God's face and then asking him to beg for forgiveness. It's kind of pathetic.
Back
I give
at
it
it
back because
again.
I figured that was for you. So.
What was that for me? I don't know who those guys are. It's just they're as
We
upset
are
as everyone
going
else is
to-
about this whole situation.
I'm gonna
honestly, it's a
come down
sham
right down
that I wasn't
here,
nominated
so
and they've
that
had enough.
Valky
clearly.
Ray.
This is me extending an olive branch. I'm calling for a ceasefire. This anger is misplaced. It's not the way of the Jedi. This is a fan-nominated ceremony, which means I fell off. That means my stream wasn't clapping cheeks the way it was last year. And as hard as it is to take responsibility, there's really only one place you can point your finger, only one entity to shoulder the blame, and that's everyone but me. It's actually a giant conspiracy on the same level as Hollow Earth. There's some true foul play going on behind the scenes, not only in the community, but on the platform itself. I ask you, when was the last time my stream was on the front page of Twitch or even recommended on Twitch? Do I hear zero? Because that's the correct answer, which is weird. I mean, I do a lot of innovative, cool shit on Twitch. Like, just like a month ago, I was talking about Bill Cosby's upcoming comedy tour, and even chat was being very helpful with giving, like, ways to survive. You know, bring your own snacks. If you start yawning, immediately dial 911. Like, we go over important topics. We do crazy shit. Like, I played Sons of the Forest really fast, and I only cried twice because of how fucking bad that game was and how awful and boring the speedrun was after the fucking 20th time of running it. Point is, I mean, like, hey, you know, these streams, you know, they're just as good this year as last year. I mean, so something must have gone wrong. There must have been some kind of outer forces at work in order to keep me suppressed, or perhaps they didn't want me to win too many times, which I think is probably the leading theory. But regardless, it's clearly not me who's hurt. I'm not the one offended. It's pandemonium on the streets right now of LA. Those were only 3 protesters that made it inside the venue undetected. But I've seen pictures, I've read reports about thousands upon thousands showing up wondering, where's Moist Critical at? You know, I wasn't on the ballot. You know what, it's not important though, because at the end of the day, the event was fucking amazing. QT Cinderella and the entire production team absolutely outdid themselves. This was bigger and better than last year, and I fucking loved watching it. Huge thanks to QT Cinderella for letting me even watch party it in the first place. I really wanted to go, but I do have a legitimate debilitating fear of flying, so that was kind of off the table, and it's literally like a 3-day road trip from where I'm at to get to California, and that's just a very difficult thing to make happen. So I couldn't be there myself, but she allowed me to still co-stream it and watch it with the chat and celebrate and just be part of the fun. But luckily, you know, I've cloned myself, we have doppelgangers, and they were able to attend in my place, and they made a very fun spectacle out of it. Of course, they were kissing each other, per usual. I still don't fully understand why, but like if you watch the Twitch highlight of the Streamer Awards, when the Charlies are on screen, they do a threesome kiss for some reason. It's fantastic work. Absolutely, I guess that is what I'm known for, you know, kissing myself. Just a really huge thanks. I always appreciate that they're willing to do something like that, and it's become just a cherished tradition at this point. So big thanks to Joel Haver, Kevin Amarillo, and Demetrios Michalikis. I think it's always just spectacular. So I just want to talk about this a little bit because the Streamer Awards are something that I think is very special. I always love, like I mentioned, when a creator does something big and branches out from just standard content online from like gaming or talking or whatever and doing these huge productions and taking a risk like this. And QT does it like no one else does. The production, the event, is unlike anything else in the space. It's a huge venue, very professional, and just so well put together and fun, and it always just... It deserves a huge round of applause from everyone who enjoys live content or anything like that because it's spectacular. So I just wanted to highlight that and the great work her and her team have done for this. Absolutely. If you're standing up, you're going to want to sit down. You're going to want to take a seat for this news. It's hard-hitting, like getting a call that Meemaw slipped and fell, except this isn't sad news. This is truly just baffling news. Right now in the chess community, there is a cheating scandal that's been going on for a couple weeks now that is so nefarious and so dubious, it'll have you questioning everything in your life. You won't know what's real and what's fake anymore once I reveal this to you. You'll start wondering if your parents are even your real biological parents, you know? It's gonna change your universe, you know? You'll start wondering, is the queen even dead? It goes so deep beyond chess. Like, I don't care if you have no interest in chess whatsoever, I really think this cheating scandal is still going to be captivating to you. Now, if you watch my streams, twitch.tv/moistcritical, feel free to stop in, stream every day, put a few extra inches on your penis. I've been following this since it happened, since ground zero, patient zero. The day that this began, I was actively following it on stream and going over everything as it developed. And now we've reached the point where it's spiraled so far out of control that it's just inducing madness. I feel like that scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he's got like the corkboard with all of the evidence and everything pointing to one name, Pepe Silvia. Like, it's become so convoluted and crazy. I just need to give you a quick spoiler to get you hooked on this story. The cheating allegations involve high-tech anal beads vibrating in a chess grandmaster's ass to transmit the best possible moves in order to win a match. That's the level of wildness we're dealing with here. I can't wait to share it, so let's get into it. I can't show any clips from the actual chess tournament where all this took place, or even subsequent clips of interviews, because as I understand it, they're very strict with that. So I'm just going to have to paint a picture with words and show you some corresponding tweets and articles and everything. So in a nutshell, what happened is the #1 chess player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, was competing in a tournament and was facing off against Hans Niemann, a very strong grandmaster, however not nearly to the level of Magnus Carlsen. This should have been an absolute steamroll. Everyone expected Magnus to just blue waffle Hans here, just kind of a throwaway, especially considering that Magnus Carlsen was playing the white pieces. For those that aren't familiar with chess, white pieces move first. And in the upper echelon of chess, that's a difference maker. It's a huge advantage. So you have the best player in the world with an advantage facing off against the lowest rated player in the tournament. You'd expect a fat W from Magnus here. But that's not the result that we got in this dimension. I'm sure in every other multiverse out there, Hans Niemann lost this match. But in this one, the one that we currently reside, Hans Niemann won. He beat Magnus Carlsen. So that alone was enough to raise eyebrows, but what set off the cheating allegations and all of this speculation was the subsequent interview. When Hans Niemann was interviewed about this absolutely colossal triumph, he gave a questionable interview that was a little weird, kind of all over the place. And you'd expect that because he's young. Hans Niemann is a 19-year-old kid. You know, he's not like a chiseled old veteran, you know, he doesn't have like a graying goatee, he's not like a fucking Master Roshi or anything, like, so you'd kind of expect him to be a little scatterbrained here, which is what I thought. You know, now granted, I'm not like a chess authority, I'm not a top player, I'm a fucking tiny pea-brained 1100 player, but even still, you know, it's a young man who just pulled off one of the biggest upsets in chess history. I wouldn't have expected him to give a fully buttoned-up interview and analysis, but during the interview, he said that he actually studied the line Magnus played against him beforehand, which was setting off all kinds of alarm bells. Now, keep in mind, this is a massive upset. The chess community was more willing to believe the Earth was flat than believe Magnus Carlsen lost with the white pieces. So they were already a little on edge with some question marks, and when Hans Niemann said that he had actually studied Magnus's line, everyone immediately flocked to the chess database to see when Magnus played this line prior, and it seems he'd only ever played it once. So a lot of people were questioning, why would Hans Niemann study this line when it's not something Magnus is known for, it's not something he's ever really played before? Why would Hans Niemann have just studied this right before the tournament? So then they start picking apart the interview and noticing that some of the things Hans was saying weren't fully correct. And keep in mind, these aren't just like normal spectators, I'm talking grandmasters, like the best of the best chess players were all opining on this situation and giving their perspective on it. And then Magnus Carlsen made this tweet which really set everything off. Magnus Carlsen announced that he was withdrawing from the tournament following his loss to Hans Niemann, and then posted that very famous YouTube clip of the coach saying, "If I say anything, I'm going to be in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything." And obviously this is an insinuation of foul play. That's how the chess community took it. That's how pretty much any sensible person would take it. Him tweeting this out with the "if I say anything, I'm in trouble" and withdrawing immediately had everyone believing that Magnus Carlsen was softly accusing Hans of cheating. Following this, the biggest chess streamer in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, explained on stream that Hans Niemann had actually been banned from chess.com before for cheating during some matches. Shortly after all the cheating accusations came to light, Hans Niemann was then banned from chess.com. So, now you're all caught up to speed on what exactly happened, but you're questioning, how could he have possibly cheated? And that's where this conspiracy goes fucking insano style. The leading theory across all of the major outlets is Hans Niemann was using anal beads that vibrated to instruct him what moves to make against Magnus Carlsen in the match. I'm not fucking kidding. This is the leading theory on how Hans Niemann cheated against Magnus Carlsen. So in order to fully digest this entree, I'm going to need to explain how cheating in chess can possibly work. A lot of them are galaxy brain schemes. Now, for those that aren't familiar with chess, there's engines. There's basically chess bots that will always know the best possible moves in any given situation, any position on the board. One of them is called Stockfish. So Stockfish has actually been modified in order to fit in someone's shoe. And this was tested by an independent player who put the Stockfish bot in his shoe. He calls it Sockfish. And it was able to transmit the best possible moves for his match, and it worked to a pretty decent degree of success, though of course needed further refining, but the technology does exist. It worked by sending pulsing to his foot that would basically work like Morse code, so it would pulse and tell him what position to move what piece and where. So pretty fucking cool. Now obviously that's illegal, you can't sneak a chess bot to play for you. it's cheating. But I think the point of this experiment was to show that it is possible. And he didn't do this in like a legitimate match. He revealed to his opponent, who found it humorous. But it is pretty impressive technology, so it's not far-fetched to think that anal beads couldn't accomplish the same thing as James Stanley's sockfish. If you take the same idea, where you take stockfish in the Raspberry Pi for the shoe and use it for your asshole, it could send vibrations or pulses through your rectum and work the same way as sockfish. It would vibrate your colon in a way that would tell you the position to move on the board. So it can exist. Like, it's not super far-fetched. Like, we're not in the realm of sci-fi. It's not a fantasy. You could technically make some kind of butt plug that runs stockfish and just have it vibrate Morse code for where you should move your pieces. It can, theoretically exist. Now, whether or not Hans Niemann had a butt plug or anal beads in that did this, it's up for anyone's guess. Only God knows, and only Hans Niemann's butthole knows. The thing with chess cheating is you can never be 100% sure either way, because for a grandmaster to cheat, they'd only really need to hear one thing, a cough, that indicates there's a tactic on the board or anything, because they're all so good. If they just have even the slightest hint that there's something there, they will find it pretty quickly. So no one's 100% sure how prevalent cheating is. However, there's only been a few cases of cheating being caught at the top level. The most famous being about a decade ago during an Olympiad. There was a very high IQ plot to cheat where the teammate would send a coded text to another teammate, and then they would sit at a particular table which corresponded to a position on the board, and judging by where they were sitting, the player would then know what moves to make, fundamentally. So by changing where they were sitting, they were transmitting information to the player, which obviously isn't allowed. Very galaxy brain shit, but this was caught and they did receive punishment for it. So yeah, it has happened before, but it's not something common. Now let's get back into this case specifically. Hans Niemann has been very outspoken. He's addressed all the rumors and every outlandish claim imaginable. He's been very open with everything. Now, I want to give my personal perspective here, and I've talked about it on stream. I don't think Hans Niemann cheated. I really don't. The security was super tight at this event, and they were very thorough with their checks. In chess, they have checks to make sure that you're not smuggling in anything illegal or anything unsavory, unprofessional. Nothing that would give you an advantage. So during the beginning of this match, I can't show you the clip, but I'll show you a quick picture. They had a guy with a wand scanning Hans's entire body, top to bottom, even going as far as to investigate his gum, even checking his shoes, probably looking for sockfish, checking every nook and cranny of Hans Niemann's body without actually doing a cavity search. He didn't give him like the Naruto 1,000 years of pain up the asshole or anything, but he came pretty close. And he didn't find anything. So I just think it's highly unlikely Hans Niemann was able to pull a fast one on the chess organization here. I don't think he was able to smuggle in any secretive nanobot anal beads, because I feel like that would have been picked up by the wand this guy was scanning him with. So again, I think he went all natural here, fully biological, no augments. I don't think he cheated bringing a bot in or anything like that. Now, Hans Niemann has given yet another interview going more in depth on cheating allegations from his past. Hikaru brought up that he was banned by chess.com for cheating in some matches, and Hans Niemann does confirm that when he was younger, he did cheat in some online matches. He says they were unrated matches. It was back when he was younger trying to grow his stream, and he had cheated back when he was like 12 years old as well in, again, online format, but has said he has never cheated in over-the-board chess. And this was very brave of him to be so open with his past of cheating online, because that's just one of those things that you don't really see a lot of people just tackle headstrong. That's something a lot of people bury. And I guess he was kind of forced to here since it was brought to light. But I still think being that transparent with it is pretty impressive, even if it is to the detriment of his career. I don't know how it's going to affect it going forward. Him being that open, I think, is pretty strong. And he is defending the legitimacy of his over-the-board career. In response to Hans Niemann's interview, Chess.com put out a statement saying that he will remain banned and that they had evidence that contradicts some of the statements he made, but Chess.com has yet to put forth that evidence for people to see. So as of right now, he's still banned and the evidence is hidden. And now I want to make it clear, not every Grandmaster is saying that Hans cheated. It's some of them that are standing strong that it's very suspicious how he beat Magnus. Some of them are claiming that all of his moves are a little too in line with moves that the chess bots make. But there are still a lot that support Hans, saying that, you know, Magnus just didn't play that well that day. So it's really just full back and forth here. But since the anal bead theory broke, there was even an offer for Hans Niemann to play naked for $1 million to prove he didn't cheat. This anal bead theory is what's really taken hold from the cheating scandal here. And it all started as a meme. I don't think a lot of these publications did their due diligence here. The anal bead theory was just kind of a joke on the chess subreddit. There was very few people that legitimately believed it. They just started talking about it just because it was silly. But a lot of these publications have picked it up as if it's something believable. And yeah, theoretically, it could exist, but I still find it very unlikely that it does. But the point is, it started as just a joke that's now become something much bigger. And Hans Niemann said he'll fucking play naked to prove he hasn't cheated. Like, he's being a good sport about the anal bead stuff. He said he'll just play full bare-ass chess to prove that he is an innocent man when it comes to over-the-board chess games. Now, I'd like to just briefly give my opinion on Magnus Carlsen's tweet, because that's what really turbocharged all these cheating accusations here. He made that tweet and then went complete radio silence. He hasn't spoken out about this since, when he's the one that really, you know, kicked a shit in the septic tank here and let it fester. I think it's a little, you know, embarrassing to make that tweet and then have no follow-up. He just very slyly insinuates Hans may have been cheating. He withdraws from the tournament, which is no small thing, mind you. That's a big gesture. But refuses to actually come in here and give his stance on it when he's the one that kind of started most of it. I think that's a little sad. I would like if Magnus Carlsen would elaborate on why he made that tweet and what it's exactly in reference to. Is he accusing Hans of cheating? Does he think Hans cheated? Or did everyone misinterpret his tweet? I don't like the ambiguity of it. I would really appreciate, and I think most people would appreciate, if he elaborated a bit on his position, since he's the one that, you know, he threw out the first move here going for like a scholar's mate potentially. So why not explain it a little more thoroughly? You know, tell us the line. But anyway, I just wanted to quickly get that out there because, you know, I feel kind of strongly about that. But overall, I don't think he cheated, but we'll never fully know. No one will ever fully know because there's no way it will ever be proven. Let's ride.
All right.
You can hop on the couch if you want, Caleb.
You can hop on the lap.
We're watching a guy go wild.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house. Your
How did
mom's,
I get an
dad's,
ad?
Your sister, your brother's computer, and install.
I love you, Mr. Beast, but I'm skipping that ad.
Everyone, I'm the act attorney here. What a pleasure it is to meet all of you today. I am so thrilled and excited. Never gonna be doing something like that again.
You guys literally sound like
abuse victims, right?
So I would say this game is for somebody they have no family, no friends, no life. I'm not sorry. I don't like Elden Ring players. They're nasty people. The players are losers. And you want to literally just start rolling with all these claims and accusations.
I'm sure he'll cover it, but I'll still give you like a brief overview. So this all started because this guy made a video saying like Elden Ring sucks or something, and he hates everyone that plays Elden Ring. So Ackman made a video about like the worst take in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And this guy got so offended he like copyright struck him, or tried to like abuse copyright, and it didn't work, and he went on like some kind of like crazy religious meltdown and made like thousands of fucking posts. It was wild.
Look at what you're doing.
God, this editing is next level. Whoa.
Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
Maybe that's why you don't have a ring on your finger. Maybe that's why your kids aren't around you. Because maybe there's something wrong with you. At the end of the day, go kill yourself. Because maybe there's something wrong with you.
A game that's not for everyone isn't the game that should be hated.
Maybe there's something wrong with you. Maybe there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Maybe there's something.
Whoa, hold on.
Too fast. Maybe there's
We're
something wrong
blasting
with
right
you.
through the lore. You literally, man, this guy really does say literally a lot, even when texting. You literally stole my video footage with an illegal video downloader. Bro, I guarantee you just used OBS to screen record it. Take this video down and remake it with all the stolen footage and without my likeness in your thumbnail. I own the sole copyright to the Quantum TV brand and all its imagery assets. Failure to remove the stolen content will result in a takedown. I've already formally filed against you, but don't want to copyright strike you. I just want my assets removed, so I'm giving you a heads up. I don't mind criticism, just don't go stealing videos from my channel. That isn't gonna fly. It's a violation of YouTube terms of service to use third-party software to acquire someone's videos, and you're risking your channel with stunts like this. Only warning, man.
Only a warning.
Damn, this guy's going in. This guy's like literally fucking butts right now with copyright.
What a douche canoe.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? Maybe there's something wrong with you.
That's fine, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was Facebook.
I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Court is now in session. A false copyright strike and takedown request was recently filed against my channel. Take a guess by who? Nat Haas. Nope. Derek Savage. Nope. Quantum TV.
You guys want to have your fun with Quantum TV? Have your fun at this point. I mean, I'm kind of amused by this. I'm not gonna lie.
So you think it's funny?
What is his name here? The Act Man? Never heard of you. And we're going to go over your so-called hot takes, which contains a lot of stolen footage.
Kind of slaps.
Which, by the way, I'll look into my options around getting that taken down.
Any further attempts to falsely copyright strike my channel will be met with a counter lawsuit in which I will clean you out.
When you start talking fair use, you are
That's pretty hardline stance.
You're telling the copyright.
And I like his odds.
Fuck you.
Mudahar made a great video summing up the ramifications and what is actually at stake.
Again, once you file this claim, somebody else can counterclaim you, and then it becomes a legal issue. If it turns out that you're actually abusing this for your own benefit,
I am curious, do you think a case has ever actually gone to court, though, for delegation? I feel like it never does, even if you do counter.
Either.
Like, they say it's supposed to be a legal matter, but it almost never is. It's usually just like, oh, I got countered.
Yeah.
I'll just counter again.
Yeah.
And then you counter again, and again, and again, through YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I guess H3H3's did. That's true.
But his was off-platform. Like, after the strike, he immediately went to court, I think.
Well, yeah, that's all it says when you counter. It doesn't. It's not like YouTube hosts it. It tells you. Your next step is to file a claim.
Do you remember? We can share this story now, right? Like the the statute of limitations is probably expired.
Yeah, I think we're good.
This fucking guy. You may remember a long time ago on my channel, I had a video making fun of the Pizza Hut training video from the 80s. One fucking dude, he was a cameraman who filmed that, took down the video and threatened legal action because he said he had the rights to everything Pizza Hut related to that fucking video because he held the camera.
That was literally like my first week that I worked with you.
Yep.
And you were like, hey, can you handle this guy? And he was like 95 years old.
Oh my, the dude, he had a website that was straight GeoCities.
Oh yeah. What was it was straight up Zynga, like that old school, like neon lines running across it. It was so bad.
God, that guy was an absolute nightmare. I immediately just folded. I was like, bro, I will just take down the video. Just get rid of this.
It wasn't worth it.
Yeah, just get rid of the strike. I'll take the video down. He's like, nope.
Oh,
nope, I will not do that.
Stupid. We should put the video back up and take him to court if he tries to do it again.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He doesn't own Pizza Hut. He held a camera.
He cannot prove that that's his.
It's
not.
He is pretending to be the owner of the Pizza Hut footage just because he was one of the camera guys.
Yeah, we're not scared anymore. We were new back then.
Yeah.
We'll take him all the way.
I was just too green.
Yep.
Now I'm willing to meet him in court.
Law, okay? That includes fair use dealings, fair use law. If you were to take this video to a fucking courtroom,
Thanks, Resub Notorious. Hey, Jubilee refugees. Sorry to hear X is watching Jubilee.
You know, normally reacting or commentating on someone else's video as part of a critique falls under fair use. And generally speaking, pretty much
it's a meme on Twitch. So XQC will watch Jubilee and the chat fucking hates it. So when he watched Jubilee, some viewers will just like leave. They'll just go somewhere else. They call them Jubilee refugees. It's fucking great. It's like XQC's version of raiding. So he doesn't do like an official raid, but he'll turn on Jubilee and he'll just like disperse viewers all over the platform.
That's like a reverse spirit bomb.
Yeah, it's so cute. It's so sweet. I think he does it on purpose, just being a nice guy.
Some people might ask, well, why are you making this video? Why are you giving him exposure? I understand your concerns, but this affects the entire YouTube platform. By the way, he's not gaining much of a following or viewership from all of this controversy.
I know, he's kind of popping off.
Goal is the termination of his YouTube channel.
That's bold.
Routinely abusing copyright violating terms of service and the YouTube community guidelines.
And there are all these people saying that I falsely attacked some young kid. Everybody loves to put his age out. The moment I mention it, why are you so obsessed with his age? I don't care, he's a minor, leave it alone.
For some reason,
did he attack
really obsessed with the age of Mischief.
Like, nobody gives a shit about his age. He's being a piece of garbage. People like Mischief, who apparently is a young child. Maybe Mischief's mother might want to get in on this. What? All the negative press you've seen on me is because I reviewed a game once, didn't like it, some 16-year-old kid picked it up. This is said 16-year-old. 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid from the UK. Mischief, the 16-year-old kid. You're not some young 16-year-old
He really
kid
does
on the
seem
internet.
fixated on that age.
16-year-old kid. This kid. He's a 16-year-old. There's a 16-year-old kid. Some 16-year-old kid on the Mischief is the chief orchestrator.
I don't know why you would highlight that when you're making an argument, just to keep bringing up that they're 16.
You're
like
bullying a 16-year-old.
Like if I was to fight someone, I would only fight a child, like a 12-year-old. And I would likely win, but I would never say I beat a child. I'd be like, I went to war.
Won a fight.
I won a fight. I'm an undefeated fighter, 1-0.
How old was that other fighter?
We don't like. No one needs to ask. Like, I would never bring that up willingly.
All you need to know is he had fists too. Two of them, might I? There were two of them.
Oh man, he's going full anime villain here. I'll have a judge explaining the 4 characteristics of fair use, which determine fair use case law. Shake my head. Damn.
Let's give a shout out to Mischief.
You know, that is a great idea, Quantum. For once we agree on something, everybody go subscribe to Mischief. Let's get him to more subscribers than Quantum TV so we can see who the real
wait, how did that work? So this has been
Wouldn't that be a...
This is a day old. Let's see what Mischief is at. He's gonna be at like 1 million.
Oh no, Mischief.
Oh,
Mischief.
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah.
88.9K.
Wait.
Ooh. Yeah, just Mischief.
That's huge.
Oh, that is so nice.
Wait, now I want to see Quantum.
I'd hate to bully such a small creator, you know?
Yeah.
God.
Oh, Quantum's at 65.
Oh no, Quantum. Does he have fans? Like, do people defend him? I wonder.
I can't imagine.
The power of an apology. Oh, no. Is he rolling over?
No.
No. He's too strong for that.
This is Quantum.
This has to be.
No.
Today we're gonna clickbait, right?
Yeah, that's definitely clickbait. Quantum's never said I'm sorry in his life. Now Mischief's gonna be punching down every time he makes a joke about Quantum.
You know, the craziest part is his normal content is reviewing
technology.
TVs.
It's technology based. And then for some reason he came out of nowhere saying, like, if you play Elden Ring and like it, you're going to hell. He also treats the YouTube community tab like it's Twitter.
Oh, Lord.
He posts so often on here. Let me see if I can find that quick religious post he made about how everyone that doesn't like him is actually a Satanist. He was talking... Oh, he made a post... This one was so fucking weird. He made a post saying that people that don't like him have homosexual rituals where they have sex with their dad and practice Satanism. It was so fucking unhinged.
That's pretty cool.
He posted it in the community tab too, which means his subscribers got a notification with him saying that.
Oh, God.
I wonder where that went though, because I didn't see it. It was a few days ago. It's on Actman's Twitter, is it? Let me see. This shit was crazy when I read it.
What an obtuse ass insult. Homosexuals that have sex with their dad. Like, what if you have sex with your dad and you're not homosexual? Like, what?
Oh, here, yeah. I guess it was a Discord post.
Satanists in disguise.
Every time I watch one of their videos, you can tell they're trying to brainwash the masses into their gay, liberal, satanic, atheist agenda. 1 minute someone could be watching Stop the FOMO, and the next minute they start having anal sex with their dads, doing coke, and trying to conjure demons with satanic rituals. Satanic influence isn't a joke. Bro, this guy's fucking wacky. This is what happens when you don't like Elden Ring. This is what you become.
We found the one.
Yeah. This shit was... He had more posts like this in the community tab, but I guess they're gone. He was going hard, though. Like...
That's just...
really on it. Like Chuck Tingle shit, where he's talking about like having sex with dinosaurs or something for the sake of disrespecting God.
What's funny to me is
you know Chuck Tingle?
No.
Ace Attorney, Bigfoot at Large?
Oh. What?
He's using God's name in vain to say that he hates other people. It just doesn't.
It's true. Hey, don't poke holes in his worship. Everyone loves the Lord in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of these people are going to hell and suffer for eternity. They need an ass kicking from some Christians. Also, all the troll comments from satanic atheists are getting banned. All the satanic gay atheist people accusing me of being a coward for deleting my video, I only had to delete them because of YouTubers' gay agenda instead of people getting upset at me. Why don't they just let me be? Oh my god, this shit is so fucking crazy.
So he's extremely unhinged.
Yeah, this guy was reviewing TVs just 1 week ago. Can you believe that?
So you're saying because I fucked my dad, his channel's going down?
Because they're all heterophobic, anti-Christian pieces of shit. I don't want to participate in the anal sex the liberal people tell me to. I love to imagine, like, every day there's people knocking on his door trying to, like, bargain anal sex, just trying to convince him.
It's like, God, stop.
I'm not gonna do it.
I think he's just projecting. Maybe he just wants to fuck his dad.
Maybe he's, like, really wanting anal sex but can't find the right excuse.
Of YouTube.
Isn't it funny when people try to call you a bigot and a homophobe when they're literally exactly what they're trying to accuse you of being? Look at you. Literally look at what you're doing. It's rich watching you try to paint me as some sort of bigot as you literally are one.
He put up very, very hateful things towards the LGBTQ community, and I'm not just talking mean words. He actually wished death on them. Wishing death upon someone is another story. I seriously question your sanity.
Thanks for some
This is
cricket
what
and
Quantum
Chase.
TV wrote back.
Hey, Chase.
They deserve it. The world is better off without them forcing their lifestyle on it. These are your accounts that you had linked on
Damn,
your
this guy's
YouTube.
really... He's going
All of a sudden
wacky. He's
you're
posting
not
cringe on
responsible
main.
for them?
God. Well, case closed.
Mr. TV,
He's innocent.
Would you please read the words on your channel banner?
Answer some
The
Keegan.
#1 brand in honesty. Well, it should say the #1 brand in lies. Take that! If your accounts were hacked and compromised, then why were these horrible offensive things left on your account after you regained control of it? Why is there no history or post we can refer to of you mentioning the hack back in 2018? Unless these accounts were under the hacker's control for the
The
last
editing is
4
fucking
years.
so laughing.
That's not the case either, because you're racist, and I don't use any of these words lightly. David, fuck you and your hate speech against me. Calling me homophobic because I'm anti-gay support is all you liberals do. I'm pretty sure being
Isn't that like the definition of homophobic?
I've never pushed or forced my sexuality.
So confused.
What?
Yeah,
That's
I'm not racist. I'm just anti-other races.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Jesus.
Propaganda. Black Panther is racist and only the most hateful blacks like it.
Holy
Yes,
shit.
hello? What are the symptoms of brain damage?
Place for anybody else, okay?
There is one thing no community on YouTube
Yeah, I watched
tolerates,
Pound
and it's a
today.
copyright
We all did.
abuser.
I don't care about your opinion, dude. I care about the fact that you're nuts and you're toxic to this community.
Yeah, this is like the Jussie Smollett of fucking YouTube. 100%. That's a perfect description.
Here's your some funeral.
I suggest you make peace with whatever content you wish to publish on your channel before you see this screen again. And Quantum,
I hope it
gonna
goes to
see
court.
it again. I may not be able to offer
think that'd
a
be
cure
great.
for narcissism, but hopefully by shattering this
Imagine the
false
judge loves
reality
Elden
and
Ring.
sense of yourself, then perhaps maybe
Oh, that
whatever
would be huge.
spell you're under, you will wake up from it. It's such a
Ask him
shame.
if he wants to,
And I was planning on asking you about this new
plead
TV I was
insanity.
interested in.
Oh, I thought that was saying it already happened.
No.
Wait, the video wasn't published yet.
Damn. What a thorough deep dive.
Deep down, everyone's as ugly as you.
Jesus. So what was his video then with the apology thing? So what is this then if it's not like an actual video?
It's just a podcast.
Does he
What's
speak?
going on, everybody? Welcome to the Quantum TV Podcast. So today we're going to talk about some things I've learned. Oh yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. This last month has been very entertaining, to say the least. I've learned quite a few things. For example, I've learned if you wake up on a Thursday afternoon, just, roll out of bed after using a bunch of slurs on Twitter, you can just hop online and apologize and everything goes away. Because you have a bright future ahead of you, or maybe you were a kid that is just having a bad day.
Man, this guy
Everybody's gonna
talks in
forgive
like the most annoying fucking way. He talks as if he's giving like a presentation in class.
He sounds like a really smarmy youth pastor.
Yes, smarmy is a good word for it. Like very like smelling of his own farts kind of thing.
100%.
Like I got a 15 on my ACTs, which was like above 50 percentile, so I feel good.
Like he literally takes like a wine glass, he sips, he's like, "Do you smell the 4 legs, child?"
I don't want to listen to 26. Internet drama is a lot like a Pokemon. It can always evolve, and that's exactly what we've seen today. A very spicy piece of drama recently just entered into its metamorphosis stage, and now it's about to pop out of the larva and become a beautiful butterfly. And unfortunately, this butterfly is coming with bad news. It seems like we may have all been lied to, fed a fib, played for a fool, schmeckeldorfed. It's in regards to the Bayonetta 3 situation. I recently made a video covering all of the drama with Bayonetta 3, and within 24 hours of posting this video, the entire situation got flipped on its ass with a stunning plot twist the likes of which George R.R. Martin could only dream of writing, and it's left me out in the rain, cold, scared, and wondering where everything went wrong. For those that aren't caught up to speed with this latest drama lore, I'll give you the quick breakdown. Helena Taylor is the voice actress behind Bayonetta, an iconic character, and she made a series of posts on Twitter that all went viral, the first of which being a video that has nearly 10 million views, stating that the reason she's not voicing Bayonetta in the new game coming up is because they were only offering her $4,000 for the whole game. Obviously, $4,000 for a role this size in a AAA game of this caliber is pretty low. You could probably make $4,000 quicker and easier just pretending to be a girl in RuneScape, so she called it an insulting offer, and everyone on the internet agreed, because obviously this is a pretty shitty deal. So she turned down the role and walked away and said that it's because they were only offering her that $4,000 for the whole game. She then urged fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 and instead spend that money on charities instead. Now, Nintendo does what Nintendo does best. They ignored this whole situation. I think they're still trying to figure out how email works, so they probably never even saw this to begin with. But Platinum Games lead Hideki Kamiya did at least become aware of this situation by making that post saying, you know, it's sad about the untruth out there and beware of my rules. The tweet reads like a monologue from a villain after they've been caught in Scooby-Doo, but the beware of my rules that he caps locked in there refers to his rule of if you speak English, you get blocked. For many years now, Kamiya has been well known to block anyone that speaks English at him. His fucking block list is longer than the Yellow Page phone book. There are more people on his block list than there are registered in the goddamn US criminal database. It's wild how many people he's blocked. So that's what he's talking about here. And for the last couple days, this is where the story had stopped. This is where the brakes were really pumped into full effect until last night. A Bloomberg article came out that really absolutely changed the entire situation here. Bloomberg, more like Boomberg, because this shit was a bomb. The report comes from two people who were familiar with the negotiations, and the documentation was reviewed by Bloomberg and confirmed to be genuine. So according to them, Platinum Games really wanted to get Helena Taylor back in voicing Bayonetta. According to the documents, they didn't offer her $4,000 for the entire game. They offered her up to $4,000 per session for 5 sessions of 4 hours each. So about $1,000 per hour, which is very different than the claims Helena Taylor was leading us to believe. So in response to the initial offer here of the $4,000 per session, Taylor allegedly asked for a 6-figure sum as well as residuals on the game, which Platinum declined, and then after those negotiations fell through, she walked away and they took auditions for a new voice actress for Bayonetta. According to professional voice actors, that $4,000 per session rate that Helena Taylor was being offered is above the norm. Now, I do think it's important to mention that there's still plenty of room here for a debate on whether or not voice acting talent is paid reasonably. As I understand it, it's actually been a long-running thing for a while that voice actors get fucked in the face when it comes to what they're paid for their work, at least in comparison to other mediums, and I didn't realize how big this problem was. Even just recently, the Jujutsu Kaisen 0 dub actors came out and revealed that they were only getting paid $150 each for their roles. And these were huge roles. Like, that is outrageous. And I've seen plenty of actual fucking stupid brain takes from Twitter assholes who love to take their pants off and wiggle their little wiener around saying, voice acting's so easy, they shouldn't even be paid at all. They're paid in exposure more than anything. They should be grateful to even be in the game to begin with. It's an honor. I don't know why they're even asking for pay. $1,000 is too much for how easy the job is. And I think it's pretty clear how dumb that shit is. Voice acting is a legitimate talent that takes years to perfect, and it's a very important part of media, especially games. If you have shitty voice acting, the character is going to become a laughable joke and the narrative is going to fall flat on its face. We've seen it a million times before, and we'll see it a million more into the future. Voice acting is integral to these stories, and if you don't think so, then please just play the games on mute from now on. Put your money where your mouth is. I'd like to see how much you really connect with a game when it's just completely fucking muted throughout all of its cutscenes and shit. It is a big component, so I'm really tired of that dumb take. But Helena Taylor here, if all of this is true, which it seems like it is the worst person to try and spark this kind of debate because she's just completely framed this wrongly by lying and manipulating everyone. She also did respond with an email saying that it's all an absolute lie and said Platinum was trying to save their ass and the game. She said she stood by everything she said in the video. I would like to put this whole bloody franchise behind me, quite frankly. Get on with my life in theater, she wrote. So this is an absolute dog shit response from Helena Taylor here. I don't even know where to begin. I guess we'll start with the obvious one. If this is all a lie, it should be extremely easy for her to prove that they're lying because she's already broken the NDA. You know, she's already wiped her whole ass with the NDA. You might as well just show the contract they offered you, the negotiation documents they offered you that would confirm your side of $4,000 for the whole game. You should be able to easily produce that, considering you've already broken the NDA, so there's no reason not to prove that you're being truthful here. This should be an easy slam dunk if this is all a lie. But then she goes on to say that she wants to put this entire bloody franchise behind her and move on. You started this. You were the instigator. What do you mean? It's not like this just came out of nowhere and threw you into this whirlwind of chaos. You were the one that came here and made this whole hoopla. So I really don't understand why she's trying to portray herself as the victim here now. Like, in the first place, she was viewed as a victim of a very shitty negotiation on behalf of Platinum Games and Nintendo. But now, after this information comes forward, her response should be, this is a lie and here's my proof, as opposed to, it's a lie and I just want to move on, I just want to wash my hands of this. Now they're being childish. Now they're playing dirty in the pig pen and I just won't have any of that. I'm moving on. Like, that's not how you do this. You've ruined your own career now. If all of this from their side is the accurate one, your entire career as a voice actress is kaput. You've completely lied about what happened here and fabricated the story and even called on a boycott of the property, trying to directly hurt them financially off of a completely manufactured story. Again, this isn't directly from Platinum Games nor Nintendo, so I still think it should be taken with a grain of salt. But the fact that this came from two people in the negotiations with Helena Taylor, as well as confirmed by Bloomberg, as well as corroborated by a few other sources inside the industry, it's very strong evidence here against Helena Taylor's claims. I'd like to believe that Helena Taylor didn't lie about this whole thing and is going to come out of nowhere with this ace card like Yugi Moto pulling out the Dark Magician at the last second, but I'm very skeptical now because of this email that was released in the report as well. But we'll have to wait and see. If she lied about all of this, I think that is beyond scummy. What a fucked up, messy situation. I really don't even understand what the end goal would have been for her in this case. All it's done is ruin her career as a voice actress, as well as maybe even just in theater to begin with, because if anyone looks up Helena Taylor now, they're going to find this massive scandal, if it's proven that she lied about all of it. So this was legitimately just a career ender. She just checkmated her whole acting livelihood. And I just don't even understand why. If, of course, it all is confirmed. So anyway, I just... Today's breakfast of champions that I'll be feasting on is some cereal with L's. I got the biblical smackdown laid on me by a YouTuber and it's time to talk about it. This all started yesterday when I made the video, Are React Streamers Bad People? This was a response video to a 14-page document posted by a YouTuber, Dark Viper AU. And today Dark Viper made a response to that video and it started a war, a bloody battle between good and evil, heaven and hell, reactors versus Dark Viper and his community, and I wanted to wait to talk about it further until I could have a conversation directly with him. But I've been getting just a ton of messages from his community, and a lot of it's really nasty, horrible shit, so I figured it'd just be better to get ahead of it and hopefully have that conversation with him later. So I'd like to go through his response and talk about it piece by piece, but before really getting into it, as I mentioned in the beginning, I took a bit of an L+ ratio here. There was a lot of things that I got wrong. I've never been afraid to admit that. I've got like fucking 6 videos over the last 4 years where I just outright say, yep, this is what I got wrong, here's what it was. Almost seems like a humiliation fetish at this point, but of course I get things wrong. Everybody does. And I'm not afraid to admit it or die on a hill that is just outright incorrect. And Dark Viper points out things that I got wrong, for sure. But it wasn't this malicious misrepresentation of his document or his perspective that he hints that it might have been. Why would I even do that? As I mentioned, Dark Viper is a creator that I liked and respected. What the fuck would I gain from misrepresenting him, someone that I actively like? It'd make no fucking sense.
Moist Critical knows that his video is going to reach far more people than will ever actually read that document. So he has free reign to misrepresent what's in it to 99.99999% of people. He didn't even have the courtesy to link the document so people could fact check him.
Again, I wouldn't misrepresent his points on purpose because it's a guy that I liked. And before he made this video, many people misunderstood his points as well. It wasn't just me. You could go on his own subreddit when this was happening and people were like, yeah, this document was very confusing to me as a fan of Dark Viper. And as someone who liked him, it was confusing to me as well, and I thought I understood your points, but after watching this, I concede I didn't. Now on to the next point where he says I didn't even have the courtesy to link the document directly in the description. This right here is a lose-lose situation. The only way to win is not to play here, because if I did link it, I would get called an asshole for making it easy for people to go dogpile on him, like, oh, look at Charlie being such a fucking douchebag to put the link right to the document, right to his tweet where people could go fuck him up and be mean to him directly. Because I've had shit like that happen in the past where I would talk about something, not a react video, just a full-blown response video to something, and then there'd be people in the community that would go and just be a complete fucking asshole to that person. Even though I'd actively discourage that behavior, I have no way of controlling it besides just saying don't do that. And by making easier access, like a link in the description directly to it, I felt it could enable people to just go and harass him, which I never want to happen to anyone. Now, of course, I see the other side of the argument that he's saying, like, if I had directly linked it, people could have fact-checked me on the video without having to go out of their way for it, which, of course, is a good point, but I didn't know what the best way of navigating this was, because by directly linking it, there's a good chance there'd be unreasonable assholes that aren't even there to read the document, they're just there to harass him or get mad at him without anything else going on, just unreasonable assholes. So I thought by just showing where the document is, letting people see where they can find the document if they want to fact check it themselves, would be the optimal play, but I can see here that this was not his preference, this was not the right way of approaching it, and now I understand.
He is so keen to poison you against this 14-page, meticulously argued document that he goes to the length of finding tweets out of context. He doesn't show the context. And it's just like, here's what the document's about. It's 14 pages!
I never said that's what the whole document was about. I never made a point even similar to that. I mentioned that there's a section where he compares reactors to someone who would likely commit sexual abuse. And to say that I'm taking things out of context to poison the well is very disingenuous because I didn't take them out of context. I'll show you the whole context right here. One of his fans pointed out their disappointment that he would compare React streamers to someone that would commit sexual abuse. And he argued with this person by saying that their behavior is similar to someone that would sexually abuse someone. And he literally uses that word, even though he says in his video he never said that.
Let's play a game. Let's see how many of these words are actually in this document. Sexual, no. How about abuse? Oh, we got report abuse at the top here. How about criminal? No. How about predator? No, not that either. How about rapist? No. It's almost like Charlie is making shit up and I don't understand why.
So while none of those words are explicitly used in the document, he does allude to them in that section, and when pointed out by a fan that it's kind of fucked up to compare React streaming to something that extreme, he then does outright say that people that live this certain way are the very sort of people that may sexually abuse someone. And just to give full context so no one thinks I'm hiding anything, he does continue to argue with another fan who was also disappointed in this statement, and he defends this by saying it's a hyperbole, it's supposed to be an exaggerated scenario. He's not trying to make them like equal or anything. So at the very best, it's an extremely shitty analogy, and at worst, it's a genuinely disgusting thing to say about someone you just don't like. So I really think it's pretty clear when you read this Twitter argument, as well as the hints that he drops in that section of his document, that myself and members of his community would easily see this as him trying to compare reactors to sexual abusers, because that's how it comes across.
And what was really annoying is Moist Critical left that video up. His entire video that I corrected is wrong, as Moist will now admit, but he left it up anyway. 1.3 million people did Moist Critical give false information to, and he did not give two fucks. Did not take the video down, did not submit a retraction, did not give people actual information. No, he, in the original case, made a 10-minute video rambling about stuff that is completely untrue.
This was a really weird section of his video for me, and in his own words, poisoning of the well and defaming me, trying to make it look like I'm knowingly feeding people false information that's wrong, when that's not the case. You can easily disprove this part by just watching the video he made, reacting to and correcting my video on how much YouTubers make from short form content. The information I presented wasn't wrong. The information was incomplete.
This crucial detail is missing from Charlie's video here, where he talks about how much YouTubers make on short form content.
That crucial detail he's talking about is one that he also admits he didn't know about for the longest time either. He has far more experience here, so then learned that a video that is over 30 seconds and not a hashtag short makes significantly more money than a video that's under 30 seconds and not a hashtag short. Something I and many others didn't know, so it was a great video, but that doesn't mean that all the information that precedes it is incorrect and unusable, because all of the information I provided was the earnings of the hashtag shorts, and I did mention that my other content that isn't just hashtag shorts wasn't making much money either, and that's because the majority of the content on that huge Charles channel doesn't exceed 30 seconds, so all of it's in that lower bracket, and I didn't know that there was a distinction from 30 seconds below and 30 seconds above. He did. So that's why his video is even titled an add-on, not Charlie got everything wrong. He even made similar points to the ones I made, where you're not going to make a lot of money off hashtag shorts, and the only real way to make money there is the shorts program, which is garbage and dog shit. He says that same thing, and then says you can make money by making the content a bit longer, which is what I said, but I didn't realize that you didn't have to go to like that 5 or 8 minute mark or whatever. He knew that with short content, it could be like 30 seconds and you still make enough money off it, which I didn't. So it is a huge piece of information that I missed, but its absence doesn't make everything else in that video invalid. I still show that shorts aren't great for making money. They could help you grow, which I mentioned and he mentions, and the content that is sub 30 seconds and not a short doesn't make you much money, so you should be striving for longer content. I just thought it needed to be the 8 minute mark or something. He knew that it didn't need to. So the points still coincide, it's just he had more information on it, and I don't know why in his response video he's using it as some kind of point to make me look like just an awful fucking person, like this guy's so okay with everything being wrong he won't take this video down, even though I completely spread his fucking cheeks and spit in there with logic and facts where I proved everything was wrong in my video, which he didn't. His video is an add-on, as it is labeled in the title. At no point in that video he's like, Charlie got everything super wrong. Don't listen to any of it, it's all trash. It's an add-on that corrects a misunderstanding I had of how the system works, and I've thoroughly complimented that video on stream because it was super insightful. The reason I haven't taken that video down is because it is still useful information for people.
So not only do I really heavily attack that idea that anyone can transform a 6-month work by pausing it every once in a while and going, I think that's funny. Here's an idea for you, a revolutionary concept. How about you watch the video first? And then once you've watched the video, you say, hey, I actually have nothing of interest to add here. I'm not going to make a video out of it. Or you might say, hey, I have something interesting to add. I'm going to take that individual part in the middle where I have something to add and make my own video about it.
That is a pretty revolutionary idea. You mean like the majority of the content I've ever fucking made? You know that I don't just do react shit. You know that. But you still portray me as that to your audience, as someone that has only ever reacted to full videos on stream, and portray me as someone that only sits there and says, haha, when you know that's just not the case. Now, we can argue on what's transformative and what's not, and that's also going to be an argument that needs to be had with the creator of the video that gets reacted to, because it's their content, you can't tell them what they should feel about it. However, I do fully concede that, sure, you can absolutely say there's no way of transforming a work that makes it wholly original if you're watching it in its entirety. I totally do understand that perspective, and now that Dark Viper has explained that perspective in this video, I understand it deeper now than I did from just reading the script. Which is why with this newfound understanding of this perspective, I will no longer be watching full YouTube videos on stream. I'd rather take suggestions for YouTube videos to watch, but not watch the whole thing on stream. I'd rather watch it, see if it's something I have anything to add to, and then turn it into perhaps a full video response, which is my normal content. Contrary to what Dark Viper kind of hints at, I'm not just a React streamer. It's a very small part of what I do. I do a lot of different things, and reacting to content on stream is a very small part of it. So from now on, YouTube nights on my Twitch streams, twitch.tv/moistcritical, feel free to stop in to put a few extra inches on your penis. From now on, those are going to look like people giving suggestions as they always have, and we'll maybe check them out for a little bit to see if it's anything that I can add value to, and if not, we're done. If there is, then we're still done, because it's going to be a video that I will then watch the rest of on my own if it is something that I can truly add something to and add more to for the content in order to branch off and talk more about it without showcasing the entire thing. It's worth noting that all of the React videos on my channel, even the React ones that he fucking hates, they don't show just the full video. They are still just the parts where I am reacting to it, making jokes about it or talking about it deeper, but I still do understand that that's still a large chunk of the video itself, so it is still pretty close to like almost the full runtime in some cases. So again, going forward, I won't just be rolling the dice hoping I can add to whatever video gets recommended on YouTube night. I will be maybe checking them for a little bit, and then if it's something that I can add to, I'll look at the rest on my own and maybe make content out of as a response to it, as opposed to real-time reaction, which has always been the majority of my content anyway. I think what really helped me understand this perspective wasn't Dark Viper's video, it was actually JackSepticEye's. They made a great video recently just going over the entire React ecosystem, just going over everything from the perspective of someone that had their video reacted to by multiple people, myself included. It's actually the video of the Bizarre House walkthrough, the one that I mentioned, was a very shameful moment for me, where it's a video I really liked but didn't react hard to. I'd already seen it and I just basically shared it with my community without adding anything to it, and they were upset with that, which I totally do get. And they made a video going over that whole situation and really helped put it in perspective for me to understand things better. Dark Viper more focuses on dunking, which in some cases he has every right to because I got things wrong, but JackSepticeye really painted the whole picture that put it all like in a really good perspective for me to get. Now there's one thing I'd like to quickly tackle, and it's an important thing that I talked about in my video of Dark Viper's media share history. On streams, he used to sometimes have his community donate money to play clips from other creators' videos without their consent that Dark Viper would react to on stream while playing Grand Theft Auto on the side. He would then take those reaction streams and post them on YouTube, which made money off of it. And to me, that was similar to everything he was criticizing the other React streamers for. However, in the very opening parts of his document, he does lay out the groundwork for his definition of React streaming, what it means to be a reactor, how it all works, and by all of those definitions, the groundwork, that doesn't apply because it's not the full videos that's being shared, it is clips from the videos, still without consent and all of that, but it is still not exactly in the same ballpark, and I realize now that it was a mistake for me to put my own bias here where I believed that it still fit under the React streaming, but since I'm talking about his 14-page document, I needed to play by his definition of React streamers, which I do understand now was a mistake on my part because that does not fit into the same category that he was criticizing, which was defined and laid out in the opening parts of the document. He says that I didn't include this because I wanted to undercut his points, but it's just simply not the case.
Reactors can therefore only ever be the middlemen in these platforms, taking impressions from all other original content creators and giving a small amount back to other people. Reactors do not somehow manifest additional impressions. There is no free lunch in this industry. The impressions they give out are a portion of what they steal from other people.
So this is where the cracks in what I understood start to show, because when reading the script, the ideas that he's explaining here don't convey super well to me and many others that read it. It's not just me, even though he's confused on how I ended up at this interpretation, even though this is how most people from what I saw in the comments and in his own subreddit interpreted what he was saying. It was very hard to discern the real meaning before he came in here and provided the context, but this is where things really fell apart in what I understood. What he's actually saying is the reactors occupy a lot of the impressions that are not infinite on the platform, and when those reactors are gone, those impressions will eventually make their way back onto the platform in other places now that the React content is gone. Not necessarily to small channels. I went into this document under the impression that the entire pillar of the argument was that without the React content, these smaller channels would be flourishing. All of those impressions that they're occupying in their absence would go to smaller channels specifically, and good channels specifically. Good by his definition, which we'll get to in a minute, which was different than the definition I had of good. But what he's actually saying is they just get distributed to other channels in general, which is absolutely true. The reason I went in here thinking it was all about small channels is because that's the way he framed it in his initial tweet, at least the way that I and many others understood it. He starts by saying all reactors are bad people, so I mean, that's poisoning the well, as he says. and they've stolen millions of dollars from actual creators and stopped smaller creators from having a career. So to me, going into this document, that says that, okay, so reactors have stopped small creators from having a career, and every point he makes is going to be about how without the reactors, those small creators will be doing better, specifically small creators. So this changed the way that I digested the information he was presenting. I guess subconsciously the way I kept putting it back was that the point he is making ultimately isn't the fact that obviously without this content more views are going elsewhere. It's without this content these views are going to small creators, like specifically to them, because I went in here under the impression that this was about the small creators getting fucked by reactors, but I now understand thanks to this video that is not the overall point that he's making. He even says in this video that if every creator, not just React creator, but like if every big YouTuber was gone, all of the other creators would be doing better, like the smaller channels. And he's right, because they occupy a lot of the market. You know, creators occupy big chunks of the market. So if those chunks are gone, those impressions could find their way to the smaller creators or just other places in general, which is true. But when I first read this document, I approached it with this mindset that he is trying to say that good content is guaranteed to get those impressions if that React content isn't there anymore to occupy the space, which I totally disagree with, and he also would, I imagine, disagree with. No one is guaranteed those impressions. He says no one's guaranteed those impressions, and then goes on to define his definition of good content, which was different than my definition of good content.
Admittedly, you'd have to have seen my other content to understand this, but when I say something is good, I mean in an algorithmic sense. It appeals to the market, which I would have used clips to substantiate if you had let me make the video. It is very possible to make high quality content that no one wants to watch, or to present it very poorly in regards to thumbnails and titles. But I consider thumbnails and titles to be a part of the package. Good content is that in which can be picked up by the algorithm.
I didn't wait for his video to be made because his community had already started emailing me and sending me messages about being compared to a sexual abuser. So obviously I went to look at the document itself and respond to it because people kept emailing me about it from your community telling me some nasty shit. So that's why I didn't wait and talked about it now. But you're right, had I waited, you would have been able to more accurately get across this point than just on some words on a page. His definition of good is drastically different than mine. For me, as I said in my video, good content, I thought high quality production, a lot of work goes into it, very research topic, buttoned up, just a general overall good piece of content from a production, storytelling, whatever standpoint. His definition is all of that plus just being algorithmically viable, something that appeals to a large audience, something that can get picked up and spread around, good thumbnail, good everything. That is not how I worked under the impression of good content. He also states that there's a multitude of reasons why that high quality production that I considered good content may never go anywhere. He says that in his definition, good content that does all of these things right, that can get picked up by the algorithm, does the thumbnail perfectly, all of that, will eventually get exposure. And I am inclined to agree with that. Ludwig, in his video, also did prove that to a certain extent as well. If you have a deep understanding of what makes content algorithmically viable and make it something that can be picked up, you stand a good chance of naturally getting exposure without someone reacting to the content. That is a point that I do agree with him on. But it is not something that I could pick up from the pages here because the good content wasn't defined for me, so I imposed my own definition of it, which doesn't work here because no content is guaranteed impressions. Even content that is algorithmically viable, is good content by his definitions, is still not guaranteed impressions either, but it stands a much better chance of naturally getting that exposure. Again, it was just me not knowing what his definition of good content was that he was working under.
Nowhere in this document do I use small creators anywhere. Anywhere! The impressions logically would go to other people. If a person uses React content on Twitch to keep people from going to YouTube, that is the same thing. I'm not talking about YouTube specifically, Twitch specifically, TikTok specifically, Instagram specifically, the entire online creator marketplace.
Which is something I didn't pick up on at all. He's right, he didn't discriminate. It wasn't just on YouTube and it wasn't just about small creators, which is how I interpreted his initial tweet because he's talking about it stopped thousands of creators from having a career. To me that says small creators because I mean, Dark Viper is not going to lose his career because there's an influx of React content somewhere on the site. So to me, the only people that that's referring to are going to be the small creators that might be affected by not being able to get in on those eyeballs somehow. So I interpreted it incorrectly then if it's not about small creators, which it clearly isn't. And the entire point isn't just about YouTube, which I thought it was. He's talking about the broader creator sphere, which was lost on me because I went in there with the incorrect perceived notion of what the actual full subject was and the scope of it. I focused too closely on what I thought his point was based on an extremely hostile opening statement on Twitter as well as some rants in the comment section with his community. So I went in there incorrectly digesting the information, which he's right, would have been an issue solved had I waited for the video. But again, why put these names in this script out there? You knew that your community would probably reach out to the people on there and tell them some crazy shit and say some horrible things, which is what got my attention to look at the document in the first place, and it seemed like something I needed to talk about right now because of how many people were bringing it to my attention, which I see was a mistake, and I should have waited for the video because then I would have actually understood past what was on this page. There's still a ton left in his video, but the point is still the same, that I misunderstood from the very get-go, and it changed my perspective of what he was actually saying. As he reiterates multiple times throughout the next parts, the point wasn't that it's going to small creators or that this is only about small creators or that all the impressions stay on YouTube. It's the entire creator atmosphere where without React content specifically, those impressions go to somebody else, which could cause the birth of the next big original content creator, which is a fact that I do agree with. But that's, again, as he mentions, the same with everyone. If every big content creator right now disappeared, all of those impressions that are now homeless, out in the cold, the rain, shit in their diapers or whatever, they now have to go to somebody else because they're already on that platform. Those impressions will be distributed to somebody, and it will be the other creators that now have all that vacancy to occupy. And he's right. But when I came into this document from that first tweet, and I guess maybe I was also going in there already hostile from the emails I'd received and the comparison to the sexual abuse thing, I went in there with a distorted view, and to me, everything I tried to spin back to him talking about how it's guaranteed to help small content creators making good content, which, as he reiterates multiple times, is not what the goal of the post or the video was. So I did misunderstand it, of course. But what I really don't appreciate even still is that comparison, that analogy that he defends so heavily about sexual abuse and React streamers. Even if I wasn't a React streamer, if I had never done it in my life, I would still take great issue with someone making a comparison like that. It's fucked up and rightfully deserves to be called out. I don't think it's a defensible position to have. He's in the right to dunk on me for the other things that I did misunderstand. He's even making my dog upset right now with that comparison. She got one of her toys stuck under the TV, so I had to fish it out for her. But the point I'm making, the comparison of React streamers to someone likely to commit sexual abuse that he has said, it's hyperbole, or in this video he calls it just like an analogy to compare the things, is still fucked up.
My point was, consent matters, and the idea of asking consent after you've already done the thing is clearly not good. That is not how consent works. And I made flippant offhand examples. Like I didn't even say it explicitly. My exact words were at the very end to highlight the absurdity of that position. If you meet a reactor at a party, I suggest covering your glass or outright tell them you don't want them to fuck you, because they seem keen to take a person's silence for consent.
Again, you did explicitly say it in your Twitter argument. It is still a shit analogy. It's not an okay comparison to make. Imagine an actual victim of sexual abuse reading that and having it trivialized to something like React streaming, like, oh, these two are now comparable. It's fucked up. And you got that response on Twitter as well, and you know that it's a bad position to take, and I wish you would just let it go and just say, yes, I got a little too heated and said something stupid. While yes, the issue of consenting to having your video reacted to is an important one, it's not okay to somehow use that to put these two on the same playing field almost, where sexual abuse and React streaming can be in the same sentence. It's not okay to do that. Yes, again, I do agree that getting permission to watch something on stream is important, which is why, going forward, even when given permission, I will not be watching the entire thing on stream anyway. I'm not changing my stance on that, but absolutely, I took a peanut butter and LE sandwich on a lot of what I thought he was saying, because I got it wrong. I really did. And he was right to defend it as he did in this video.
Wait a second. This is just React content. And that last video I watched was just him repeating stuff he'd seen on Twitter and with a few dick jokes. Why am I watching this? There has to be better content out there than this. If you read some of the comments under my original community post, many people had the same view. You were once upon a time a decent content creator, but you've become rich and lazy.
This has nothing to do with his points at all. It's more of just an ad hominem thing, but it is something I do want to talk about because it's super weird to me when people say I was once upon a time a decent content creator, but I'm lazy now. My content pre-2016, I would sit down for 10 minutes, play a game, and just make a checklist mentally, and I've talked about this, where I'd say cock at least 3 times, cum, titties, and nipples. That was every piece of content I made from fucking 2010 to like 2016. And then I started branching into other forms of content that I just have a lot more fun doing and make me significantly happier. I very rarely mention nipples. I can rarely even think of a time I've even mentioned it in the last couple of months or years, honestly. I don't make a ton of dick jokes. I don't just sit down for 10 minutes, one take playing a shitty game, and just go through my checklist of, you gotta be shitting on my ass shitter and I'm pissing on my dick pisser. You know, like I'm putting significantly more into these videos and I'm doing so many other things. Just being fully transparent with the mask off, this is something that's always hurt me over the last few years, where people say that my glory days were back then, like the 2010 to 2015 content, because I was fucking miserable making it. It was literally a mental checklist of mentioning penis, cum, and titties. I don't think any of it was really all that great, and I'd always say like XD random shit. Well, this is look at this. I'm going so fast it'll put titties on a cactus. Oh man, you gotta be rubbing my ass cheek with 5 bricks, but not 6 because 6 bricks is the shits. Like, none of that I really think is like good stuff, but people always reference it like that's when Charlie was at his best. He was so fucking happy doing it. It was great. And I don't get it because now I'm doing so many different things and I'm not just a one-trick pony mentioning nipples and cock. Of course, I'll still talk about penis sometime because wiener is enjoyable to joke about from time to time, but it's not every video and it's not every joke. And I do so many different things besides just play shitty video games. Like music videos, I've been very passionate about. A full fucking comic series we've been working super hard on over the last almost 2 years now. Doing big scale productions like our own Squid Game, or hosting our own professional go-karting race on a legitimate indie track, or making a potato cannon from scratch and firing a potato through a tennis racket to create french fries on the other end like Ed, Edd and Eddy. Training with an ungodly specimen of masculinity and martial arts, Dale from Detroit Urban Survival Training, when he came out and got goofy with us. Started an entire esports organization that's winning championships now. Started an entire organization, Human Media Group, that is aimed at helping creators not get fucked by MCNs and shady sponsors and shit, bringing them deals and helping them with their channels. Like when Nux wasn't getting paid by YouTube, getting that situation solved, being in a position to help creators that I really have always wanted to be in, making all kinds of different content that I'm so proud of, and still people just keep referencing like 2010 to 2015 Charlie of that's when he was at his best, just playing shitty games, doing the absolute bare minimum. That was the laziest time of my life. It took me 10 minutes to make those videos. Now I'll spend fucking 10 weeks on something. I spend so much time creating content that it really makes me happy. And then of course sprinkled throughout there, I'll have times where it is React content. And yeah, like I've mentioned multiple times, it is effortless stuff, but it was content I had fun creating, and now I understand that it's not like the best form of content for everyone. So I'm going to change that and make it more the response content that I've always done, which is the more like specific points that I want to talk about and add value to the content and not just the entire piece itself. If you scrolled through my channel right now, you would see so much different content, so many different things. That's not just response, gaming, or podcast, moist meter. There's just so much there. So much shit, and it's all things that I'm much happier making and I'm having a lot of fun doing. So when someone like Dark Viper, who really only does one thing, which is play GTA, talk about GTA, speedrun GTA, and he's good at it, don't get me wrong, like I said, I enjoy him, but all he really does is commit to one thing, one area, and then rant. That's it. You're not some beacon of incredible creativity, man. You live in one single bubble, the rock star bosom that you continue to suckle on, and then still have the audacity to say shit like, I'm only a React streamer. All Moist Critical is a React streamer now. He doesn't do anything else. It fucking sucks. And yeah, it absolutely does hurt. You mention many times throughout your streams, at least in the past from when I've watched, how like actually miserable you are. Like you are pretty much a loner who is committed 100% to the grind. And really, there's nothing wrong with the grind like that. but I would argue you'd be a lot happier if you did more than just obsessively focus on one area. I'm sure you and your community remember the entire unnamed drama where, to bring everyone up to speed on the lore, Dark Viper was going for an incredible record and he was beaten to it by someone named Unnamed, and in response, Dark Viper really had a rough go of it. He kind of had a bit of a meltdown and it was a big disaster in the whole Dark Viper anime arc. It was a very dark time for the community and I was there for it. I saw all of it, but I still supported Dark Viper. Like, as a person, I still thought his content was good. I still enjoyed, like, watching and hearing from him. But for you to go out and call these people just this, that's all they are, and you can spit on them because you're so much better because all you are is the GTA ranting guy, and that's a lot better. It's just so fucking silly. I really think it is. So, yeah, I went on a bit of a rant about this because this is something that I've been wanting to talk about a little bit more. Because this perspective is something that always fucking hurts. It really does. People prefer just one thing, and one thing only. Dance Monkey, Charlie, play bad games, nothing else. That's when he was at his best. And it fucking hurts, because I didn't like doing that exclusively. What I'm doing now is so many different things. And for Dark Viper to keep portraying me as just one person, one guy doing this one thing, fucking sucks. So yeah, again, he had every right to dunk on me for the things I got wrong. Overall, I think this has been a pretty eye-opening experience, and I feel like I've learned a lot. Not all from Dark Viper. I think JackSepticEye did a really great job. Just when you thought all the internet drama was beginning to die down a bit, we have a new wild and wacky development here, but this time on YouTube, and involving cheating. But not like the anal bead chest cheating. This cheating doesn't involve butt plugs or anal beads at all. This one involves a man who was unfaithful to his wife. I'm talking about the Try Guys, Ned Fulmer. The Try Guys are a massive channel, have been for a long time, and yesterday they posted this message letting people know that Ned Fulmer would no longer be working with the Try Guys. After this was posted, all of the information began to surface as to why. There's video, picture evidence that confirms that Ned Fulmer cheated on his wife with a workplace associate for quite some time, I believe. And it was a big mess, a big, stinky, filthy mess. I went over the situation on stream, and I'll show you the clips from that, but I think it's very important to highlight that Ned Fulmer's entire identity revolved around how much he loved his wife. Like, I swear to God, it was like he took a goddamn love potion from Harry Potter, because half the shit he would talk about in the videos was how much he loved his wife. And then it turns out he was cheating on her. So yeah, just a giant scumbag shit stain, and the entire community was really caught off guard by this, obviously. Super shocked to learn that Ned Fulmer was a cheater. That would be like if you guys learned I secretly enjoyed Burger King. I am publicly insulting them all the time, saying how bad they are, comparing their food to nuclear sludge. But imagine all of that's just a lie, and it turns out that I actually love Burger King and I'm boofing Whoppers in my bathtub every night. You would be shocked and feel betrayed just even learning that about me. So I think the audience definitely felt that, because they were all under the impression that Ned Fulmer was a very family-first kind of guy. He has kids as well. So no one really thought Ned Fulmer would be a piece of shit like this. So a very sad situation overall. I'll go ahead and play the stream moments that really showcase the whole situation a bit more, but I wanted to give you the general overview here of what's going on. So I think most people are familiar with the Try Guys, I would imagine. Try Guys are a huge channel, and have been for a very long time. And one of the members has recently been accused of being unfaithful to his wife. A wife whom he would constantly brag about and mention how much he loves his wife and respects his wife. In fact, he even posted a whole compilation of it. This is Ned, and the love he feels for his wife.
My wife, 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 my wife,
yep.
My wife, my wife, my wife, my wife, my wife, my wife.
Yeah, so it's like straight out of Borat with the whole my wife thing. So he talks about his wife a lot. He mentions his wife a ton. Always positively, too. You know, everyone was shocked when they heard it was Ned who cheated on his wife. Because this man, with everything he said, treated her like an angel, viewed her like a goddess. And yet, he was tempted by the forbidden fruit. He allegedly Well, not even allegedly, he fucking confirmed it. Here's his post. He had an affair. A consensual workplace relationship. The employee that he had, or I believe it was an employee, or maybe just like a work associate, the person that people are thinking it is was a woman who was also engaged. And her fiance found out and removed every picture of her from his Instagram. And, you know, you can start connecting the dots here. You don't have to be, you know, the smartest guy in the world to follow the trail of breadcrumbs. So, Ned fucked a woman that wasn't his wife and also fucked another dude's wife. He respects his wife so much he had to cheat on her because he's unworthy of her love. Yeah, maybe that's it. There's also some really beautifully aged clips here.
Ned is cheating. I'm calling it. Ned is cheating. Ned is cheating.
How right you were.
I'm calling it. Ned is cheating. Ned is cheating.
The intuition truly was right on the money. Sometimes you just gotta go with the gut feeling. And now Ned has been removed from the Try Guys. Which is big. I mean, that's big. Losing that job that's not an easy pill to swallow. He has 2 kids, right? He has some kids. I don't know how many. I will be fully open. I'm not overly familiar with Ned or the Try Guys. I, of course, have watched their content from time to time, but I wouldn't consider myself like a connoisseur. Yeah, I don't know their ins and outs. I didn't even know Ned was married. I thought the whole my wife thing was like a running gag or something. So he tried an affair. He did. I don't think he liked the results very much so far, but the jury's still out. Why fire him, though? Because it's a bad image. He's now a flight risk. That happens with everything. It's not just like YouTube or anything. Literally, that happens everywhere. 15K quote tweets. I know, this man caught a storm. Yep. So did the company fire him, or did he leave? Bro, you think Ned Fulmer left? No, man, he got fired. And obviously, their entire brand is based on their personalities and people liking them and enjoying them. No one likes a cheater. So that immediately is a big problem for the brand. Thus, they got rid of him for it. And his whole brand was how much he loved his wife. True. The love and respect he had for his wife was one of, like, his crucial tenets, like a 10 commandment he'd follow. Does the president get to appoint a new Try Guy? Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I wonder how they'll get the new Try Guy. Surely they have a council to elect the newest member to replace him, like Hydra. Maybe they'll get 2 more members. Cheated because he lost focus. Yeah, it's a really weird statement. I just wasn't paying attention and my dick fell in. 2 weeks ago, a cheating scandal caught the attention of the entire world. And since then, it's been a non-stop roller coaster of action, drama, suspense, mystery, blood, violence. And it's just been unreal to watch it all unfold over the last few weeks. It's becoming one of my favorite shows, up there with like Breaking Bad. There has been more plot development and character arcs and shit in this drama than in most major television programs. I'm talking, of course, about the Hans Niemann vs. Magnus Carlsen cheating scandal. I covered this when it first started 2 weeks ago, but I'll give you the quick, dirty, and sloppy of it. So Magnus Carlsen is the best chess player in the world, and in a recent tournament, he went up against Hans Niemann, who was a lower-ranked player. It was expected to be a complete fucking steamroll, but Hans Niemann was able to pull off the upset and beat Magnus Carlsen, and in a subsequent interview didn't do a great job of explaining his prep and how he was able to do it, so this led to a lot of people getting suspicious, as well as Magnus Carlsen himself withdrawing from that tournament and then making hard accusations of cheating against Niemann later on. And I followed it ever since. I've only made 2 videos discussing it, but I've been following it actively on stream. I've become this rabid animal hungry for more chess drama developments. I'm constantly refreshing the chess subreddit to see if there's any new bombshells dropping, and when there's not, I'm scratching at my neck, and I feel off. You know, it's kind of like Bane, how he has to be like sucking on that venom to stay big and strong, or even to survive. That's me with this chess cheating drama. It's just so wacky and wild. The main thing that put this into the public eye is the anal bead controversy. I'll give you the brief rundown here, the cliff notes. People speculated that Hans Niemann may have cheated against Magnus Carlsen by having vibrating anal beads in his asshole that would vibrate, telling him the best moves to play against him. That's what the media latched onto, and that's what got people drawn in. Now, that's of course not entirely accurate. There's no proof of any kind of high-tech butt plug or any kind of rectal devices that Hans Niemann may have employed during this match. There's no evidence there, and we don't have a time machine to go back and have Hans goatsy himself so we can check for ourselves, so that is still always just going to remain a bit of a fan theory, some fanfic. But since then, there's been so much that's happened. I'll go ahead and fill you in on the most recent stuff. Hans Niemann's coach, Maxim Delugi, was publicly outed as a cheater. There was a massive write-up all about how Delugi has cheated in the past. He's even admitted to cheating, and this was obviously a pretty big deal since not only is Maxim Delugi a very big chess player in and of his own right, he even has his own school, but he is the coach of Hans Niemann, who is also being accused of cheating, so it's obviously a bit of a bad look here. But of course it would be foolish to say that because Hans Niemann's coach was cheating, he himself is also cheating. You know, he's not like some baby latched on to Maxim Delugi's tit and suckling milk from it and emulating him. So I think the people that were using this as definitive proof that Hans Niemann was a cheater as well, I think is a bit ridiculous. But today, yesterday actually, time is moving so weird recently. Like, this drama has created this weird like time dilation vortex where everything moves at a different speed. So I'm getting confused on what day it is now. But yesterday, Hans Niemann was once again thrown into the spotlight with even harder accusations of cheating, this time by Chess.com themselves, who defended their position for why they banned him by releasing a massive report that claims that Hans Niemann most likely cheated in over 100 online games. This is a 72-page report that attempts to prove that Hans Niemann most likely cheated in multiple online games, some of them online games for prize money. Now, Hans did admit that he's cheated in his past before, but he maintained that they were mainly unranked games and that he had only cheated like when he was 12 for online prize money. But this report seems to indicate that he has cheated in more online games than he let on, as well as some of them, a few of them, being for online prize money. And for some reason, people were calling this a nothing burger. And I had to scratch my head. Myself, as well as many others, immediately recognized that this is not a nothing burger. At the very least, this is a something burger junior with a side of fries, because it also includes emails between Chess.com and Hans Niemann, where Hans Niemann does openly confess to cheating in at least one instance, where he claims that he was having someone help him with moves in order to test Chess.com's systems, which I think is kind of weird. You know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That seems like an excuse I would have come up with when I was in high school for why I didn't do my homework. Now, yes, the report from Chess.com lacks any hard evidence to suggest Hans Niemann has ever cheated in over-the-board chess, but this is a reputational nuke. This is a huge deal because it directly contradicts not only the claims Hans Niemann made about himself and the amount of times he's cheated, but also showcases that he has cheated a lot in general. You might remember during an interview after all of this started blowing up, Hans Niemann publicly confessed to cheating in his past. He said he cheated when he was 12 as well as when he was 16, all online games, maintained his innocence in over-the-board chess, but said he has cheated in online spaces before. When he was 16, it was mainly to like speed run the ranks a little bit so he could climb faster so his streams would pop off more because the stronger the player, the stronger the audience. But he really kind of made it seem like it wasn't something he was doing super frequently, over 100 times. And according to the Chess.com report, some of those were with prize money on the line. So that is a massive deal because at that point, you're scamming your competitors out of potential winnings because of cheating. Like, that is a huge deal. And not all of that happened when he was 12 and 16. The Chess.com report indicates he may have been 17 during some of the cheating, and not all of the prize money cheating was when he was 12, apparently, I suppose. Now, there is another little dessert item here that I think is worth mentioning. Chess.com is currently in the process of acquiring Play Magnus Group, which is Magnus Carlsen's chess group, for $82 million. An $82 million merger with Magnus Carlsen. So why is this prudent? Well, it should be obvious. Because it's in Chess.com's best interest to side with Magnus Carlsen. Now, whether or not this would skew any of their data or make them unreliable to analyze these things, I don't know. I'm not smart enough. But clearly, since they just spent this much money on Magnus Carlsen and his group, they're not going to paint him in a bad light. And of course, after spending this much money, they're going to be on his side for everything, I imagine. Magnus Carlsen could release a tweet right now saying the world is flat, and Chess.com might retweet it saying he's right, and here's our proof to corroborate Magnus Carlsen. I'm of course joking around, but the point is, they've spent so much money, this is their future business partner, they are clearly going to be on his side, in his corner. I don't know if this means that their report is a hit piece or anything. I don't think so, because it really just seems like a very clear-cut analysis, data that they've all looked at and concluded that there is a high chance that Hans Niemann has cheated more times than he's let on. I don't think that's necessarily been influenced by their business partnership with Magnus Carlsen, and they haven't submitted any evidence to suggest Hans Niemann cheated against Magnus, so it's not like they're out there saying, no, Hans Niemann absolutely cheated against Magnus. They're not saying that. They are just releasing information that continues to say that Hans Niemann has a cheating past, which he does and he has admitted to, and Chess.com has shown that it's more than he's said. So this has been just such a crazy adventure so far, and I don't think it's even close to over. So far, Hans Niemann hasn't said anything about the Chess.com report because he's currently competing at the US Championships right now. Here's a screenshot I took of him going through security. As you can see, they've really beefed up security here, checking for any electronic devices there with that wand. Now, I took the screenshot while he was looking at Hans Niemann's asshole, but he didn't spend a whole lot of time in that region, and I will critique that. I feel like he should have put special emphasis on making sure there were no anal beads. They didn't do any cavity searches or anything, they're just sticking with the wand. And who knows, maybe Niemann and his laboratory have come up with a way of having these butt plugs not be picked up by the wands. You know, you can never be too safe, right? That's what I always say. But yeah, once again, there hasn't been concrete proof to prove that he cheats in over-the-board chess. However, it is absolutely worth mentioning there have been a lot of reports as well as independent tests conducted on some of Hans Niemann's games as well as his growth as a player. And a lot of it is pretty suspicious, I would say. Again, I'm an 1100 player. I'm nowhere near qualified enough to opine on the evidence that's been submitted. But I will say all of it is looking at the games and comparing them to engine moves, as well as comparing his growth to some of the greats in the chess community, and them pointing out the oddities of it. I myself can't really wrap my head around a lot of it, though of course some things that stand out are some of his games being 100% in line with moves engines would make, as well as a couple of other things, but overall there has still not been any evidence to suggest how Hans Niemann cheated against Magnus Carlsen, or if he 100% did cheat against Magnus Carlsen, because again, there are some GMs out there that are maintaining that Hans Niemann may have cheated in online games, but has still not cheated in over-the-board games, stating that Magnus Carlsen really did just play poorly against Niemann at that cup, and yeah, so it's still a very interesting landscape right now, and I'm really curious to see where it goes from here. I absolutely think Hans Niemann needs to respond to this Chess.com article because I think it's a very big deal, and a lot of what they brought up. They say the human mind is like a sponge, constantly absorbing new information. Well, I'm about to blow a load of knowledge right into your fucking brain right now. If you're unaware, and you shouldn't be, there's trouble brewing on the game Rust. There's a whole load of drama going on there. It's absolute chaos and pandemonium. Bodies on the street, tears on the keyboard. It is absolutely hectic. And I'm going to go ahead and bring you all up to speed on the lore, why an older game like Rust has all of a sudden exploded. Just take you by the hand and walk you through everything going on right now because it's drama I want to talk about because I've been hard addicted to Rust over the last week or so. It's been hitting me harder than heroin. Like, this shit is pretty wild. I absolutely have been loving Rust. And it's pretty sad to see a lot of the drama that's been going on, so I figured I'd at least talk about it since it's been kind of a big debate. So let's start at the beginning. Rust is an older survival game where anything's possible. You're limited only by your imagination and a million other things. But for the most part, you can do a lot of really cool shit in Rust. Rust initially released as early access 7 years ago and then fully released 2 years ago, and there's been a big community around the game, especially on YouTube, a lot of Rust content creators, and it's not like it was an obscure game, most people had heard of Rust before, but it recently blew up in popularity, going from like 1,000 or 2,000 viewers a day on Twitch to over 1 million a day on Twitch. And it's all thanks to Abe and Offline TV. Abe being the mastermind, the puppet master, aka the blood god. Abe and Offline TV set up a private server where they invited a bunch of their friends, a bunch of streamers to play on, hang out, roleplay, PvP, and just make fun content in the Rust universe. And it was fucking amazing stuff. I was lucky enough to be invited to the server. I got to join Team Rocket and share in that kind of shit. We were like Scooby-Doo villains there, creating great story arcs and great moments, raiding the police station set up by other players. Just really fun shit. But even just the creation of the server wasn't without drama. For some reason, there's like this community of Rust cultists, these Puritans that think there's only one way of playing Rust, which is on public servers, which are notorious for being racist, toxic, and absolutely brutal and no fun to play on. And people just saying like, oh, look at these fucking pussies not even playing real Rust. I still remember the first time I was crying over my keyboard playing Rust. These guys haven't even started the journey into being a real Rust player. And as I've said before, I think there's nothing more sad than these lunch table outcasts that think that their obscure game is only theirs to enjoy and you can only enjoy it in the way that they like to play it. I think that shit is really fucking sad. So you had a whole ton of people melting down about this server even being started in the first place, like, why are these fake Rust players, you know, trying to play the game this way and hijack our game? They're misleading their viewers into thinking this is what Rust is like. Oh, it's so disgusting. For the first couple days I was on this server, there was a few people in chat just fucking melting down about me not playing Rust the right way because I was using push to talk to like joke around with friends and roleplay and shit. And not like lame roleplay. I roleplay as a waste management service worker, the king of trash, the trash god. So, like, actual cool roleplay. And people were still melting down like, oh, you're supposed to use voice chat for insults and racist slurs. What the fuck are you doing? This is not how Rust is supposed to be played. This is painful to watch. What the fuck is this? Like, it's so pathetic. Even just making the server was controversial. I don't understand this mentality. Now, granted, it's not like the actual Rust pros, like the Rust content creators that shared this mentality. A lot of the Rust content creators are in the server and having a lot of fun. It was just like pretty much exclusive to Rust professional spectators or people that have like 200 hours in the game all spent hitting a tree in a public server and dying repeatedly as a naked person on a beach that think everyone has to have that same experience with Rust. It's just sad shit. They're like Pain from Naruto. They've experienced so much pain that they just want to distribute it to everyone else in their fucking game. Sad. Really garbage shit. But the actual drama started pretty recently, so as the server began to expand and really blow up on Twitch, invites became more frequent and more people were being added to the server. As the floodgates were opening and the legs were spreading wider and wider until the vagina was fully agape, inviting every player that even had an interest in Rust into it, a lot of problems began to arise. Now, that's not to say that the server was without drama before a lot of people came in, because even in the first couple of days, there was trivial drama and shouting matches in-game where, you know, some people were joking, some people weren't. XQC would get mad, or at least he'd seem mad, and people would get upset at that, and, you know, there was definitely some drama, but it didn't really start to blow up until a lot more people came in. And that brings us to today, where Charlie sits semi-chubbed in his chair talking to you about Rust drama. In response to so many people going to the PvP server and so much going on, Abe created a second server more focused on RP, but still mainly PvP. It's 70% PvP, 30% RP. On that server, that's where I have my waste management empire where I run around collecting trash with a garbage truck, and on the other server is where I live my double life as a Team Rocket assassin. So there's a purpose for both servers, but the second one is much more exclusive and more focused on just making some enjoyable, goofy content, and the first one's that more cutthroat, coming for scalps, blood, sweat, tears, cum, titties, flying all over the place, gore, and hurt feelings everywhere. And in that server is where the drama begins, the genesis of all Rust drama. With a lot of big egos clashing in this Thunderdome, there was bound to be a catastrophic explosion of drama. So what really set it off is a couple of Rust veterans camping in bushes and killing people on site, just mindlessly murdering people in the streets without any attempt to communicate or make fun content out of it. They would just sit in the bush and kill people, hoping to make them mad, which would then be used for their YouTube video views. At least that's the narrative that's been going on. I wasn't in the server during that time. I was busy doing the actual important shit, collecting waste and human fecal matter on the other server, so I didn't see that firsthand. I've only seen the clips in some of the VODs. But these two events, it's like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, these two events led to a whole fucking war on Twitter, on Twitch, on live stream fails about whether or not these Rust veterans, did anything wrong. Because to the Rust professional viewers, that's just how they've always experienced the game. So to them, there was absolutely nothing wrong with just sitting in a bush for fucking 30 minutes, waiting for someone to ride by on a horse and just shooting them on sight and then looting them. That's normal to them. But to a new player that had no chance of fighting back and who doesn't even have that experience in the game, that's just fucking not fun. Like, that's just absolute dog shit. There's no fun to be had there. So it's been a huge debate, like, why are they getting punished? Why are people mad? It's just Rust. Learn how to play Rust, you pussies. And there's two sides to this argument, but there's a wrong side and a right side. The wrong side is the one that says they did nothing wrong. Like, when you go into the server, it literally just says, please just don't mindlessly kill people. Like, when XQC and Team Rocket would roll into a place, there was a whole storyline built up for it. There was a reason for it. When they made a kill, there was at least jokes exchanged, and by the end of it, most people were laughing. Of course, there were times that they weren't, but for the most part, when there were kills made, it was part of, like, this storyline. Oh, Team Rocket's rolling in, tumbleweeds rolling across the city as people close their doors and lock their kids and wife in the basement to avoid the wrath of Team Rocket. Like, it was goofy, fun shit. They were a cartoonish villain organization. But then, over the last couple days, it's more like, oh, don't ride down that road because a Rust Pro might be waiting in a ghillie suit in one of the bushes to just shoot you on sight. Like, that's very different, and that's not fun. Again, the server was made to be more relaxed and focused on fun content in the game with an emphasis on PvPing, because in Rust, it's fun to PvP, and it's more fun when you're PvPing with a purpose as opposed to just going for, like, a KD ratio in a survival game. A lot of the people in the Rust community that are vehemently defending this have, like, no level of self-awareness or social skills to recognize that this is just not in the spirit of what the server was for. I mean, even the fucking creator of Rust made this sarcastic tweet poking fun at this mentality. Like, it's just not hard to grasp, but there's a huge difference between PvPing with, like, a goofy storyline and joking around and just waiting to kill people on sight for their loot. Even on this tweet, there were so many Rust players that were like, finally, Gary's speaking up. Yeah, these pussies just don't get real Rust like we do. And even in the tweet, like, he couldn't have made it more on-the-nose sarcastic. They couldn't even recognize the most basic level of sarcasm there. It's just this inability to read the room from some people to be like, yeah, that's kind of douchey to just kill for their loot on brand new players or constantly murdering naked people, you know? Like, it doesn't take a whole lot to get that concept. Now, that's not for all of the Rust veterans in the PvP server. It's only a handful. Most of them are just super helpful making their own goofy shit. Like, I think it's Ray. He started a hotel on the server. There's other players that started taxi services. So while it is a huge focus on PvP in that server, it's still mainly RP. Like, I visited an 18+ art gallery yesterday on that server. Like, it's still mainly RP with some PvP. So you really can't even use the argument that the server's meant to just be kill-on-site PvP all the time, because the majority of it is just a lot of people messing around, role-playing, and having fun. So there's really no way of defending it. Now, in response to all this drama that was blowing up that I was just talking about, 2 players, I believe, were banned from the server, which is where most of this drama just stemmed from, everyone debating whether or not they deserve the ban or shit like that. But I think it's pretty clear, like, they were playing it very differently from everybody else in that server, and in clear violation of the rules Abe set out. Mainly, no mindless killing. So you can argue whether or not a ban was warranted as opposed to just asking them, hey, can you just fucking stop this shit? Like that, you know, maybe you can argue that, but you can't really defend the actions of it. If I was still on that server and I was the victim of that shit, I probably would have just stopped playing, to be honest. That doesn't sound very fun. I saw a couple clips where, like, a girl was just standing out in the open, and then a guy ran in on a horse and just shot her on sight and took her shit. Then she had to respawn on the other side of the map. And that was, like, after, what, like 5 hours of collecting shit? And she was there waiting to, like, talk and joke and just got blasted. Like, that's not fun. I'd probably just throw my arms up in the air and be like, well, I'll switch games. So I do get it. It definitely seems like it was taking some of the fun out. And I just wanted to talk about it because I've been fucking loving Rust, and watching this drama kind of sucks because Abe doesn't deserve to have to deal with all that shit. Abe has done an incredible job with these servers and what he's done with Rust. It has been so... Yesterday, H3H3 Productions revealed something he's been working on for a long time now in secret, like the fucking Manhattan Project of YouTube drama exposed videos. He released the content nuke on Keemstar. It's 46 minutes of high-octane, full-throttle, nuts-to-butts drama action, and I'll say it's one of the only 40-plus minute exposed videos I was able to watch start to finish without falling asleep. However, it is still just a lot of things that have been covered for years. Everything Ethan talks about is shit people have shit on Keemstar for years, so there's no new information in the video. It's kind of just like an anime lore explanation video for this anime character of Keemstar, like an episode recap. Here's what happened previously on Keemstar being an asshole. Ethan's basically just compiled all the big Keemstar douchebag moments and put them into this video compendium. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure there's a lot of people that weren't familiar with some of the shit he's done in his past, and Ethan just brought it to their attention. It's just for me personally, since I love to keep up with internet drama and squabbles between internet people, I would have liked to see something new from Ethan. Like maybe Ethan finds a director's cut of Cats that has Keemstar acting in it, and then he exposes Keemstar for being a bad actor and having poor taste in picking the movies he's in. But again, there's nothing wrong with it still just being things that have been covered in the past. The reason I'm even talking about it right now isn't so much because I care about Ethan and Keemstar having internet beef. It's actually what I think Ethan did that I think sets a terrible precedent for the entire platform going forward and could lead to a disastrous future. In Ethan's content nuke, he mentions Keemstar's sponsor G Fuel 8 times, constantly saying things like, "Why is G Fuel sponsoring you? They shouldn't be sponsoring you. This is kind of fucked up that you still have sponsors. How is this possible?" Just implying that he needs to lose his sponsorship with G Fuel, you know? So by implying these things, Ethan ignited his fan base to spam G Fuel, forcing them to drop Keemstar, which happened. G Fuel did drop Keemstar, and people went wild in celebration. It was like the end of Star Wars Phantom Menace. They had like this huge fucking parade, medals were given out because they defeated Keemstar, at least financially. They got rid of his biggest sponsor that he's had for many years. And a lot of people say, you know what, yeah, it is a slimy tactic, because it is. Going after someone's sponsors and employment, that is such a fucked up, low tactic. That's shit you see those middle-aged Karens on Twitter doing when they have an argument with someone where they start contacting the employer of the person they're arguing with, trying to get them fired. It's the same tactic that Ethan and his fan base have done to Keemstar. And a lot of people say, yeah, it is kind of fucked up, but it's Keemstar, so we're fine with it. And you shouldn't be. Yeah, Keemstar's done a ton of fucked up shit that definitely deserves consequences, but taking it into your hands as like the arbiter of justice to spam his advertisers to get him to drop them, you don't see how that could be used against you? It's like the same thing for people who are constantly begging for the government to censor the internet because there's things they don't like on it. It's a very slippery slope that can get out of control very quickly. So sticking with Keemstar losing G Fuel. Well, him losing G Fuel wasn't enough for the bloodlust of the fanbase. Now on the subreddit, they're taking action against Spotify because Keemstar is on Spotify, so now they're lobbying and spamming Spotify to drop Keemstar, another one of his big advertisers. So you see what's happening, right? What Ethan has done is he's given power to the fan base to ruin anyone's career. And what this does is that tells everyone else on YouTube with a following they can do the same thing because these advertisers are going to cave to pressure. It's very similar to the most recent YouTube adpocalypse where Matt got a bunch of people together to contact advertisers on YouTube and telling them to drop, which they eventually did, and that fucked a ton of YouTubers and destroyed a lot of YouTube careers. It's the same thing, but now done on an individual level we haven't seen before. Let me tell you exactly how this could go. What Keemstar could do, Keemstar could ignite his fan base to spam Ethan's advertisers with Gokanaru's video, The Death of H3H3. In this video, YouTuber Gokanaru does a ton of research and has a very long and thorough video that paints Ethan in the worst light possible. He has a bunch of clips where Ethan's casually saying the N-word, saying some other heinous shit, and doing some things that advertisers might not like. If Keemstar gets his fanbase to spam Ethan's advertisers with that, and the pressure's enough, they could drop Ethan. Same way G Fuel just did to Keemstar, the same tactic. What Ethan's done is he's opened up this extremely dangerous can of worms. Now, I'm not here defending Keemstar. I'm not trying to white knight him and be his chat mod, deleting mean messages and licking the piss off of his toilet seat. And I hate that I even have to clarify that. I think it's pretty clear that I'm not defending Keemstar, but the internet's already going in this way where if you don't agree with everything Ethan did in his video, all of his methods, then you're just defending Keemstar and you're a bad person. I'm saying what's happened to him and what Ethan has started is extremely bad for anyone on the internet. I'll use something from Ethan's video for an example. In Ethan's video, he talked about the time Keemstar falsely accused a RuneScape streamer named Tony of being a pedophile. Well, let's say Keemstar never made that mistake back then. Let's say he made that mistake tomorrow. Tomorrow, Keemstar says, this RuneScape streamer named Tony is a pedophile. And then people hear that, and now with what Ethan has shown them, they say, well, that's fucked up. It's time for justice. So they start reporting that Tony is a pedophile to Twitch, to RuneScape, and to Tony's advertisers and spam the shit out of him until all three drop him, and now Tony has lost everything even though he's done nothing wrong, just because Keemstar made a mistake and his fan base went behind it and started spamming. That's what Ethan has set in motion. Whether the information is right or wrong, whether the person deserves it or not, most people seem to agree that Keemstar deserved it, but this can absolutely happen to someone that truly doesn't deserve it by any possible measure. Ethan's like the Prometheus who brought fire to YouTube comments. He's shown that if you just weaponize YouTube commenters and get them to rally together and spam these advertisers, they will cave to pressure. Giving that much power to a mob mentality and cancel culture is super dangerous, especially on a platform like YouTube, where a lot of people invest their entire lives into a YouTuber. Like, they make their personal identity just being a super fan of a YouTuber, so when that YouTuber is being attacked or engaging in internet squabbles with another YouTuber, now these people can actually do something super harmful to the other side that they might not deserve, making them lose sponsors. And a lot of YouTubers rely on sponsors because the YouTube ad revenue is super all over the place for a lot of people. You can get 1 million views and get 71 cents. So these people do rely on sponsors for their livelihood, and now what Ethan has shown is that you can fuck that as long as you just have enough people doing it for you. Which, I'm super surprised he even did this tactic. Ethan's always been someone that's championed against the kind of cancel culture dogpiling shit, but I guess for Keemstar he's decided to make an exception and open Pandora's box. It's silly to think that this is going to be isolated to just Keemstar. That's not how the internet works. If it can happen to one person, it can happen to everyone. There's no world where the internet only uses this weapon one time and against one person. This hopefully won't be commonplace, but now that it's been shown to be effective, I can absolutely see a lot of people on YouTube using this against people they don't like, and that's the worst part. Keep in mind, these companies, they're not the moral police. They're not the fucking hall monitors in the school lobbies making sure people aren't running in the halls or chewing gum. These people don't give a fuck. What they care about is if having that person on their roster as endorsed by that company is hurting their image. And if enough people are telling them this is hurting your image, they're just going to drop them. They're not going to do any research. You can take anything out of context, spin any narrative you want, even without evidence, and get people dropped. It's happened before, just not on like a YouTuber personal level. And your own subreddit's already starting to go down that path. They've already got the big justice boner for fucking Keemstar, so now they've gone to his other advertisers like Spotify. They're trying to deplatform him from Spotify and a lot of other things. Now, how far does that go? Will they now start trying to deplatform and force sponsors out of deals with the people on Twitter that were defending Keemstar? And not even defending Keemstar, just people saying Ethan may have went a little far targeting advertisers. Well, this group that's now going after Spotify and the one that attacked G Fuel, well, they could do that to the people that are now trying to spin Ethan as some kind of bad guy for this. It's just, you can see how it's already starting to snowball into something that could be bad for everyone on the platform. But yeah, overall, the video was entertaining. It served the purpose that Ethan wanted it to serve, but I couldn't help but have this sour taste of ass in my mouth when he kept bringing up the sponsors, clearly making it a point to attack the sponsors without him recognizing the far-reaching consequences that kind of tactic can have, not just to Keemstar, but to innocent people on the platform, and could happen to Ethan as well. It's just something that could absolutely backfire on everyone. It's just a double-edged dildo that is gonna fuck everyone if this becomes a mainstream approach to things. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this is a totally one-time thing, but knowing the internet. Chess is something I feel needs no introduction. It's a game as old as time that I'm sure many of us have dabbled in at some point in our life. In fact, calling chess a game is doing it a disservice. It's a battleground that's reserved for only humanity's most intelligent minds to square off against one another in this coliseum of carnage, where only one will stand victorious, proving once and for all who is the smartest person on this planet. At least that's how some chess elitists view it. Why am I talking about chess? Well, chess has recently exploded on the internet, on Twitch in particular, thanks to one man, GM Hikaru Nakamura. He's a chess grandmaster, which is no small feat. It's an absolutely massive accomplishment, an achievement that only few people share. I know when you hear grandmaster these days, it's been watered down thanks to shit like being the grandmaster of some obscure martial arts where all you do is throw like invisible force fields to paid actors that fall over and you crown yourself grandmaster. So just that title alone doesn't carry weight, but in chess, being a chess grandmaster, that's the biggest honor there is. It is truly something huge and special. And Hikaru plays chess and shows his expertise on Twitch to a large audience. He's averaging over 12,000 viewers a stream, sometimes he'll get up to 30,000, and he was able to start really bringing chess to a wider audience and playing with other streamers like XQC. And it's brought chess to an audience that either hasn't played it before or is just now rediscovering it, so now everyone's hopping on chess and getting their cheeks spread wide open and double-fisted by someone you swear is actually fucking Sun Tzu come back from the grave just to spank your cheeks at chess, and it's just been a good time all around. A good time for everyone, but some of the chess elitists. You see, chess has had a long history of gatekeeping and elitism, so there's a lot of chess people in the community that are very upset with the fact that Hikaru has brought so many new people into it.
You got the dick riders, you know, like Hikaru's biggest example, obviously. And, you know, like, oh, you know, and then you go to Twitter, hey, Schwarzenegger, play me chess. And who's the other guy? The Greek Freak, play me chess. Oh, yeah, I'm friends with QVC. You know, then you got those guys. You know, are you kidding me? I mean, QVC and BoxBox, negative talent in life, nothing.
So this sack of sunshine here is GM Benjamin, another chess grandmaster who's very salty at Hikaru for positioning himself to be the face of chess right now. In chess there's two big names, there's Magnus Carlsen, who I'm sure most people know, and now Hikaru. And Benjamin doesn't really like that fact. There's been others, but Benjamin's been the most vocal about his disdain for new people coming in that aren't good at the game, which I think is super fucking silly, and he constantly says, like, negative talent, you know, XQC getting his fucking name wrong because he can't even do basic research, and BoxBox, you know, these guys have negative talent in life, equating being good at chess to being good in life. Like, these guys aren't good at chess, so they can't be good at anything in Benjamin's eyes, which is fucking weird because, Benjamin, you play a board game for a living. How's that different than them playing other games for a living? You know, at the end of the day, you're not some kind of master tactician that's doing anything for society. You're just playing a board game that people find entertaining to watch, and you're very good at it. It's not like the government's coming to you for strategy or anything like, shit, we don't know where to position our troops in the Middle East. Fuck, we need to get GM Benjamin on the phone. You know, he's mastered the Latvian gambit. He's a chess GM. We need him. Get him on the line. We need his input. I just think it's super silly to give this, like, level of prestige and elitism to chess. Yes, it is a game that requires a lot of intelligent thought and all kinds of strategy, as well as a lot of training. Most GMs start as a child, like a fucking chess prodigy to get to that level. But you know what else requires a lot of thought, practice, and dedication? Everything else in the entire fucking world. Chess is no different in that regard. So to have this level of elitism around it and gatekeeping, saying who is allowed to play chess, who is allowed to stream chess, is so fucking silly, and you just come across as a bitter asshole.
Nothing up here, nothing here. Just, you know, you guys are all idiots and they're like doing nonsense, and you guys are like, wow. So obviously, if you're a normal person who has talent, like Magnus Carlsen or, you know, MVL, Kramnik, you know, you ignore people with no talent, but Hikaru's like, oh, that guy has more money than me and he gets more viewers, so I'm going to try to get in on that. So.
Yeah, that's a cool take. If you're good at something, just ignore everyone who's worse at it than you are. That's a weird fucking perspective, man. Does that extend to, like, everywhere in your life? So, like, your wife, is she as good at chess as you are? Fucking making her show him that she's 2,800 in order to be able to sit at the same dinner table as him? You're an actual chess teacher, right, Benjamin? Like, you teach chess to people. Well, why? They're worse than you. Why are you associating with them? You're stooping down to their level to teach them your sacred game? Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, you're ruining chess by inviting these people to learn? Oh, disgusting, Ben. Now, obviously, his point he's making is the people Hikaru talks to and plays with are popular streamers. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are popular streamers, and it's made Hikaru more popular as well. So fucking what? Hikaru was a likable guy, he made it fun, made jokes, streamers had fun, joked, everyone was having a good time, so now more people are interested in chess. I fail to see how Hikaru teaching streamers how to play the game and having fun with the game is any different than you teaching anyone else how to play chess. I guess the only difference is the people Hikaru were teaching were popular, which means now he's not allowed to teach them. I don't really get your perspective on it, Benjamin. You seem to just be upset about it by calling him a dick rider. as if just talking to people on the platform and bringing chess to a wider audience is inherently a bad thing. It's a weird perspective that I've only seen from the chess community. If you go to any other game, even something like League of Legends and Dota, they love when new people come to their game to try it out. The more people playing a game, the better it is for the community that already plays the game and likes the game. The more people coming in and having fun, the better it is for everyone. Except Ben, and except for a lot of other actors in the chess elitism community. Because like I said, it's not just Ben, I've seen this from a couple others, but Ben, again, is the most vocal one about it, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, if I look at XQC, I'll tell you what the reaction is. The classic chess world, what they'll say is, oh, this guy's no good at chess. He's so bad. Why do we waste our time? Like, he's just no good at this game. So if he's no good at this game, he's nobody. Which is absolute rubbish, obviously, because as we all know, XQC, first of all, I mean, without talking about him as a streamer, he was a grandmaster at Overwatch, which, I'm sorry, but if you put me playing Overwatch for I don't care how long, or you put Magnus playing Overwatch, I'm sorry, we would be total noobs. Like, that's just a fact.
The elitism in chess is something Hikaru often talks about in a negative light. He doesn't agree with it, and it's something that he tries to escape from, and enjoys bringing chess to a wider audience, which somehow is almost taboo to a lot of these people that are chess grandmasters and chess high-level players. I just can't wrap my head around that. I also think it's especially silly for Benjamin in particular to take this hill to be the one to jerk off on, because he bans most people in his chat that disagree with him or have a different perspective on the issue, just to create an echo chamber around himself. But it is what it is. Benjamin thinks Hikaru is a dick rider just because he's playing with popular streamers and making chess more fun for everyone else around him, even people that weren't interested in chess before him, which I think is a great thing. Certain chess elitists think is a bad thing, and I just wanted to talk about this chess drama because I actually been really fucking loving Hikaru's streams, and I've played chess for most of my life. I've never been very good at chess. I think the max I ever got was like 1500 maybe. That's definitely something Benjamin would spit on, shit on, and tell me to get the fuck out and quit on. I just finished the video and I'd actually gone on Twitch to watch Hikaru when I was greeted with another example of chess elitism and just general out-of-touch shit. So Hikaru streamed a Chess24 tournament, and Magnus wasn't happy about that, neither was Chess24, saying he was taking viewers away from the Chess24 stream, which hinders the growth of the sport entirely, which makes no fucking sense since Hikaru is the biggest in the chess community by far on the internet. Like, it's not even close. He is like 12 times the size of the second biggest chess streamer, so it's a bad argument to make. And it just doesn't make any sense because the Chess24 stream is a stream that only actual chess veterans can appreciate. The audio quality is ass. The commentary is very technical, using actual chess jargon and strategy. So to a casual viewer of chess, they're gonna have no fucking clue what's going on there. But going to Hikaru, he breaks it down for me and makes it fun. Whereas on there, yeah, you're not gonna get that same experience at all. So it's not like he was taking viewers away from Chess24, because if Hikaru wasn't streaming it, they just wouldn't have watched anyway, because they're not going to understand the actual Chess24 elite commentary. And it's also hypocritical because what they say is he did it on a branded stream. Hikaru has chess.com on his stream, whereas this is a Chess24 production. But that's hypocritical because Chess24 recently broadcast a competitor's tournament on their channel, so that's clearly a non-issue. They have no problem with that, but they're still using it against Hikaru just because they're upset that he had more viewers than the official stream. And they make it pretty clear because even in their own statement they acknowledge that they even gave him explicit permission to stream it, so they knew he was going to be streaming it, and they're still upset just because he had so many viewers. Chess has always just been an enjoyable experience, and I'm glad to see so many other people enjoying it and liking the streams that XQC, Hikaru, and all the other streamers have been doing for chess. I think it's been great. And the drama, the elitism, the gatekeeping, I think all of that needs to be fucking torn down. It hasn't even been a full 48 hours since I dropped my trousers and plopped my asshole on a YouTuber's face named End of Jaystation. About 2 days ago, I made a video calling out this douchebag piece of shit named Jason, who made a video where he pretends that he was beaten and robbed and nearly killed. It's all very fake, and I called it out and took a shit on it, made fun of it. And now, not even 2 days later, he does something even more douchey and scummy. He makes this video where he says he's using a Ouija board to talk to Etika gone wrong. The same clickbait shit he does for everything. And for those that don't know, the person in this video that he's targeting here, Etika, recently killed himself, and it's been a really tough situation for a lot of people on the internet. and JStation's capitalizing on it for views, as he's done numerous times in the past. The day after Mac Miller died, he made a video where he says he contacts Mac Miller through a Ouija board, and Mac Miller was plugging Jason's merch, telling all the children to buy Jason's merch and Mac Miller might come back to life. He did the same thing with XXXTentacion's death. He's just an insufferable asshole, a real piece of shit. So it's not surprising that he would do this. Now the video isn't actually him doing the Ouija board 3 AM shit that he's known for. It's him riding a high horse saying you can't clickbait people's suicide and that you're not allowed to be sad about it, and that he's the only one that's really fighting for Etika by clickbaiting people into clicking on his video and being a massive insufferable asshole about it. Now, that being said, he did donate $2,500 to a charity, but the video's also monetized with ads on it, a bunch of ads on it, so he's making far more money off Etika's death than he's giving to the family. So even your attempt at looking like some type of hero or champion makes you look like an absolute fucking douchebag. It's unreal. So I did a little research on Jason. There's only so much you can say about I'm JStation that hasn't already been said about a condom covered in horse shit. So I decided to look a little more into Jason E, the person. I'm still not going to drop his last name. But a little brief history, a little lore update on Jason E. He's from Canada. He used to work at a Costco with his mother and began making videos in late 2015, early 2016. Initially, the videos were him just shitting on his coworkers until Costco management stepped in and made him take it down or else he'd be fired. But once he took those down, that's when he started doing his fake pranks, and he actually used to dabble in real shit where he'd go to buildings trespassing and make shit content there. And then he got in a lawsuit, a legal battle because of that garbage. Around the time he was facing his first lawsuit for his shit content, and they didn't sue him because his content was garbage, which they should have. It should be criminal how bad his videos are. They're suing him because it's literally illegal to just trespass in businesses like that and then film it. But while they were suing him, or he was engaged in this lawsuit, one of his friends came forward on Jason's Facebook and made a public post talking about the kind of person Jason E is. Now keep in mind, this is all unverified information. It could be totally made up, but really all of it sounds totally in line with the kind of person Jason appears to be based on his videos. You know, you don't have to see someone's penis to kind of know that it's small. If their truck's super big, it's super loud, you kind of know the dick's small, and that's how I feel with this. So I'm not going to name the guy, but T here made a post on Jason's Facebook and really shed light on what kind of person he was. So according to T, Jason was the most complained about employee in Costco's history, having more suspensions than any other employee and more complaints by far. He also was emotionally abusive towards his at-the-time girlfriend, and on one occasion went so far as to key a woman's car because her daughter, who was a co-worker of Jason's, didn't break up with her boyfriend for him. Which sounds about right. Just looking at Jason, you can kind of get that idea that he's either an incel or just one of those kind of fucking lunatics. So that sounds about right. Again, unverified, but it really does seem in line with his character. Allegedly, he also harassed everyone he came in contact with and pushed everyone in his life away, including his mother. So he ended up alone and now making these shit YouTube videos. Again, this is all just from one person's post in 2016, back when his channel was first getting started, so I find it very hard to believe that T was just trying to piggyback off of Jason's pseudo-internet fame, because A, he didn't have it back then, and B, he's still not even pseudo-famous. No one over the age of 8 knows who I'm JStation is, and even those 8-year-olds don't even have object permanence yet, so they don't know who the fuck I'm JStation is. They just know that sometimes that shit comes up in the auto-recommended kids YouTube app, and that's proven, and I say that with certainty. His audience is under 8 years old. And he proved it himself, because in September, when YouTube was first demonetizing channels on a large scale, Jason panicked and made a Patreon page and made a video begging people to go to his Patreon page and donate so he could keep making his awful, god-awful, fucking dog shit, vomit-filled diaper bag of garbage content, and it didn't work. At the time, Jason got 70 patrons, totaling right around $200. As of this moment, his Patreon is still up, and he has 2 patrons. And it just didn't work because Jason's audience doesn't have money. They're children. So this fucking idiot, this goddamn Cro-Magnon, overestimated the age of his viewers and the intelligence of them as well. So Patreon didn't work for him, but luckily his shit caught fire again because of the recommended YouTube Kids garbage. So his channel's still doing super well. He's still making a lot of money off it. And it's really fucking sad because this pathetic worm, this goddamn vermin, is still profiting off of other people's deaths for his own personal gain and making just horrible, misleading, exploitative content. It's just downright upsetting. And the mentality of this guy is unreal. Eddie Burback left a comment on the Etika video he just released, and his response was, "Ask your girl about me." Yeah, Jason, I'm sure you get girls. What, do you brag about your YouTube channel? You can't. It's so shameful. Yeah, girl, I make 3 a.m. challenge videos for kids. It's fucking awesome. I cut open a Woody doll a couple days ago. It was fucking lit at 3 a.m. Yeah, it was fucking wild, bro, brah, brah, bro, 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 brah. Because that's his whole goddamn vernacular, just bros, bras, and guys. No girl is interested in you, Jason, and you definitely don't brag. Well, you might brag about this YouTube channel, you're a fucking idiot, but it doesn't work, I'm certain. And if you did ever come in contact with a girl and actually mumble out a few comprehensive words other than bruh and guys, she probably laughed really hard at you, because you probably prematurely ejaculated just even conversing with a female. You look like the kind of guy that doesn't get that kind of opportunity. You look like the kind of creepy guy girls are afraid of. So if Eddie Burback did ask his girl about you, the response probably would have been either, "I have no fucking idea who that is," or, "Oh yeah, that guy that harassed me and made me laugh really hard because he came in his pants just looking at me? Oh, I know that guy, that was really entertaining and scary." That's the kind of guy you are. That's your legacy, Jason. That's what you are. You're like a little cum stain on a shag carpet. Just an offensive little blemish on something. You're just such a piece of shit, man. You really, really are. I thought you hit rock bottom when you convinced your children audience that you'd just gotten your ass beaten and robbed, but this is an even newer low. Trying to platform and make yourself look like a good person even though you piggyback off of everyone's death in society. You're just such a fucking vulture. A literal ass vulture. You suck, man. I don't like you. Most people don't like you for a good reason. Your audience doesn't even like you. Your Patreon fucking crashed and burned on arrival. The only reason you have viewers is by pure accident. A literal machine anomaly that you have an audience. You suck, Jason. You absolutely suck. Rice Gum used to be the worst douche tuber on the website, but JStation has blown him out of the water now that Rice Gum's faded into obscurity and no one knows who he is anymore and stopped making content. Now JStation has taken that mantle and he is owning that shit. He has really made that his identity, just being a... Do you believe the Costco guys were disrespected by Jimmy Fallon? 2024 is a crazy year that sentence actually means something. There is a video breakdown on how they were disrespected. What does that mean? Costco guys, Jimmy Fallon body language analysis. Heavens to Betsy. Why? Is this where they explain how they were disrespected? Oh, it's become like a whole meme. I see. Okay. Is it this? Body language analysis, the Rizzler and Costco guys on the Tonight Show? And he's got like the green lines, what were they? The alpha lines? They're simp lines, or no, beta lines. They were beta lines, I think. I can't remember.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Thank you so much for being here. You guys have taken over the internet, and now you've...
Notice how Jimmy stutters numerous times in his opening monologue. This is a sign of intimidation, as well as a sign of submittance to more powerful males who are higher up on the social pecking order than him.
That's... I already love the concept. Chef Bojack crushed it. Alright, that's good. I thought it was like a real thing. I thought they brought on like a body language expert to see like what the Rizzler was feeling in the presence of Jimmy Fallon. The raw clip is somehow worse. What, you keep talking about the raw clip. What happened? Did the Rizzler sculpt Jimmy Fallon? Like what are you talking about? What is going on? What is this raw clip? He interrupted their booms. Oh. Wait, that's serious.
We film recording a hamburger, we give it a big boom. The video blows up, it gets to 100,000 views. I said, that's it. This is now a father-son channel. Let's bring the boom.
Yeah, this is it. Now this is gonna be what we do now.
Notice the Rizzler's facial expression at the end of the exchange. Rizzler is clearly bored of the conversation. However, as a strong leader should, he will let those below him do all the talking for him, allowing his words to hold more power when he finally does decide to open his mouth.
I feel so bad for that kid, actually. Like, right now he's a superstar, but you give this, like, 10 years, and he's gonna be like the You're Breathtaking guy, I think. Where he just won't let it go, and it just controls the rest of his fucking life. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully, AJ doesn't let him go down that road. AJ isn't his dad. What? Wait, what? Wait. Who the fuck is this then? He's not his son? It's his friend's kid. The Rizzler is AJ's father. Ah, yeah, now it's starting to add up. So where is the Rizzler's dad? Why isn't he a character in the AJ Big Justice cinematic universe? They're not friends. They literally just met at Costco. I need to take a fucking lore dive into here for a second. What do you mean? You're telling me AJ just found this kid at Costco and put him in the video? And called him the Rizzler? There's no way. I'm just gonna type in, who is the Rizzler? A 7-year-old from New Jersey. No, this can't be right, because it says things popped off when his dad captured a video of Christian. That's the Rizzler's real name. Well, that's his the government name. His real name is the Rizzler. Essentially getting the zoomies in a Black Panther costume. What? How did AJ meet Rizzler? I can't believe I'm even Googling shit like this. This is so embarrassing. Go to Boomkipedia. Christian has a trademarked recipe for Riz face, as putting one eyebrow down and raising the other eyebrow up and sucking in like this, aka mewing. Someone wrote this. Someone actually wrote this. Oh, here we go. Is the Rizzler related to Big Justice and AJ Befumo? The Rizzler is friends, not brothers, with another kid, Eric Befumo, whose social media persona is Big Justice. Big Justice posts content with his father, AJ, an amateur wrestler who was already giving social media a go when his son asked to get into the fun on TikTok. Family food reviews took off so much the father-son duo became known as the Costco Guys, who give explosive ratings of Costco items. Yeah, and then the boom meter. So the Rizzler is friends with Big Justice. They didn't just randomly meet at a Costco.
Right. Yeah. So I said, well, we came up with the boom meter because people rate stuff 1 to 10.
Yeah.
So we said it goes from 1 to 5 booms. So we could be real. If it's good, it gets 4 booms. Okay, 2 booms. Bad, 1 boom. Amazing. 5 big booms.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay. Yeah, boom. Yeah, 5 booms. Yeah, okay.
Jesus, Jimmy. Whoa.
Weasel he is, Jimmy passive-aggressively rains on the parade of 2 people having more fun than him. Jimmy resents the Costco Guys for having more average viewers than his network television show. And he shows this by his constant attempts of little jabs along with his annoyed body language.
This is actually probably the most annoyed I've ever seen Jimmy Fallon. Usually he's putting on like the fakest smile of all time and he's become known for the desk slapping. And he is not doing any of this so far. Maybe they're right. Maybe he was disrespecting the Costco Guys. And more importantly, the Rizzler. He's lucky he made it out of that interview with his life. He talks about how they met on FaZe Rug's podcast. Holy fuck. Why do I have to go to so many different places to put together the lore here? This is like fucking Horus Heresy, but for TikTokers. So where? On FaZe Rug's podcast, they told the story of the genesis of Rizzler. Rizzler basically got famous with that Black Panther video, and AJ reached out to meet up, that's all. AJ the dad. The dad reached out to the family. That makes so much more sense than AJ just DMing a 7-year-old saying, cool video, you want to head to Costco?
I saw a video of him, and I was like, Daddy, I want to meet this kid. And they were like, I love you guys. We've been watching you.
What?
So
that was a crazy laugh.
I reached out to him in the video.
Because the minute Big Justice brought me the Rizzler, I said, all right, I gotta get you guys on the stage.
He was like,
I don't care
just
what it
because
takes.
I'm Black Panther doesn't mean I have to go up a ladder.
So reach out.
I really think AJ looks like Papa John if he took a different path in life. Like, I feel like they were crafted from the same mold, and Papa John went pizza, and he went double chunk chocolate chip. And now they both have their own little branches of success. There's probably more like him, too. We haven't discovered them yet. They're like Primarchs. Keep making Warhammer references. So that's pretty simple, I guess. So Big Justice just liked that Black Panther video that we just learned about, and then had AJ reach out to the family, and then they hung out. Alright, so that's not like the craziest lore ever. And then the other disrespect was 10:30, you said?
And this is the boom meter. Jimmy's gonna try the double chunk chocolate cookie.
Fallon is laughing here out of pure fear as they surround him. You can tell the pressure of the moment's really starting to get to him, and you can see
it's like a hostage.
Minorly hyperventilate. They also say that imitation's the greatest form of fattery, and Fallon's trying to imitate the Rizzler here by doing a mini Riz face to try to be cool, calm, and collected, just like him.
Chocolate cookie, get on the boom meter.
The double chunk chocolate cookie gets 5 big booms. Boom! We'll be right back with more Tonight Show. Stick around.
By ending the segment this early, Fallon basically taps out and admits he's not man enough to spend any more time with the likes of the Rizzler, AJ, and Big Justice.
That was the impression I got as well. Wow, that was fucking terrible to sit through watching Jimmy do that. See, there's an art form to it. When the Costco guys do it, it's cool. When Jimmy does it, it hurts. So, why isn't the Rizzler's dad part of this? That still hasn't been answered. If there's any Costco guy lore experts, does his dad not want any of it? Or is his dad just happy letting AJ raise his kid and overfeed him? His son took all of his aura. You go to the iDubbbz controversy that's blowing up at the moment has launched the Simp Wars to a new level that not even Jesus Christ thought possible. I keep getting asked my opinion on the iDubbbz situation during streams, and I don't fucking understand why. I made one video about simps on Twitter, and now all of a sudden I'm like the simp epidemiologist plotting the course, and everyone's looking for my expert opinion on it. Shockingly, I don't have a degree in simp research and analytics, but I'll still weigh in on the topic because I'm inundated with requests to do so, and I actually feel very passionate about something in this situation. To sum up the situation for those out of the loop, iDubbbz is a popular YouTuber, and he has a girlfriend. His girlfriend created an OnlyFans account, and the internet has lost their fucking minds. Today he made a video addressing the controversy and the meltdown, and he is getting his ass blasted for defending it. Now, fair warning, I'm about to go against the grain here, so get your body pillow and squeeze her tight because you're going to need the comfort. This might be a hard pill to swallow. I think this controversy is such fucking sad bullshit. I think people are way too fucking invested in internet celebrities, and it's just genuinely pathetic. Now, I don't agree with every point iDubbbz made in the video, and I don't think that's a big deal. I don't fucking hate him because I disagreed with a couple of points, and I think overall, this shouldn't have even been a controversy in the first place, but because celebrity worship is so normalized in the world right now, people felt so entitled to tell iDubbbz how to live his life and what he's allowed to do and what he's not allowed to do. It's his fucking relationship. If he's okay with his girlfriend having an OnlyFans account, all power to him. But then you have these professional Redditors going in full Alex Jones meltdown, shaking their fucking fists, running outside. Damn you, iDubbbz, how could you do this to me? You've betrayed me, my life is ruined. It's pitiful. Now, he made a clear distinction in his video between those unhealthily obsessed people that act like their entire universe collapsed because he did something that they morally didn't agree with, and the people who are just memeing the situation and making jokes. That community, that cell right there, I think is totally fine. They've made some bangers, for sure, that he even acknowledged. But you have this very large and, for some reason, socially acceptable group of superfan stalker stans. They're K-pop stans for iDubbbz. But unlike the unhealthily obsessed K-pop stans, this unhealthily obsessed group isn't getting made fun of. For some reason, this one's rational and okay. These people that are acting like their entire life has just come to a complete halt because of iDubbbz supporting his girlfriend's decision. These people that are so incredibly outraged that they have to go into their closet to tear down the bubblegum effigy they built of iDubbbz because now they don't agree with something he did. This shit is goofy and out of control. That's what I'm passionate about. This unhealthy celebrity worship and this ridiculous idea that people on the internet are his best friend just because they subscribe to his YouTube channel and watch one of his videos a month. Now they feel like they know him inside and out and have some say in how he's allowed to live his life. That he needs to ask their permission to make decisions. I think that's fucked up and out of control. That's the only thing I'm really passionate about in this situation. I just think celebrity worship is a plague. I think that shit absolutely sucks and there's never anything good that comes from it. And this iDubbbz situation, this controversy is born from that very idea. Now I'll talk about the entire situation while I'm here and give my whole perspective. Now first of all, I don't know shit about iDubbbz's girlfriend. I've talked to Ian a handful of times and I've enjoyed our conversations. He came on the podcast and we had a lot of fun there. But I don't know anything about his girlfriend. From what I've seen on a surface level with comments and shit, she's been involved in controversies on the internet, but I haven't looked into it, so I don't have any personal opinion of her or her character or anything like that. In my expert opinion, iDubbbz isn't a simp. I know you can't say that right now. I mean, keep it between us. I'll whisper it. I know it's like saying Voldemort's name out loud, but I don't think iDubbbz is a simp. Call me a white knight, but I just don't see it. iDubbbz's girlfriend is literally selling Instagram pictures for money on OnlyFans. 9 out of 10 OnlyFans accounts are just a second Instagram. Everything you find on OnlyFans is shit that you would find on a public Instagram, but people are paying for it. It's genius. She made $40,000 selling no nudity on OnlyFans. It's fucking Instagram pictures. That's genius. It's free money. And then people calling iDubbbz a cuck about how she's gonna get a new boyfriend from OnlyFans. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you think the Easter Bunny is real too? Are you injecting crocodile into your penis veins? You really think some kissless, snot-nosed virgin on OnlyFans is gonna steal iDubbbz's girl because he subscribed to her OnlyFans? Absolutely fucking not. That is never going to happen. I'm sorry to come in here and hit you with the cold water about Santa Claus not being real, but that's not going to happen. But if it does, I will go on stream and burn through my entire Gwyneth Paltrow pussy candle. That is literally the last pussy candle from Gwyneth Paltrow and one of my prized possessions. So I'm wagering a lot. I'm very fucking confident that that is just not going to happen. People are paying for shit that he's getting for free. Who's the actual cuck here? It's very silly. It's not like by jerking off to Instagram pictures of his girlfriend, they're any closer to actually fucking her. It's not like you've lost your virginity by ejaculating into some tissues looking at her OnlyFans Instagram pictures. It's not like, you know, via transitive property and the dimensional shifting quantum mechanics, I've had sex with iDubbbz's girlfriend. That's not how it fucking works. It's still an exclusive relationship between those two. It's not like because she has an OnlyFans, even if she was doing nudes, it's not like she's become this spread-legged, labia-extended vagina that everyone stuck their dick in just because they subscribed to the OnlyFans. And she's not even doing nudity, so it's still just a normal relationship for those two, but she has 2 Instagram accounts that one of them is making a lot of money. Now, I understand there were a lot of people that had a moral objection to her having an OnlyFans and him supporting it, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You can disagree, that's totally within your right. But it's these people that took it to this absurd degree of lunacy where they'll go on this 200 tweet long rampage about it, like this fucking holy crusade, splashing holy water on their monitors. They're typing up another 15 paragraphs where it enters this level of lunacy. That's where it becomes this unhealthily worshipped shit that is just detrimental to anyone's mental well-being. But yeah, again, the main thing that I was passionate about with this whole situation is just the celebrity worship and how people's lives have come to this screeching halt because they don't agree with the decision their favorite internet person made that didn't concern them personally. I just don't understand that level of infatuation and vicariously living through someone that you don't even know. It's just unhealthy and sad with like a really weird level of self-importance where you'll have these armchair relationship specialists leaving all of these long fucking comments with so much shit put behind it. It's just really pathetic, you know. Ian must break up with his girlfriend. I know this is going to happen, and if he doesn't break up with his girlfriend, well, then I'm just never coming back here again. As if that somehow holds any weight at all to the guy you're talking to. As if iDubbbz is going to sit down and read that, be like, you know what, I was in a happy relationship, but now I've just read AssPounder14's comment about it, and he's making a good point, I'm going to have to break up with her, thanks man. It's just fucking silly. If you disagree with it or anything like that, why not just make jokes and memes about it like a normal fucking healthy person was, instead of writing these long, full-on goddamn dissertations about the whole situation and just acting like a goddamn stalking weirdo and breaking down over Twitter. Yeah, that's really kind of my take on the situation. I don't see why it was even a controversy in the first place, past some like big memes and good jokes maybe. But, I mean, shit, it really kind of blew up, and I don't think Ian even needed to address it. I'm sure in like another 2 weeks it would have totally blown over, even on his own cesspool of a subreddit. But over the last couple weeks, I've made a lot of content on internet controversies. I've kept my finger on the pulse of any type of online drama. Just been this adventurous little greasy goblin that's been glued to internet drama. And honestly, at this point, it's reaching like an addiction status. Kind of like a heroin addict fishing used needles out of a dumpster to get their fix. But in my case, the drug is something much harder than heroin. It's drama. It's like this crucial nutrient that my body's been craving, like a newborn baby lashing out for his mom to pop a tit out for milk to suckle. I'm getting carried away and it's getting weird. Point is, I've made a lot of content on this stuff, and I wanted to do a video today to follow up with some of the bigger stories that I've covered that at the time didn't have any closure. But now that the drama anime arc is starting to wind down a little bit, we're starting to reach the season finale to a lot of these things, so I'd like to give you where all of this is at. Because a lot of it has very happy endings so far. Not all of it, but some of it. So let's just go ahead and get into it now. The first one I want to talk about is that massive Twitch injury, which I've made 2 videos on now because I find it to be a truly heinous situation. I'll give you the quick breakdown. Streamer by the name of Adriana Chechik went to TwitchCon at the Lenovo Intel booth where they had a foam pit and like gladiatorial combat thing where you push people off a pedestal into the foam pit. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that the pit was set up properly and resulted in just a death trap. It actually just kind of feels like something out of Wile E. Coyote's playbook here where he paints like a tunnel on a rock hoping the Roadrunner will hit it. That's what they did with this foam pit. It was basically just a fake. It was like an illusion of cushioning. It seems like there was only 2 layers of foam blocks, so what ended up happening is a lot of people would fall in and get injured. Unfortunately, the worst injury was a life-changing one, suffered by Adriana Chechik. She jumped into the foam pit and broke her back in 2 different places, which of course needed multiple surgeries, all of which she's had now, including bone fusions. She had to like relearn to walk. It's been a wild journey for sure, but it seems she's making a solid recovery. She even had her first stream since this incident today. So I'll show you a quick clip from that.
Breath, if you can't tell, I'm already out of breath. I get out of breath holding my phone, everything. But they did an amazing job. The stitches were inside because I'm a model. So I was like, can you do anything to hide the stitches? So the scar doesn't look, and I'm growing my armpit hair out, so don't judge me. But the scar looks really...
So yeah, she's able to stand now. She even streamed for a little while, and it just looks like she's making a much quicker recovery than pretty much anyone expected, myself included. Back injuries are notorious for being lifelong, like chronic pain situations. I had like a slight boo-boo to my L4 at one point, and that shit lasted months. So I can only imagine like what this is going to look like for the future for her, but it really does seem like she's making a great recovery. A lot of people have been wondering if she's going to sue Twitch or Lenovo or Intel or anyone responsible for the injury, and unfortunately there's no new information there. I have to imagine she's at least considering it due to how expensive all of the medical treatments have been so far, as well as how much there's going to be down the line as well. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see there. But she did also reveal something super sad that resulted from this injury, even outside of the injury itself, and I'm just going to let this clip play.
And then also like I don't care, everyone's gonna know, but I was pregnant and I didn't find out until I was in the hospital. So I also have like crazy hormones. I'm not pregnant anymore because of the surgery. I couldn't keep it, but my hormones are just also through the fucking roof because of that.
Yeah, just a super sad development in that story there, unfortunately. Not much more can be said about the damage that's been done from the TwitchCon foam pit here. That has just been a true disaster. And anyone that went to the foam pit and survived should feel blessed, because goddamn. Now, not every story I want to follow up on today is Twitch-based, but this next one is. This is the Amaranth situation. This one seems to be having a happy conclusion. You'll remember not too long ago on stream, she left for a little while because her husband called and was yelling and screaming at her. During this argument, she unmuted because he had threatened to kill her dogs, and he said that on stream too for everyone to hear, and he just seems like an absolutely unhinged lunatic. Comes across very abusive. Amaranth then just had this whole phone call on stream, and a lot came out about how awful her husband is to her. She then shows some of the damage to the house that he's caused in his fits of rage. Just a terrible situation all around. So it seemed like Amaranth was a victim of abuse, and everyone was wondering, well, is she going to leave him and what's going to happen next? And fast forward to today, it does seem like she has gotten out of that situation. She seems to be in a safer position now and seems to be a lot happier. She's doing streams where she's like hanging out with horses, doing what she wants to do, and overall just a pretty positive outcome so far. So yeah, that's the update there. The next story I want to follow up on is actually extremely wacky. It's a fishing cheating scandal. A professional tournament for fishing recently fell victim to absolutely deplorable behaviors from some competitors who disgraced the sanctity of the sport. They cheated by stuffing their fish with like lead balls in order to increase their weight. So what ended up happening is they swindled this tournament out of money, because in fishing, the more your fish weighs, the better you are in the standings. That's what you're being scored on. So they'd take their fish and they'd stuff it with the lead weights to make it weigh more, but they must have flown too close to the sun with this method, because eventually they checked and they cut the fish open and found the lead weights and caught them red-handed. You know, they noticed that this fish weighed a lot more than it appeared. You know, the fish is like the size of my fist, but it weighed like fucking 15 pounds. That fish must have been made out of goddamn tungsten. So they got suspicious, cut it open, and found out they were cheating. And they could have been cheating for far longer than this tournament. There's really no telling just how much they've actually cheated and how much they've scammed out of these tournaments. It could be like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they get like boats for prizes sometimes too. Like, they could have made a pretty penny off of all of this cheating up until now. And now they're facing felony charges to which they're pleading not guilty. So Jacob and Chase are now being indicted by a grand jury on felonies of cheating, attempted grand theft, and possessing criminal tools, as well as a misdemeanor of unlawful ownership of wild animals. Getting a little more information on that, the unlawful ownership of wild animals refers to the raw fillets they had on their boat, which they were also stuffing the fish with, I believe, in order to increase their weight. So yeah, they stuffed these fish like a Christmas stocking. They fucking stuffed it like a Thanksgiving turkey. And now they're getting slapped around with some pretty serious charges that carry some potentially hefty results here. So these repercussions could be huge. We don't know how the trial is going to play out, but I thought this was a pretty interesting update to this story. Now the next one I want to follow up on is kind of similar in this regard, because it involves some people getting charged with some felonies. I made a video talking about that teacher that went around at like an elementary school and started scaring the 4-year-olds or 5-year-olds, however old the kids were. They're toddlers. She put on a mask and went around yelling and screaming in their face and shaking them around. It's a pretty cruel and disturbing thing to do, because she'd just go around classroom to classroom, shaking, yelling, and screaming in the kids' faces. The kids are crying their eyes out. At one point, one of the kids tries to run away in fear, but the teacher picks him up, yelling and screaming, and sets him down again and starts yelling and screaming at him again. It's pretty rough. And now, 4 of those people that were involved in this incident are being charged with felony child abuse, as well as one other participant being charged with a misdemeanor. Now, I did see some people arguing that this charge is a bit harsh for the teachers here, but I just wholeheartedly disagree. There is like no justification or excuse to try and like traumatize these kids. They are too young to realize that it's not real. they were screaming and crying and being shaken around by a scary person yelling and screaming at them. Also, it seems like it was even used as a disciplinary action, because at one point, the lady in the mask was asking who's been like naughty in the classroom, and then she'd target that kid specifically and yell and scream at them real loud. So I don't see how this is anything beyond just completely fucked up and cruel. So I think the charge makes sense here. I know she wasn't beating the kids or anything like that, but I also don't think that should be like the bar for what we consider to be legitimate abuse. There's different levels to it, and I definitely think this falls under child abuse, especially from a position of a teacher, where you're supposed to be taking care of some people's kids and looking after them and making them feel safe or enthusiastic about going to like daycare or school. Now they're just going to be fucking frightened to go back. Now moving on to the last thing I'd like to give an update to. This is about the story of that woman who shot and skinned a husky and started posting pictures bragging about it on Facebook. She said she thought it was a wolf, so she shot it and then started skinning it and posed with it, smiling and everything. And then people pointed out, that's not a wolf you shot, it's a husky. So then she doubled down saying, well, I thought it was a wolf, as if that makes it like okay or like makes you look less of a stupid asshole. But anyway, now she's being charged with a crime. That crime is animal cruelty, which she's going to have to face in court pretty soon. You can also see a little excerpt there from her post about how excited she was to get to kill a wolf pup, even though it was just a 6-month-old husky that looked nothing like a wolf. The animal cruelty charge clearly makes sense here. I think she is fucking dangerously dumb. Hopefully she faces the full brunt of that charge. And yeah, I just wanted to give like this full, wrap up on where all of these stories Welcome to the splash zone. I'm just gonna cannonball into the pool right away here because this story's got me heated. I am boiling right now. On YouTube, there is one unforgivable sin. An unwritten rule that every creator and user is aware of. It's kind of like a treaty, a truce that we've all shaken hands on and accept because it is inexcusable, slimy, and anytime someone tries to take a bite of the forbidden fruit, they rightfully get their cheeks disciplined, a very firm spanking from the whole community, and most of the time they end up pretty much losing their career from it, from their own self-destructive narcissism and greed. That is false copyright strikes. And unfortunately, that's what we're talking about today. A big YouTube channel named Magnates Media is facing termination because he received 3 fraudulent copyright strikes from another YouTube channel named Business Casual, aka Alex Edson. Now, Alex Edson is a special fucking malicious goofball. You see, this guy didn't even build the Business Casual channel from scratch or anything. He bought it when it was already extremely popular. So he didn't even put the fucking work in, which is an absolute goober move off rip. But you've probably heard of this channel recently because he had a viral video talking about why he's suing YouTube. And while there is some compelling points and evidence, there's also a bunch of dirty barnacles in here as well, with some shady claims and some claims that were just absolutely wrong, like provably false. But overall, like, the video did have a lot to it, which is why it was so popular, and it was well put together, it was high production, and made some good points and some not so great points. But overall, it was kind of odd. And a couple YouTubers actually pointed out a lot of it. In fact, Upper Echelon made 3 videos kind of covering all of it, which I think make very good points. Overall, the whole thing was odd, if nothing else. And now Alex is back from the septic tanks, he's risen from the sewers like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he's bringing bad news. He's striking down Magnates Media with what I and anyone with a functioning cerebral cortex will classify as blatant abuse of the copyright systems. So, he's issued 3 strikes to Magnates Media, which sets his channel up for termination in the coming days. He's already received a notice that his channel will be taken down because of these strikes from Business Casual. Let me just lay down the brass tacks here with the level of lunacy we're dealing with these claims. So, Business Casual is basically taking away Magnates Media's entire livelihood because he believes that some of his content looked similar to his based on an editing technique called parallax editing. So he struck him 3 times for 3 separate videos. The total content time of those 3 videos is over an hour and a half long. And of those 3 videos, in total, 10 seconds, roughly 10 seconds worth of footage, Alex is saying belonged to him. So in one of the videos, it is actually just a single image that lasts for like 3 seconds, and he's saying that he stole it directly from his video because the parallax editing technique was a dead giveaway. But Magnates Media has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that not only is that image a public domain image, because they were covering a similar topic, so of course they're going to have similar images because it's a fucking public domain image. So he proved it's a public domain image and that the parallax editing technique was done by his editor. And he has like a 16-minute video showcasing his editor doing the editing on that photo to prove he didn't take it from Business Casual. And they don't even look similar in any of these cases, but this is how outrageous Alex Edson's claims are. In total, about 10 seconds he has a problem with, saying that it looks similar to his work, thus it must have been stolen, and he has a right to terminate this channel. And Magnates Media channel will be terminated because of these 3 strikes as of right now. He's already received the notice that it's coming. It's right around the corner. That is fucking frightening and just downright evil from Business Casual. Upper Echelon made an incredible video going over this entire subject from top to bottom, inside and out. I highly recommend checking out that video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description. He does an amazing job breaking it all down thoroughly, as well as some other incredibly fucked up things Alex has done.
If you read the other provisions of the DMCA Safe Harbor, Section 512, it's clear that Congress did not want parties to have to sue to enforce their rights. So while it may be that the system could be gamed on the other side, that's how Congress intended it to be. End quote. That right there is Business Casual arguing that simply because he filed some strikes, it therefore means that YouTube needs to terminate the entire channel without him proving anything in a court of law. That's what we just read, and that appears to be precisely what he's doing now to a channel named Magnates Media.
What he was reading there comes from a completely different case, but just hearing that is beyond alarming. That is fucking chaos. That is the opening of Pandora's box in the worst way imaginable. So Alex Edson is an actual villain, and what he's doing here is completely unjustifiable. This is beyond fucking tragic. There's absolutely no argument he nor anyone could make on his behalf that would justify him taking down an entire channel, ruining the entire career and livelihood of that creator based on similarity of public domain images. Now, they made videos on similar topics, obviously. They did do that, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like Alex owns that whole topic or anything. And Alex even made a bold claim that Magnates Media stole his scripts from his videos, which is so laughably delusional. I imagine he was twirling his little evil mustache when he made that claim, because Business Casual's videos on the same content as Magnate Media is like 19 minutes, 20 minutes long sometimes. Magnates Media coverage is like 50 plus minutes long. So Magnates Media does a much more thorough breakdown and deep dive on everything than Business Casual, so how the fuck would he have stolen any of the scripts? But even still, Magnates Media played ball with it. He tap danced with the claims and still proved his innocence by showing all of the timestamps of the editing done to his script from fucking start to finish. Alex tried to claim that he stole his scripts and plugged it into ChatGPT to generate a somewhat different script while still maintaining his video's DNA. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just using random buzzwords in his stupid little smooth brain. That's so laughable. What a fucking joke of a person. And it's sickening to see him do this to someone he views as competition. That's the only explanation I can think of for why he'd even target this channel. There is absolutely no justification or argument someone can make that would convince me that what Alex is doing here is just, and he has a right to do so. If there really was an issue where he felt like these images were stolen, like, oh, you took this image that my editor worked hard on editing, he could have reached out to Magnates Media. And Magnates Media has said multiple times on Twitter that he has tried to reach out to Alex himself to try and resolve this whole situation amicably. But Alex isn't responding. He's giving the cold shoulder, fucking full radio silence. But you could have reached out and said, hey, can you remove that, or some other different solution that doesn't involve striking. That is the nuclear option. That is the harshest punishment that you can dish out. And it's highly unnecessary here when all of the offending content that you believe is too similar to yours only accounts for 10 seconds out of over an hour and a half worth of content. That makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's shameful. It is beyond shameful. Another YouTuber made a great video covering this situation as well, which I'll link in the description too, and he leads to a bigger conversation to be had about what this could mean for the entire platform going forward, as well as he talks about something that I think is important we mention as well, that if Magnates Media tries to push back and defend himself, fight back against Alex Edson legally, Alex Edson may very well just turn around and sue him. He has shown he is more than willing to do that, and it just seems like he is vaguely alluding to the fact that he would be open to doing that against Magnates Media should he try and defend himself against his claims here. So, just an actual piece of shit. Now, what Scott highlights and something that I'd also like to talk about is what it could mean for the whole platform should this behavior continue. It would mean that if you, let's say, are doing a, video essay on a topic that another channel has covered, you might be at risk of them striking your channel down because you used the same image they used. You were covering the same topic and you may have used the same image, and maybe you just used very standard editing techniques like, TV static effect, or a very common one you see in all video essays these days are the crumpled paper backgrounds. A lot of video essays today use the crumpled paper background. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So should this kind of shit continue, you could very well be next on the chopping block for someone who said, hey, I have a right to use the crumpled paper background. You have lifted my editing technique. This work is too similar to mine. Here's a strike for it. I think it's pretty obvious how that would be absolutely awful to the platform overall. So really the whole thing is terrible. This whole situation is really bad for YouTube entirely. I've only scratched the very tip of this iceberg with how disgusting this whole situation is, so I do encourage you once again to watch the Upper Echelon video as well as Scott Schaefer's video. Mudahar also just posted something about it, and all three of them are far more knowledgeable on all of the nuance to this subject than I am. I just wanted to give a general overview of everything, and I'll just quickly try and cover my own ass before Alex Edson tries to stick his tongue in it. I'm just giving my opinion on everything. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. I can't say for sure if these are fraudulent claims or if it's an alleged abuse of the copyright system. I'm just giving my dumb, stupid caveman brain opinion on it and saying that I think you suck, Alex. I think you are a revolting, stinky piece of dog shit that not even the flies want to be around. That's all. I'm just here to kind of make fun of you and point out a problem here with your behavior. So yeah, here's hoping Magnates Media doesn't lose his channel from all of this absolute mumbo jumbo. That would be extremely upsetting to see. Hoping for... Last night we finally reached the conclusion to a wacky drama arc, and I gotta tell you, the finale really fell flat. What a stinker. I'm talking, of course, about the Bayonetta 3 voice acting situation, where the voice actress for Bayonetta, Helena Taylor, made claims that the pay to voice Bayonetta in the third game was just insulting and unsatisfactory. She led people to believe that they were only offering her $4,000 for the entire game, and that's why she stepped away from the project and then called for a boycott on it. But then a report came out with the real offer and the actual numbers they offered her, and it wasn't confirmed 100% at the time by Helena Taylor until last night, where she went on a 9-tweet long rampage where she made it clear that she manipulated everyone with her Twitter videos and omitted important details from them and basically just used everyone like toilet paper to wipe her ass with here over a petty feud with Nintendo and Platinum Games. I don't see any future where Helena Taylor bounces back from this as a voice actress. She also does make the claim that she has no interest in voice acting anymore, so perhaps this was her go out with a bang moment or something like that. But to me, this just feels like going out like a sad, wet fart, just lying to everyone and ruining your good reputation, because she was a beloved voice actress. She voiced Bayonetta, an iconic character, and now this is going to be the main thing she's remembered for. I went over all of it on stream as it unfolded in real time, so I'm going to go ahead and play all those clips for you now and bring you all up to speed on how this all wrapped up. It's come to my attention that some people are calling me a liar and a gold digger. I feel the need to defend myself and my reputation in the industry. See thread. Gold digging is not the right word. That's not really applicable here. As I posted on part 3 of my video thread, I explained that their first offer was too low. That offer was $10,000 total. Remember, this is a $450 million franchise. I then wrote in Japanese to Hideki Kamiya, asking for what I was worth. I thought that as a creative he would understand. Hold on. He replied saying how much he valued my contribution to the game and how much the fans wanted me to voice the game. I was offered an extra $5,000. so I declined to voice the game. Heard nothing from them for 11 months. Then they offered me a flat fee to voice the some lines for $4,000. Any other lies, such as $4,000 for 5 sessions, are total fabrications. There were not extensive negotiations. I've been informed of ridiculous fictions, such as I asked for $250K. I'm a team player. I was just asking for a fair living wage in line with the value that I bring to the game. I was paid a shockingly low total of 3,000 euros total for the first game, a little more for the second. I wanted a voicer. I've drummed up interest in this game ever since I started on Twitter in 2011. So one thing that stands out, she never said that she was offered $10,000 total across any of those games. Did I miss that? She had always made it seem like they had only offered her $4,000 total. And also, this isn't even a lie either, by the way. According to the articles, the total would have come out to 15 grand. So this right here, the 10K plus an extra 5K is 15 grand. She's confirming that. I don't know why she's saying any other lies about 4K for 5 sessions or total fabrications. That, like, she is just confirming that that was an accurate thing. It matches up with the timeline that she was offered a 4K cameo. Was that confirmed? Because then that would match, yeah. One of the reports I read is she was offered a cameo after she declined, and they were going to pay her $4,000 for like an hour of her time. Which I think is very fair as a cameo, since she declined the main role. So that is a confirmed statement then? Okay. Then yeah. She's basically just confirmed everything from the report as being accurate. What she's saying in her video is that she wasn't lying. Yeah, but this contradicts that, because now she's being open. That offer was 10 grand, which she never said in any of her 3 videos. She had said a flat rate of 4K total. She explicitly said that. This 10K was never mentioned by her as their offer. But is 10 grand a lot? Well, that's what I said. There's plenty of room to debate on like what voice actors should be making, like at a professional level for AAA games. There's plenty of room for a debate there on that being not enough. But that's not the point here. The point is she misled everyone on what was actually going on.
What did they offer to pay me? The final offer to do the whole game as a buyout, a flat rate, was $4,000 US.
Bang. It's just a quiet video. I don't know what to tell you. She recorded this with terrible sound quality. It's just a quiet video. I don't know what to do about it. It's maxed on OBS and it's maxed here. It's just a quiet video. But yeah, she outright said it's $4,000 for the whole game, which is just blatantly wrong, which she even confirmed in her own thread here. They're not even discrediting what you have to say. You've discredited yourself as well. They just posted the facts, which prove you wrong, which you also just proved yourself wrong. I don't know. I don't understand what her end game was here. What a disaster. What an absolute fucking disaster. Wow. It's a $450 trillion game. True. How are you still talking about this? What? She just made it. What do you mean, how am I still talking about it? She made it 9 tweets an hour ago, all proving that the reports were the accurate ones and she lied. What do you mean, how am I still talking about it? Just happened. So they offered her 10K. She declined. They offered her an extra 5K. She declined again. They hired someone new. She found out, wanted back, and after 11 months, they offered her a cameo for 4K. She got mad at that and made the tweets. Yeah, that seems to be the timeline. Now, again, I think there's plenty of room for a debate on voice actor pay. 100%. This was not the way of doing it, though. This was absolutely awful. Right back into reading just like Yu-Gi-Oh! You want to know the crazy thing? All of her tweets right here, all 9 of these, probably don't even equate to a single Yu-Gi-Oh! Card worth of text. If she had said all this from the start, I think most people would have had the same reaction about how underpaid the offer was. It's possible. I have no idea, because, I mean, we can only speculate. If she had just been honest, like, hey, I'm not voicing Bayo 3 because I really feel like voice actors aren't getting the pay they deserve in the AAA gaming space. Here's the offer here's the offer Platinum Games made me. Here's the amount of hours they expected me to work for this pay. I found it to be low, so I walked. Like, she could have still drummed up plenty of support that way. Some people would agree with her, some people would disagree, but that's the whole point of having the conversation. Is there any possible reason for Helena Taylor to have tried something like this, only to sabotage herself? That's what I've been really trying to figure out. I don't know. I don't know what the goal was. Like, I don't see what she possibly thought could come from this. Like, let's say, here, let's just picture a world where she was telling the truth, which she's now confirmed she wasn't. But let's picture a world where she was. Best case scenario, she financially hurts Platinum Games and Nintendo a little bit with some people that boycott the game and don't play it. But even in that situation, how does that help her? Game companies are going to look at her and what she did there and be skeptical of hiring her, because what if she does that again? Like, I feel like we're paying her a good rate, but what if she's secretly not happy with it? What if she blasts us online and starts up a controversy? Like, then she becomes a flight risk for all of the other game companies as well as all the other projects. She'd be unhireable regardless for a lot of places. Crunchyroll has been very anti-union recently. They refuse to even have meetings with... Yeah! You just brought up something interesting we talked about a bit. The voice actor for Mob in Mob Psycho 100 for the English dub, the man just asked about the union and they dropped him. Straight dropped him for asking about the union. I was like speaking Voldemort's name out loud. He made a video on it. I think his name's Kyle McCartney? Or McCarley. Kyle McCarley. He made a video explaining what happened here. It's interesting. He said he would do the work if they just had a meeting about potentially hiring union in the future, and they said no. Yep. I recommend checking the video out if you're interested in it. I think it's a fascinating topic, and a sad one, obviously, because he just lost the main role in Mob Psycho just for even talking about the union. Yeah, overall, a pretty upsetting situation, and one other thing that I'd like to mention that I didn't talk on during stream is during Helena Taylor's initial Twitter videos, she also, insults Jennifer Hale, the voice actress who came in to voice Bayonetta 3 in the upcoming game after Helena Taylor declined the role. For some reason, she was super rude to her, saying she has no right to call herself Bayonetta and all this shit, which just came across as, very salty, maldy, and misplaced aggression, because Jennifer Hale did nothing wrong. It's not like she was in the room during negotiations trying to, force Helena Taylor out or something. So that always rubbed me the wrong way, and I said that on the very first video immediately. And I just want to point that out once again, that looks even worse now, considering Helena Taylor was the one that misled everyone here as to the truth of what was going on and omitted the most important details of this story and situation. So I just wanted to again call attention to that, because this whole thing is just awful. I don't understand. I still don't understand what she thought would come from this. She, I guess, just assumed they would never release the real reports of what she was offered, and that clearly wasn't the case. They came with the receipts, which Helena Taylor investigated and said, yep, these are the real receipts, yet still somehow tries to make it seem like she wasn't misleading people, even though it's clear when you read her tweets, she was. So the whole thing is just so messy, and yeah, just want... I know I haven't made a video on the Mick Gordon and Doom Eternal soundtrack drama that's been cooking for the last week, and the reason is I wanted to wait to see how Bethesda would clap back, and today they've given a response, and it is weak. They dropped a wet sock on us. Now, while overall the appetizer they served up was underwhelming, and we'll get into it in a moment, they did, however, make a threat of having something substantial to back up their side of this drama, but they haven't revealed that yet, so for now it's just kind of empty. But who knows, maybe pretty soon in the future they'll come with something stronger after boofing creatine and taking HGH, but as it stands right now, this response from them, I think, is less than satisfactory. So let's go into the whole situation here from the start, because it's pretty wacky and it's pretty sad. Hopefully all of you are familiar with Mick Gordon. He's one of the most well-respected and most talented video game composers of our time. You might know his work from Killer Instinct, Doom, most likely. I absolutely love his work. I always compare him to Hans Zimmer in the way that if his name is attached to a project, you know that soundtrack is going to be slapping. And of course, Mick was brought back on board by id Software to be the composer for Doom Eternal. Fans were pumping their fists, sodden, sopping panties, everyone was excited, and it all seemed fine until the Doom Eternal OST released, the original soundtrack. So the OST is different than the game scoring, and when the OST came out, everyone was surprised that it just really wasn't good. It wasn't well made, it was sloppy, and Mick Gordon's got no blemishes on his report card. This is a straight A student. His whole resume is nothing but hits. He's never had a miss, until Doom Eternal's OST. Most people were criticizing it heavily, and then out of nowhere, Marty Stratton of id Software dropped a Reddit post that blamed Mick Gordon for why the OST wasn't great. And this Reddit post came out of absolutely fucking nowhere, like a jump scare, and it pins the entirety of the blame on Mick Gordon, makes it seem like he's hard to work with, lazy, doesn't do what he's supposed to do, and this is the accepted perception of Mick Gordon for 2 years. 2 years ago, Marty Stratton dropped this, and for 2 years, people believed it, which of course had a wildly detrimental impact upon the reputation of Mick Gordon. Most people used him as an example for talented people who were lazy, and that's just the way people perceived Mick Gordon from that point forward, and he never came forward to defend himself until last week. Last week, Mick Gordon came with an over 14,000 word thesis, a fucking Harry Potter book worth of evidence to disprove that, saying that that Reddit post was misleading, factually incorrect, and downright fucking wrong. I'm not exaggerating the scope of this. This report here, it's not a twit longer. This is a goddamn twit novel. Like, it has its own table of contents, and he has printed more receipts than a Walmart. Mick Gordon came with an overwhelming amount of evidence to prove his side of the story, and it highlights a lot of fucked up things in here about what happened behind the scenes. There's so many layers to this onion, it'd make Shrek shit himself. It's wild. And it really seems like Marty Stratton has a personal grudge against Mick for some reason. I don't understand why, but it really feels like Marty fucking hates him. I don't know if Mick Gordon fucked Marty's wife or something, but my god, it really sounds like Marty was twirling his evil mustache here in order to make Mick's life miserable with this project. Let me show you just a quick excerpt there before getting into the deeper stuff. So this is in regards to that Reddit post. So the OST, it was a poor quality release which drew criticism. Marty asked Mick for assistance, and they eventually came up with a couple of ideas. So he offered to draft a joint statement addressing the situation and announcing plans moving forward, and requested that Mick hold off on making further public comments until they could address it together. And Marty then told Mick to expect the draft within a few hours, but it never arrived. Instead, what arrived was a fucking tank of dog shit. Instead, days later, Marty put on the fedora and wrote his infamous open letter Reddit post, which blamed Mick for everything, with the botched OST. So that's the level of respect Marty has for Mick. And that's really just the beginning. Get ready to have your heart broken here. Awards. I'm happy to hear Marty feels I deserve Doom's music awards, because the truth is those trophies are kept locked in the id Software office. I've only ever seen them once, behind glass, from a distance. Nobody has ever offered to send me copies, and thanks to the show's producers, I was invited to perform at the Game Awards, but other than that, id Software never invited me to collect the awards in person. Marty invited himself to collect the awards on my behalf instead. It would mean a lot to have a memento of all the hard work I poured into Doom franchise, but as it currently stands, doubt I'll ever see those awards again. So Marty, being the saint that he is, didn't invite Mick to claim his own awards, and instead invited himself to claim the awards on Mick's behalf, and then never sent him the trophies. I don't know why he hates him so much. I don't get it. Now, before diving deeper into the bowels of this filthy colon, let's go ahead and go through some of the summary of facts that Mick Gordon provides here. So he still hasn't been paid for over half of Doom Eternal's music, which is fucking criminal. That is a massive, massive problem that he has still not been fully paid for his work. The Doom Eternal OST was announced with his name attached and made available for pre-order before Mick was even contracted to produce it. And despite Mick's alarm and constant appeals, Marty refused to do anything about it, which led to a 9-month delay. And after 7 months of inaction, he reported his concerns to Bethesda, and Bethesda and him negotiated the Doom Eternal OST directly without Marty's involvement, and he received the contract for this just 48 hours before Doom Eternal was released. The delay was announced a week earlier before he was under contract, and the deadline was 29 days later. This is really only the tip of the iceberg. Things were just filthy with id Software and Bethesda and how they treated Mick. One thing that I think is very important to note is they attempted to bribe him into silence. According to Mick, they allegedly offered 6 figures in order for him to not come forward with his account of this situation. So one of the reasons it took him so long to come forward with all this, not only because of the length of it and how in-depth he went, obviously that takes a lot of time to get all of those ducks in a row, But another reason that there was such a long period between that Reddit post and this, 2 years, is because they kept trying to legally scare him and intimidate him. So there were lawyers involved that would constantly just kick the ball down the field, hoping to keep putting this off, because they knew Ragnarok was coming. They knew Mick Gordon wasn't going to stay silent. He didn't accept the bribe, so all they could really do is try and stall for as long as possible. And that's just one of the reasons that it took so long for him to come forward. They tried to legally strong-arm him and bribe him into not coming forward, which clearly didn't work, and I'm glad Mick Gordon's coming forward because this is a really valuable look into some super shady shit that I'm sure isn't the only time it's happened in the industry. So Mick Gordon calling attention to it and highlighting it, breaking it down, I think is beyond valuable. And it's so great to see Mick Gordon come forward with an attempt to clear his name. And I think this is perhaps the best defense I've ever seen on the internet. This is like a professional S-tier rebuttal. Like, it's actually wild how much evidence that Mick presents here to disprove everything Marty was claiming. When you look at Marty's post in comparison to this, it's laughable. It's written by a clown. There is no evidence to support any of Marty's claims. Meanwhile, Mick Gordon has 14,000 words full of receipts to support his side of this whole thing. Now, you might be asking, how did the OST end up so bad? Well, it's because Marty and id Software passed it off to Chad Mossholder, who was an in-house audio engineer for the team, and Chad Mossholder took it on and produced less than stellar work. Now, I'm not here to critique Chad Mossholder's talent, and from the quality of the OST, I'm pretty sure he didn't put his best foot forward here. I'm imagining that he only worked on this OST while blackout drunk and pissing his pants and forgetting who he was, because it is so sloppily made. It is amateurish. I refuse to believe a high-level audio engineer actually worked on this in any meaningful capacity. This may have been Chad Mossholder passing this off to an intern so he didn't have to. I don't know. But it is terrible. Like, from an actual quality standpoint, it is awful. It wasn't Mick Gordon who produced this bad OST. It was the id Software team that forced this poor OST and blamed Mick. Now let's turn our attention to Bethesda's official response that they posted last night. This is the legendary Double Down. The recent post by Mick Gordon both mischaracterized and misrepresented the team at id Software, the development of Doom Eternal, and Marty Stratton and Chad Mossholder with a one-sided and unjust account of irreparable professional relationship. We are aware of all the details and history in this matter and unequivocally support Marty, Chad, and the team at id Software. We reject the distortion of the truth and selective presentation of incomplete facts, in quotation mark, which I find very humorous because facts in quotation marks when talking about actual receipts, legitimate evidence, and they're putting facts in quotation marks. We stand ready with full and complete documented evidence to disclose in an appropriate venue as needed. The statements posted online have incited harassment and threats of violence against Marty, Chad, and the id Software team. Any threats or harassment directed towards members of our teams will be met with swift and appropriate action to protect their health and safety. We remain incredibly proud of id's previous collaborations with Mick Gordon and ask that fans refrain from reaching conclusions based on his account and, more importantly, from attacking any of the individuals mentioned on either side, including Marty, Chad, or Mick. This whole statement, I think, is an absolute toilet paper roll because you didn't release a statement when Marty went rogue, off book, off script, fucking full-blown James Bond off the grid and released his Reddit post shitting on Mick. Where were you condemning that? That was a one-sided account of this situation from Marty, and it shit all over Mick's reputation for 2 years and incited harassment against Mick, and it also irreparably damaged his reputation for 2 years, probably even prevented him from getting some work, I would imagine, because people would read that and be like, well, Mick sounds hard to work with and he won't reach the deadlines, you know, because everyone believed Marty because his word meant something. They assumed he was telling the truth. Where was the Bethesda official statement then? Marty didn't even drop any level of facts. He just dropped the fan fiction out there. He had no evidence in his post to begin with. And Mick Gordon even made sure to let fans know that he doesn't want this to lead to harassment or anything like that against anyone involved in the team, and even highlighted how there were so many talented people at id Software that he really appreciated and how great it was overall with id Software. Just wanted to highlight these specific problems, which was a luxury Marty didn't afford Mick, Marty at no point made it seem like he didn't want Mick to take the full brunt of the impact from the fans' upset anger. At least Mick went there with class. Now it's a problem, and now you condemn it. And I'm very curious to see what full documented evidence you have. If you do have those kind of receipts, why didn't you lead with that? Why lead with this wet noodle? Why come out here with a threat first instead of just, here's our evidence? I always hate this move where it's, no, we have the full story, and we will release it eventually. Just fucking start with it if you have it, coward. Christ. Maybe they do have something that somehow disproves Mick. I would be shocked. I don't even really know what that magic bullet would look like here. I guess maybe contracts that would poke holes into the timeline or some of the claims Mick would make. I'm really not sure. But if they do have that evidence, I really don't understand why they wouldn't start with that as opposed to just putting out this statement saying that they have evidence. Like, I know a lot of people are saying it's an intimidation tactic, but intimidating him to do what? Mick has already dropped his 14,000 word massive report on all of this. What's there to intimidate? He's already dropped the bomb. So why even try and scare him anymore? Like, if you have the evidence, there really was no reason to start with something like this. You could have just immediately went into, here's our proof of our side, and this is what's wrong about his statement. There was just no reason for this. This is just absolute nothingness. And I do want to highlight something in particular where they say that Mick's statement has now led to threats of violence and harassment against Marty and Chad and those involved. I hate that. Unfortunately, that's just a byproduct of assholes on the internet. Mick Gordon tried to handle this as professionally as possible, was beyond generous and patient with this whole team, and eventually, when he found himself out of options, released this publicly. Marty did this as a first resort and led that harassment against Mick. And for some reason, they're especially highlighting it on Mick Gordon for some reason, even though Mick made a very special effort to let people know that it's not okay to do those things. But there's always going to be douchebags online, and it happens, unfortunately. But for them to come out in their official statement and say that because of Mick, now their lives and their safety is in jeopardy, I think is just fucked up. Trying to villainize the victim here for coming forward by using some assholes leaving mean tweets to them as like proof that, oh my god, now everyone's in trouble, like all of their safety is compromised. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm excited to see what happens next if they really do have evidence. I'm curious to see what it is. But for now, I am definitely on Mick Gordon's. Yesterday, I posted a video talking about the dancing OK Boomer girl on Twitter. You know, the one doing the shit on Twitter that started the giant simp war. At the end of the video, I talked about how she revealed she had a boyfriend, and that was the end of that. The ceasefire was called, and everyone was all good. I couldn't have been more wrong. In fact, this was simply a ruse. The Twitter simp war never stopped. In fact, that was just a fake olive branch leading to a simp ambush. And as embarrassed as I am to say this, I'm just so fucking ashamed of this. I contributed to the Twitter simp war. I fanned the flames of it. But I'll get to that shit in a minute, and it actually makes me sick. I want to talk about what happened with the girl, Nico. At the time of when I posted the video, made it and all that, there was no real aftermath. There wasn't any, like, carnage. There wasn't fucking burned down cities or anything, or, you know, churches turned to ruin. People just moved on. They realized she had a boyfriend, they washed their hands of it, stopped foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog and coming in their diapers. They got over it. However, later that night, a big portion of those once true white knights went out of their way to get her Twitter account suspended. But not even that was enough for them. They didn't have their pound of flesh. They went after her TikTok as well, trying to get that suspended. That one never went down, but her Twitter was suspended for about an hour or so. She got it back. So in response, they copyright struck the dance video, the OK Boomer dance video, which, from what I can see, is still copyright claimed. And not by the person who made the song. They have come out publicly saying they didn't issue that. It was that group of people that are upset to find out that they never stood a chance of taking her to prom or anything. So after that, they really dug deep into their asshole to pull out their ultimate weapon, their final Manhattan project, the unfollow button. They mass unfollowed her account and she lost roughly 130,000 followers over the course of 24 hours. That is a fucking speed run right there. That's a speed run world record any % shit. Fucking O.J. Simpson could go on Twitter right now and post a video admitting to the murders and he would not lose that many followers in a day. That shit was on another level, what happened with Nico here. I've never seen something like that. All because she just told the world she had a boyfriend. She didn't feel she needed to hide it. I feel super bad for Nico here because she rose to stardom overnight just doing something she enjoyed doing, something wholesome, dancing. And then all of a sudden people get mad at her for having a life outside of their fantasy internet girl thing. It's just some sad shit. All around, just some super pathetic shit, honestly, from the Twitter Simp Wars. Now, what I talked about earlier, where I unfortunately contributed to it, actually makes me fucking sick. So what do I mean by that? I made that video yesterday talking about all of this Twitter Simp Wars because it was an entertaining topic. I didn't make it to try and lead some type of, holy crusade against the Simps or anything like that. It was just to make jokes about it, as I always do with situations like this. Not some type of serious revolution I'm trying to start or some kind of movement. It's just to make some fucking jokes about it. But unfortunately, a lot of euphoric, enlightened, atheist Redditors watched that video and went on this holy crusade to eliminate the Simps and, violently harass them, dox them, just some crazy shit. Because for the first time in a long time, I didn't censor the names of someone I showed on Twitter. So when I showed that thread about, the nudes troll thing, people went out of their way to attack those people and anyone they felt was an actual simp. Full disclosure, that thread of the nudes troll thing, those were all people making jokes. At the time, I didn't know that because on Twitter, it's hard to fucking tell. There are people that pathetic. There's people that make out with their dogs on Twitter. It's hard to tell what's a joke and what's not. So this led to this crazy witch hunt on Twitter between who's a real simp, who's an ironic simp, and then who's this Redditor that's coming in here with this fucking justice boner doing nothing but making things worse. Which means I added an Act 2 to this Twitter simp war completely unintentionally. I've learned my lesson now. I can't trust people to behave themselves if I show someone's name. I don't know why people can't just sit back and laugh about an entertaining situation like the Twitter Simp Wars here. I don't know why they have to go out of their way to try and prove something to themselves or God that they're fighting for the, what's right by attacking these dudes on Twitter making jokes about it or some shit. I don't understand why someone is so compelled to go out of their way to fight for hours, and it's not a small number. This is over 1,000 people at least did this, fight for hours with these people joking about being Simps, or they may have fought with real Simps. It's literally impossible to tell. It's like that Spider-Man picture where he's pointing at himself and accusing each other. It's baffling to me how a large group of people could sit there and watch the video yesterday, realize it's all for jokes, but then take it as a call to arms to go on Twitter and fight for hours. Why? People go out of their way to play in the fucking pig pen, the little swamp, and just fight battles on Twitter for no fucking reason. And then I feel responsible for it because now I've contributed to something like that, completely unintentionally. I've learned my lesson. I'm definitely going to keep blocking out people's names because I can't trust how someone's going to respond to it. It's silly. When I make a video like the one yesterday talking about some shit like that, it's just to make jokes about it. I'm not trying to rile up the community to take up arms, Cheetos in hand and Mountain Dew in the other and go charge the front lines of Twitter. I'm just making fucking jokes about it. It's just there to have a little fun. And yet some people take it to this extreme and make it something entirely negative, and it's upsetting. That's really about it. Hopefully that's the end of the great Twitter. I just got out of the shower, which is why my hair is so sodden and makes me look like the girl out of the Ring movies, but I needed to freshen up. I had to spruce myself up for this because today is a special occasion here. Many of you are aware, and some of you have probably even said a few prayers for my mental health, that I have been lost in the abyss of cringy, unhinged, weirdo text messages and bad dates that have been shared when it comes to romance. I have been glued to it. And today, we have a celebrity appearance here. Can we get a round of applause? We made it. We went from just a couple of really lunatic Redditors to an actual superstar celebrity making an appearance on this little segment here that I like to do. So anyway, let's get into it. So the superstar in question is the former Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker Ryan Shazier. This is a name many of you have probably heard of before because in 2017 his career was ended after a tackle went wrong that left him paralyzed. And over the years, since 2017, he has relearned to walk. It's actually an incredible story and an incredible recovery he's made. But unfortunately, he decided to cheat on his wife, allegedly. And his wife posts the screenshots yesterday from the alleged affair. I'm not going to show you every text message because a lot of them are just extremely boring and stiff. It's just the world's worst small talk. The things they say to each other is more robotic than like a throwaway conversation from side characters in Fallout 4. So I'm just going to show you the main ones that I want to focus on. So this is the first one from Michelle's Instagram. Now, it is worth mentioning this post is deleted. I imagine that is mainly due to it now being a legal matter, would be my understanding. I would imagine Ryan's lawyers are on this now. But anyway, she says, a person that loves his family, this is what they do to their family, the wife. That has been there for him since day one. Infidelity at its finest. I can't sit here and keep hiding anymore. You can have it. I deserve better. This is Ryan. He's a liar and a cheater, and then we can turn our attention to the contents of the text messages. He was allegedly cheating on his wife with a woman named Marie, and this is the first one I believe she shared. So it begins, oh, okay, haha. Glad she's not tripping though. She seems really cool and fun, like I'd be friends with her, lol. Like, look at you. And then it's a picture of Ryan and Marie. And then he just says, yeah, make that picture look good. I'm a little confused here because it sounds like Marie is aware of Ryan's wife and just doesn't care. And then Ryan then goes on to say in the following messages there, saying that she's super cool, referring to his wife again. That is a really odd conversation to be having with the person you're cheating on your wife with, and then talking about how you'd be friends with her, probably. So, before getting into more of the text messages, I think it's important to mention that Ryan is claiming that him and his wife have been separated, and that he just wants his privacy from all of these allegations. I guess it's hard to know for sure what the truth is here, but with the text messages and the post from his wife, it really seems like they're not on the same page when it comes to whatever their relationship currently is. It sounds like more of an affair as opposed to a we're separated, so this is totally okay kind of thing. But anyways, I'd like to move on and really give your eyeballs a treat here with what I believe to be the most baffling exchange in flirting history. So, Ryan says, I like a lot, and I believe he meant I like you a lot to Marie. She replies by saying, I like you a lot, lol. And then Ryan replies with 2 book recommendations, like it's some kind of summer reading assignment here. He links her to 2 books, like it's a Friday night book club. The first one being The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex for Women, 2nd edition, and the other, Blow by Blow, a step-by-step guide on how to give blowjobs so explosive that he will be willing to do anything for you. I was giggling so hard. She's like, I like you a lot. And then Ryan says, hit the books. You've got some homework to do. And I've seen a lot of people mention that as well. Like his first response to I like you a lot is, well, it's time to get your mandatory assignments in here in order to take this to the next level. And I absolutely was giggling so hard reading the first book, The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex, mainly because it's the 2nd edition. Like, what do you mean? What changed in anal over the course of these book publications' history? Like, surely the 1st edition is still applicable. An asshole still functions the same way. We haven't evolved that much over the years. But they came back for the 2nd edition. Like, maybe analingus wasn't in there, like they weren't eating butt. And then the 2nd edition, they have like a whole dedicated chapter to eating butt and then like debunking old scientific claims about, you know, how to properly clean out the colon before anal or something. I have no idea. But the fact that he recommended the 2nd edition had me absolutely howling for a little minute. It reminded me of being back in college when they give you like this very specific textbook that you have to use for class. Like, no. You can't use Anatomy and Physiology 2 3rd edition. That is obsolete and outdated. You have to use Anatomy and Physiology 3.5, obviously. And then it's like an extra $200 for that 0.5 edition book. Like, that's what he did to her with that. We don't have like a follow-up on what she says after the book links were dropped, but I have to imagine she was fucking flabbergasted. I like you a lot. Bang. Here's how to be better with your mouth and your ass. Like, oh, like that seems insulting. It's like he's calling all that weak for her or something. Like it feels like he's taking a shot at her here. Like you're gonna have to upgrade. Start studying, please. This is ridiculous. I just couldn't believe that. I've never seen such an interesting maneuver here. What a crazy strategy from Ryan. But anyway, let's go back into some more texts. You know what I need. Shake my head. You didn't bring a coat. I'm glad you like. And oh, I did. Haha, it's on my lap. And then she sends a selfie. Shake my head, wear it. He's shaking his head a lot here. Like, I don't know why he's sounding so disappointed in her. I have a zip up on too, haha. Lol, you can't change the temp in your office. This is the worst flirting ever, I swear to God. What in the world? This is so bad. I tried, but it's not working, haha. I'm just all bundled up. I want you on top of me / next to me and my fireplace, lol. That would be nice. And then he replies to the I tried, but it's not working. He just says, that sucks. Oh, brother, ChatGPT spits out better flirting than this. Like, I could have a more erotic conversation with an AI model. Like, this is rough. I'll just show you one more of the text messages that were shared. So Marie sends him a mirror selfie. I believe she's wearing a bikini top, but the quality's kind of bad, so it could just be bare breasts, and I just can't see the nipple in there because the quality's so low. There's a lot of JPEG and pixelation on the re-uploads now, but I think she's wearing a bikini top, and then says, enjoy some random pics / vids from Mexico. He at one point said that he had bad memory, to which she replies, aw baby, haha, it's okay, memory is just what I'm good at, you're literally the strongest person I've ever met. He goes, I don't know about that. She says, that's what I think at least, do you like the pics? And then he goes, goddamn, just seeing these. And she says, I'm glad you like. Her having to ask his opinion on the photos is brutal. If I sent a dick pic to someone and I'm met with crickets, silence, and then like the next text message they send is unrelated to that dick pic, I'm going and I'm crying in my bathtub. Like I'm putting on, you know, Inya, and I'm in my feels. I sent you my cock and you say nothing? What have I done wrong? It's wacky to me that he had to be asked about it in order to acknowledge the pictures and the videos she sent. But anyway, yeah, there still is, I guess, a little confusion around what the truth is here, if they really are, like, split up and they're not in a relationship anymore and all of this happened after they split up. I guess we just don't know yet, but I do feel like his wife probably wouldn't call him a liar and a cheater if this didn't happen while they were still together. So I don't know, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this continues to develop, but I just had to talk about these text. You couldn't even begin to imagine how wacky my day's been. I've spent so long researching one of the most useless topics I've ever invested time into. Celebrity drama, but more specifically, Harry Styles and whether or not he actually spit on Chris Pine. I swear to God, I spent more time studying this phenomenon than I did studying for the SATs back in high school. I don't even know why I've been so captivated by it, but I've truly just been drawn into it, and it's not letting me go. It's just strangling me by the neck like Homer Simpson on Bart. I just cannot get a conclusive answer as to whether or not he actually spit on Chris Pine. Let me go ahead and bring all of you up to speed. Harry Styles and Chris Pine are in a movie coming up called Don't Worry Darling, which has a ton of controversy surrounding it with Olivia Wilde and pretty much the entire cast. But I'm not here to focus on that. I'm here to get to the brass tacks, the really important stuff, the conspiracy side. Whether or not Harry Styles spit on Chris Pine at one of their premiere things yesterday. I showed the clip on stream and gave my take on it. I thought it was pretty obvious that he hawked a loogie on him, just treated him like a fucking human spittoon. This is the video that kicked off everything. This is the patient zero of the conspiracy. As you can see, it looked like Harry Styles spit on Chris's lap, and Chris responds with bewilderment and a bit of shock. My initial response to seeing that clip was, wow, this unhinged goofball just spit on Chris Pine for some reason. And that was the end of it. You know, this whole movie has had a really super silly history to it. In fact, the same day Harry Styles did an interview, and when he was asked what his favorite thing about the movie was, his response was, I shit you not, this is verbatim, his response was, I think, you know, my favorite thing about the movie is that it feels like a movie. And then he continued saying, you know, it feels like a real, like, go to the theater film movie. You know, the reason why you go to watch something on the big screen. Now, I can't play the interview clip, so I just had to read the transcript here. The interview's obviously copyrighted. But when you listen to it, it sounds like Harry Styles has been fucking lobotomized. Like, it sounds like he's delivering this answer after he's been hit by a tranquilizer dart and he's about to pass out. I've never listened to him talk. I've seen him in a couple movies and he's always been okay. I don't really have any strong opinions on him. But listening to him speak unscripted is painful. It actually just feels like I wandered into like the most decrepit bar and I'm listening to a drunk man tell stories. It was bad. But anyway, after seeing the spit clip on stream, I said, yeah, it looks like you just spit on him, you know, no questions asked. I washed my hands of it and that was that. I thought nothing more of it. But then it got posted on my second channel, and on Twitter, they weren't super happy. I got a couple tweets talking about how disappointed they are that I called Harry Styles yucky because of the spit clip, but one in particular stood out to me. One of them said, not moist critical calling Harry Styles yucky for a fake spitting clip. And I sat there scratching my head. I said, you buffoon, you fucking imbecile, what do you mean fake spit? Like, what is fake spit? Like a prop from Party City? Was the saliva acting? Was Chris in on it and the spit wasn't aggressive or disrespectful? It was a publicity stunt? Like, what do you mean fake spitting incident? Like, I couldn't wrap my head around it because I thought this was a pretty open and shut case because it really does look like Harry Styles purses his lips, fucking lets Loogie rip, and Chris Pine responds by looking down where he was spitting, and he's pretty disgusted or confused by it. So it all seemed to check all the boxes of being legitimately being spit on. I didn't know there was any debate. But even still, I wanted to go a bit further to see, like, is this like a conspiracy? Have I bought into propaganda? Have I been faked out? Was it actually a magic trick? You know, I didn't get it. But Harry Styles fans, whatever they call themselves, stylers, I have no idea, they were adamant that this was fake, manufactured drama and not real. So I dug a bit deeper, and I found an alternate angle, which I also pulled up on stream, that further confirmed my suspicion that this was real spit. I'll go ahead and play that for you. So here we can see the event through a different lens. We got a totally different vantage point here, and I think this one's even clearer, because I really feel like I can see spit travel. So then I did what any sensible man would do and slowed down the clip significantly, and I'm not too sure. Like, now I really don't know if it's spit, because there I didn't feel like I could see it as well. When played at full speed, I am convinced that I can see the spit. I see like a little flash leave Harry Styles' mouth and land on Chris Pine's lap. But I don't know anymore if it's my mind playing tricks on me. It's got me questioning everything I thought I knew about the universe, honestly. Because when I slow down the clip, I can no longer see that flash. Unless, of course, Harry Styles can spit faster than the speed of light, which, you know, it is a possibility, I suppose. But what makes this even more confusing is the statement that came out, like the official statement to explain this away, did nothing to squash this conspiracy. Because if it's not spit, then why did Chris Pine react that way immediately after the spit would have landed on him? You know, like, nothing really checks out, but here's the official explanation. This is a ridiculous story, a complete fabrication, and the result of an odd online illusion that is clearly deceiving and allows for foolish speculation, Pine's rep said in a statement to Variety. Just to be clear, Harry Styles did not spit on Chris Pine. There is nothing but respect between these two men, and any suggestion otherwise is a blatant attempt to create drama that simply does not exist. This is a dog shit response. I'll just go ahead and give Chris Pine's rep a little free advice. In order to, like, actually squash these rumors, you needed to explain what happened. Because clearly something happened. Chris responded to something. There was some stimulus there that Chris looked down and then had, like, a confused moment there, you know? So you needed to explain it, which you didn't. You just called everyone fucking stupid, basically. This is ridiculous, and it's an illusion. Even though it's not an illusion, like, it's a video we can all see, and it's a little fishy that Harry Styles does something weird with his mouth, and Chris Pine responds to it. You didn't explain anything. You just said, you guys are wrong. Source, trust me, bro. Like, that's it. That's not super helpful here. But luckily, Chris Pine's rep might not be smart enough to explain it, but I saw a couple of theories on Twitter that I'm starting to believe as well. So the leading theory and the explanation I'm starting to subscribe to is that Chris Pine was wondering where his sunglasses went, and when he noticed they were sitting on his lap, he was a little embarrassed and felt silly, which is why he gave that response. And that's a mistake we've all made, like we're looking for something that's right in front of us, or we're looking for something that we're holding. You know, like sometimes I've made the mistake of trying to find my phone, and I'll turn the flashlight on my phone while looking for it, and then I feel like such a fucking idiot when I realize, oh, it's in my hand. And then, you know, you have that eureka moment where you feel stupid and you have like that kind of response. And that does actually kind of explain it away, because Chris does grab his sunglasses after noticing them. And he does give that like, oh, I'm so forgetful kind of look, that kind of shit. So maybe it's a case of just perfect timing where Harry Styles did some goofy shit with his mouth that looks like he's spitting, and at the same time, Chris Pine just happened to have noticed the sunglasses he was trying to locate were sitting right in his lap, so he's like, ugh. You know, like, oh, I found them, they were right there, I'm so dumb. That kind of shit. But I'm not 100% certain either way. I've spent so much time rewatching these clips, it's fucking crazy, and I still can't fully decide which I believe. I think it's most likely that he didn't spit on him and it's just his reaction to finding the sunglasses he was looking for. But I also don't think it's impossible that he truly did just spit on Chris. There's been so much drama on this movie. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to learn that these two have animosity between them and he just spit on him just to fucking assert dominance and disrespect him publicly. I think both are equally likely, though I lean a little more towards it just being the sunglass thing, but... What's going on, drama enthusiasts? It's me again, Dr. Deep Throat, here to swallow the entire load of drama this week because this shit has been hot. Not just with YouTubers arguing with each other and being upset, but also there's been some signs of war in the chess community that I've been paying very close attention to. It's been wild. But for this video, I'm going to focus on H3H3 and Keem drama because that is the one that most people are dedicating their lives to at the moment, literally putting their lives on the line, ready to lay it all down for the sake of defending their YouTubers. It's been pretty extreme. I mean, you could go to the best steakhouse in the world and not find beef like this. This is some USDA prime internet beef. And 2 days ago, I made a video talking about it and joking about it, mainly just giving my perspective on what could happen in terms of why it could be dangerous for the platform. And since then, my shit has been twisted more times than cotton candy being made. I don't know if maybe I didn't frame what I was saying correctly, or if people are just blatantly trying to twist what I was saying, but I figured I should at least defend myself and explain it a little bit better, especially following Ethan's nuclear fallout video. To start off, it's not like Ethan and I are on bad terms. There's no bad blood between us. We've talked in DMs, he even agrees with my main point, and we're not like enemies or anything at all. I feel like on the internet, as soon as someone disagrees with someone else, the internet's perception is they have to hate each other, and even other YouTubers feel that way, but for most adults, you can disagree with someone. Not every friend that you're going to have is going to be a sycophant that's just going to be a yes man and agree with everything. So it's not like Ethan crossed his arms and was pouting like, Charlie, we were friends until you had a different opinion than I did. That's not how it happened. He was understanding and, like I said, agreed with my main point. I'll explain my main point again. My main point was never we shouldn't hold people accountable and sponsors are some sacred, untouchable thing. My point is, by making it a common thing, it hurts everyone on the internet, not just with sponsors, but anything. And not to hit you with the old wiggle finger and an I told you so, but within the last 3 days since the first content nuke, Keem has lost the G Fuel sponsorship, which you well know, but Ethan's also lost his Old Spice sponsorship, mainly because people in Keemstar's fanbase on Twitter spearheaded this attack on Ethan's sponsors, and Old Spice caved almost immediately, and that was fueled because Keemstar would constantly retweet them saying, please don't do this. And once that genie's out of the bottle, everyone's gonna hop in. You can't just put that shit back in, you can't just put a cork in that wiener hole and get the genie back in there. Now that people know it's effective, they keep doing it. So Keem retweeting, don't do this. I didn't condone attacking his sponsors, as he's retweeting the person who's organizing it, attacking Ethan's sponsors. Well, it led to more people attacking his sponsors, and Ethan lost Old Spice. It also happened to another YouTuber named Gundam, where a popular streamer named Pokimane mentioned his sponsor, and a lot of her people attacked his sponsor, and he lost his sponsor deal there. So it is becoming something of an epidemic, something that I said is bad for the whole platform, and not just with sponsors. It's something anyone on the internet can do, and it's something that's happening right now. There's a massive thread on 4chan that's constantly growing with people targeting big YouTubers and targeting their ads. It's basically a fucking hit list, the main three being Philip DeFranco, iDubbbz, and H3, and they're trying to prove how much power the people have over these YouTubers they don't like's lives. And that's the point I was making in my initial video. When you show this group of people, these bad actors, how much power they can have by just getting enough of them together to go to an advertiser for someone they don't like, it's a disaster for everyone on the internet, because it's not just sponsors. They can do it to Patreon, they can do it to PayPal or AdSense, they can do it anywhere. All it takes is enough people with this same narrative, like this guy is a bad person, to have them dropped. I couldn't decide if even talking about this was the right move, since, as a couple other people pointed out, even mentioning it leads way to a few assholes doing it just for shits and giggles, but ultimately I feel like most people are justifying how it happened because it was Keemstar, and then some people don't like Ethan, so they justified it against Ethan. But I think it's just overwhelmingly negative no matter what, because even if you're using it against people you don't like right now, it sets the precedent where anyone can use it against anybody, and it just becomes a very common tool that eventually leads to a lot of innocent people being hurt. So I felt it was important to at least make people aware of just how dangerous it is to go down this path. Now, maybe I didn't frame this argument correctly in my initial video and my point wasn't clear, because a lot of people seem to think that I was just absolving Keemstar of his sins, just throwing, holy water and blessing him with a pass because he didn't attack sponsors like Ethan. Like, yeah, Keemstar can be an asshole, but this is what Ethan did, as if I was just excusing everything Keemstar did that was bad, which I wasn't doing. I was just highlighting what I thought was a bad thing that came from this situation. And ultimately what ended up happening is Keemstar, it turns out, was also attacking sponsors well before anyone else. In Ethan's follow-up video, he pointed that out. And of course, people were acting like I was supposed to be omniscient and know everything about Keemstar's past, from his fucking SAT scores to the first time he went trick-or-treating as a child. I just didn't know that until Ethan pointed it out. I didn't leave it out on purpose. So yes, Keemstar was attacking sponsors well before any of this happened, and just because he was first doesn't mean that it's okay to do it now. It doesn't make it right. It's still bad. It's bad that Keemstar did it, it's fucked up, and it's fucked up that it's happening now. Now, Ethan himself is not on the side of attacking sponsors, as he makes clear in the follow-up video he makes, and honestly at this point, I get the impression Ethan didn't even mean to start something like this. I think maybe he was just making jokes about G Fuel just for some jabs at Keemstar for fun that kind of got out of control, and especially on a subreddit getting out of control as well, taking it to extremes that now 4chan is taking to, and Twitter as well. There was a dude on Twitter that admitted to committing a fucking crime. After Ethan was dropped by Old Spice, there was a vigilante who took down Old Spice and was holding the website hostage until they made a public statement bringing Ethan back. So shit's just getting out of control, which is exactly what I was saying I was worried about happening. That was the precedent I was worried about. In fact, it's gone worse than I thought. I thought it was always going to have to be a YouTuber coordinating it. But what's happening is just Discord groups of people on 4chan, and just groups of people on Twitter are coordinating with each other to attack the brands of YouTubers that they don't like. And from what I've seen, and I've seen quite a few screenshots of this going on, they're not even presenting evidence. They're just saying nasty things about the YouTuber and saying why it's hurting their brand. And it's working. As we just saw with Ethan, they weren't even presenting any evidence, they were just saying bad things, and they dropped them. Because the companies aren't looking at evidence. They don't have like a department of drama super sleuths that are going to go through every video to make sure it's legitimate proof that this person is bad. They're just getting an influx of these really heinous emails saying that the person they're sponsoring is bad, and they're just dropping them on the spot because to them, it's safer that way. And that's why it is such a big problem. It is something that can happen to people that don't deserve it. Innocent people that maybe just a group of people don't like their content. To defend myself, a lot of people said I only cared about my own sponsors. Like, oh, I see where Charlie's priorities lie. All he cares about is his own sponsor money, which I think is super fucked up because I don't use sponsors. The only things that I ever have sponsors on are the Moist Meter and the podcast. All of my personal content I don't have sponsors for, and the reason I have sponsors for the other two is because those are my friends. That's a whole team putting those productions together. That's supporting multiple people. The majority of my income comes from Twitch, from streaming on Twitch and the generosity of the community. And I mean, I fucking make videos with dildo trick shots, which occasionally Adam and Eve ask if they can sponsor, and I say yes to that, but that's the only piece of personal content I ever have a sponsor on. So it's not like I have a horse in this race where I'm trying to protect my own group of sponsors. It's simply I'm worried about what happens in the future on YouTube, because if this continues to be the norm, companies are just going to stop sponsoring these channels, and a lot of channels that I like to watch are high production channels that need someone like a sponsor to pay for the production costs to put on. But if these companies start to learn like shit, no matter who we sponsor on YouTube, we're still getting a little PR nightmare on Twitter, it's not worth it. They're just not going to sponsor those people or sponsor this platform anymore on an individual level. So that's why I was talking about it. I also can't believe I even have to say this, but obviously the tactic as a whole isn't some brand new genius creation of going after sponsors. It's something that's been done for a long time, just not on a YouTuber personal level. This was, well, with Keemstar apparently being first, this was the first time we've seen it being this effective and now this widespread. That's what I was saying. While as an idea, it's not the most, genius thing ever, it doesn't take some supervillain mastermind to come up with the idea of, wait, what if I just said some mean shit about this guy to a sponsor? Like, that doesn't take the smartest person in the world to think of that. That's not new. But seeing it actually employed on a YouTuber individual level is something that is new, and now seems to be something very effective that's spiraling out of control, where it's not YouTubers doing it, now it's just people even unassociated with both groups doing it just to fuck people up. That's what I'm saying is new. And to get even bigger brain scheme here, to see even into a deeper dystopian future, I'll go ahead and speculate. A lot of these people are younger. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the majority of people doing this and reporting this acting like some kind of fucking Batman of the internet, I'd say they're like 15, 16 years old. These are young people. As they get older and they see that what they're doing has a huge effect on people's lives, they might employ this tactic outside of the internet into the real world where, maybe they have a disagreement with someone on the internet and they take it to their actual job and they get that person to have ramifications for something they just disagreed with on the internet. And we've seen that from, like I said, middle-aged Karens reporting Twitter people to their employer and getting them fired. So if we're teaching people that are this young that this kind of shit is effective at hurting someone you don't like, they might take that even further, even outside of the internet. That's very speculative and very well could not happen, but like I said, this can have far-reaching consequences like that because these are people that are still learning, they're still developing. These are young minds that are forming, they're like a sponge absorbing all kinds of shitty internet memes and ideas. So if they're learning that, hey, this person I don't like is getting fucked because of this, I'm gonna start using this on other people I don't like. It could be bad, even outside of just internet shit. And that's what I wanted to talk about, why it is so bad if you go after people's sponsors or just general livelihood, because it's a very slippery slope, and I know a lot of people hate that term, but it really fucking is, because these companies aren't looking at evidence. They're looking at numbers. These companies aren't like, shit, we have to keep up with the latest drama with our clients. All right, let's get the HR department on this. Look at all these 9 exposed videos. We have to make sure they're legitimate. That's not what they're doing. What they're doing is they're looking at, holy shit, look at all of these emails telling us that this person is bad. Must be bad, we're dropping them. It is not worth the disaster we're having here. They're just looking at numbers. There's a lot of complaints, they're saying, fuck it, not worth it, they're gone. That's how it's working, and that's why it's bad, because it doesn't even need to be a bad person. Anyone can coordinate that shit, and it leads to... There's few accomplishments on this planet that have the same level of prestige as climbing Mount Everest. For the longest time, it was just viewed as one of the most impressive things a person could do. You conquered nature, you defied the gods, and climbed this ridiculous mountain. A mountain that's claimed more souls than Shang Tsung. Hundreds of people have died going on expeditions up Mount Everest, so much so that they actually use their corpses as waypoints. Like the famous green boots, which is an unidentified body of a climber who had green boots that perished on the mountain, and they now use them as a fucking waypoint. That is as extreme as shit gets. That is Insano style. So, climbing Mount Everest still has a very powerful reputation, though I will say, I feel like over the last few years, or maybe even like the last decade or so, its pedigree hasn't quite been the same. It's been perceived in a different way. Since it's so expensive to climb, a lot of people kind of view it now as more of like a rich person's getaway where they just go there to collect the Pokemon gym badge, to say that they climbed Mount Everest, and really what they did is just kind of had the Sherpas do everything for them. So a lot of people don't view Mount Everest the same way when it comes to these expeditions, but that's still not to say that it's easy by any means. People still die there all the time. This year alone, there's already been quite a few deaths on the mountain. So it's not Weenie Hut Jr. mode by any means, but it is worth mentioning that a lot of people don't view climbing Mount Everest the same way because it's become so commercialized. But the reason I'm talking about it today is because yesterday there was a story that came out about a man who was climbing Mount Everest and nearly died. But he was saved by a Sherpa. And after his life was saved by this fucking angel, a hero that literally carried this man on their back down the mountain to safety so they could be airlifted out, in response to that unbelievable action, the guy started thanking his sponsors, and only his sponsors. He never thanked the Sherpa that saved him, or really any of the Sherpas that helped save his life and perform this incredible rescue. He only had his sponsors to thank, at least until public backlash started mounting, and then he, like, you know, very quickly said thanks to the people that actually saved his life. It's just crazy. So let me go over this story with you, because it's a wacky one. So this was posted on Instagram from the Sherpa that found and helped save this man's life. I hope I don't fuck up the name pronunciation. I think it's Gelje Sherpa. But basically, they were on an expedition, and they had a client, and noticed that this guy was about to go meet the big man upstairs. He was on death's door, about to get a game over screen, and decided to cancel the trip and focus instead on rescuing him and saving his life. So they strapped the man to Gelje Sherpa's back and began the 6-hour journey downward in order for him to be airlifted out. He is literally carrying this guy on his back. This is some shit out of Death Stranding. Now, of course, this wasn't the only Sherpa that helped here. There was a lot of people that came to the aid and saved this man's life, and he had nothing to say about his saviors here. Instead, he immediately went to thanking his sponsors. His statement was, "I shit you not, I am alive today because I had the best and dedicated partners, the 14th Peaks Expedition Co. and Global Rescue Inns." On his own Instagram post, this is all he had to say. "How important is rescue team and heli rescue on Everest expedition? Believe me, it's very important. I'm alive today because I had the best and dedicated partners, the 14th Peaks Expedition Co. and Global Rescue. Everest in previous years, especially in 2022, was good, but in 2023 it was tough and taking many lives." He literally doesn't even mention the people that actually saved him, and instead just takes this as like a sponsorship opportunity to try and like help make his brand partners happy. Like, "Oh guys, look, the most recent Everest expedition went tits up. I almost died. But thanks to the Ridge Wallet and fucking Blue Apron, I'm alive here today. So all's good in the world, and I can't wait to get back out there again with my brand partners." As the light was leaving my eyes, my vision fading, I thought to myself, I can't afford to die here because I've got Raid Shadow Legends to be playing at home. Damn it. And that's the only thing that got me through that expedition at the top of Everest. That's the only reason I made it back in one piece. That's just fucking crazy to me. There's no shot he just forgot to mention the people that saved him. There's no way you could forget who saved your fucking life. This was a conscious decision to not even mention them for some reason, and instead just mention your sponsors. It blows my mind. Now, like I mentioned, a lot of people started blowing up at this guy, you know, saying, "Why aren't you mentioning, you know, Gelje Sherpa and everyone that helped save you?" And eventually he made a post where he thanked all the Sherpas that had a role in his rescue, which does include Gelje Sherpa. But the fact that they had to, like, pry that thank you out of him is so baffling. They had to squeeze this guy like a tube of Go-Gurt in order for him to just acknowledge the people that actually saved him on that mountain. And Gelje Sherpa seems like a saint, because even after all of that, Gelje just said, "Thank you, hope you're recovering well." So he really just cared that the guy was alive and, you know, healthy after all of this. So he is a fucking saint. Because the man whose life was saved got an entire press tour out of this. He went on television, he had tons of posts. This was a big story. And he didn't acknowledge anyone that saved him, which seems like such a slap in the face of the people that risked their lives to save his. And even still, they just seem happy that they were able to help and that this guy is now alive. Now, I want to show another clip that kind of goes over it a bit more. This is from CNN when they covered this story earlier this week.
The guide was climbing with someone else up Mount Everest when he spotted the climber in distress, clinging to a rope and shivering. Temperatures in that area can drop to negative 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The Sherpa wrapped the climber up, put him on his back, and carried him down, descending nearly 2,000 feet.
In places where it was rockier, we could not drag him. We had to carry him on our backs with difficulty.
How do you not thank them? I can't get over that. This is not something that you just, you know, slipped your mind. You know, happy to be alive, but I'm even happier my sponsors are still behind me. They got my back. Oh, and then, of course, yeah, also some people saved me. Like, I don't know how you don't thank them. But yeah, I've resisted the urge for about a week to discuss this, but I can fight it no longer. This video keeps floating around on Twitter, and I need to opine on it. My opinion is like a demon that needs to be exorcised, and that's what I'm doing right now. What you're about to see is unacceptable, unholy, and inhumane. Its very existence makes me question whether or not there is a higher power out there, because if there was, Why would they allow this to exist? A TikTok realtor recently posted a video taking us all on a walkthrough of the only place worse than hell, a house in Toronto. Now, I can't play the audio from the video because it was just popular DMCA-able music, so instead I'm going to be making my own music with my mouth, so enjoy my beatboxing. Ooh. The only music that should be playing during this video is circus music, because you'd have to be the stupidest fucking clown on the planet to pay almost $2 million for this. Now what you'll instantly notice is the house is extremely narrow. It looks like it's closing in on itself like a trap in Indiana Jones. The house is about as wide as 2 tissue boxes set side by side. If you put both of your arms out at the same time, you would touch both walls. It's like that obstacle in Ninja Warrior courses where you do like the spiders up the wall. You can do that in your own house for $2 million almost. Put that down. Just look at this shit. You're basically paying $2 million for a coffin. There's no space here at all. God forbid more than 2 people try and use this place at the same time. You'll have to take turns walking through the corridors or else you just bump into each other and get stuck. When you live in this house, you probably have to have something on your front door that says whether or not it's vacant or occupied, like an airplane bathroom. Now, if this was more reasonably priced and not $2 million, I really wouldn't have an issue with it. At the end of the day, a home's a home, right? So if it just had the right price point, I don't think there'd be any issues. It's still kind of goofy as a design, because it looks like it was designed to be some kind of supervillain secret lair behind a rotating bookshelf or something out of a cartoon, because it's so goddamn narrow. I can't really wrap my head around there. But you're paying $2 million to live in a place where you basically have to treat it like you're diving through caves, like squeezing around like a worm. Davy Jones haunts my home. Another complaint I have about this place is the actual design inside. There's an entire wing of this sarcophagus that's just pure orange. Orange wallpaper, orange floors, orange everything. Feeling like you're living at Nickelodeon Studios. You know, you walk in here and think you're gonna fucking get slimed. I think it all looks super ugly. And all the furniture here, like the TV, the stand, the couch, the chair, all of that, it looks like it's fitted here like Tetris pieces. Excuse me, dear. Can you pass the Yeah, that's right. $2 million and they put this shitter in the master bedroom. Now you can wake up hugging the toilet just like the good old college days. The toilet and shower in your master bedroom just inches away from your twin-sized bed because that's the biggest bed they could fit in this fucking house. For $2 million, you can quite literally shit where you sleep. It'd be better at this point just to go outside and squat. I'm sure my neighbors would understand. I love the audacity to include this outside area as if this is some kind of luxury home. This just seems like it's more for like public humiliation. Like you wake up in the morning, you stretch, you hit your head on the ceiling and bang your arms and legs on the side of the room. And then you walk outside with your morning coffee and the neighborhood's laughing at you and lobbing tomatoes at you because you're just like this fucking jester, a joke who paid $2 million for this piece of shit. I can't believe the shamelessness to charge $2 million for this piece of property. This has to be some kind of elaborate ruse or some kind of experiment. A way of diagnosing mental illness quickly. Like if someone bids on this house or, God forbid, outright buys it, they should be immediately locked up in an insane asylum. Or imprisoned for being completely reckless and irresponsible. They have to be a danger to society. There has to be some kind of screw loose to convince someone that this is worth $2 million. Or even haggling at the $2 million price range. But anyway, douchebag YouTubers are a disease. Not as severe as coronavirus, but not far off either. There's one in particular, one real stinky shit-stained greaseball named Jaystation, whom I've made a few videos on by now, and that's because I find the ridiculous and awful shit he does to just be really enjoyable to make fun of. By now you've realized, I don't like him. In fact, I'd go as far as to say I really don't like him. Almost nobody does. He gets used like a goddamn fleshlight on the internet. I mean, sticking your cock in the dirty glory hole of a biker bar feels less gross than watching a full JStation video. But why am I talking about him again? Well, it's because his YouTube career has ended, and I felt like he at least deserved a proper eulogy, and who better to deliver that than I, so if I may, I wrote a poem. Hello, Jason. You suck. Goodbye, you creepy fuck. So long, and good luck in court in March. Thank you. So what am I talking about? Well, I don't really give a shit about Jason's life outside of the internet, by the way, but that is now spilled over to the internet, and this is why he has to step away from it, because the whole faked girlfriend death thing has led to charges against him. There was a warrant for his arrest. He now has to appear in court about some certain charges of assault and assault with a weapon, some pretty serious accusations. And in response to that coming to light, as well as other factors from JStation's past, YouTube has decided to completely demonetize Jason's channel, which has prompted him to step away from YouTube. He made a goodbye video, which I'll play for a brief moment now.
What's up, guys? So this video is like super hard for me to make. Basically, I want to have a heart-to-heart with you guys.
I had to stop the video right there. He said guys 2 times in the first 11 seconds of the video. If you're unfamiliar with JStation, consider yourself very lucky, but guys is a word he uses more than the. He says guys so fucking frequently it's grating. It fucking hurts. That'll put hemorrhoids in your butthole real quick. And even in his goddamn goodbye video, he couldn't help but just sprinkle guys in a million fucking times. To be fair, in this goodbye video, he has moments of self-reflection that seem genuine, others that seem hollow. I'm not a fucking armchair psychoanalyst therapist, you know, I'm not a supreme redditor here that can deduce all of the small details of everyone's speech and get it right 100% of the time. But to me, it at least seems like there is a recognition from him that he's kind of a piece of shit these days, which is great. And in response to that and being demonetized, he's stepping away. But it's hard to even watch this goodbye video just because the amount of times guys is said fucking hurts. Now when I say YouTube demonetized him, and what he means by demonetized is YouTube stepped in themselves and removed monetization options from the JStation channel. This is only the second time I can think of where they've ever done this to anyone, at least at this level. So that's pretty significant. I'm sure all of you know by now I don't support censorship at all. And in this case, I have to applaud YouTube. It's hard not to celebrate how they've handled this whole JStation parasite. I like that they didn't outright delete his channel. I think demonetizing it was a smart move because his content is focused at children, and in times he scams those kids, misleads them with this fake clickbait shit, has them believe people they love are dead or people that died can be brought back thanks to JStation. So he's teaching these kids some terrible shit and outright lying to them, scamming them, using them, exploiting them. It's deplorable behavior. Plus now with these serious accusations against him, I think it just makes sense the way they've handled it. Ideally, what would have happened is JStation finally has enough self-respect to say, I'm tired of getting pissed on, I'm going to take a break. That would have been the best possible scenario, but YouTube had to step in and kind of push him in that direction because I think he needs time away, get some help, get himself, you know, settled down again. But yeah, this looks like the season finale to the long-running JStation sitcom. I gotta be honest, it's a little sad to see it go. There's never been a punching bag quite like JStation on YouTube, and with Onision about to be Jared Fogeled, I imagine, there's probably not going to be another JStation to fill that hole left in the soul of YouTubers just looking for someone to make jokes about. But anyway, that about covers it. Hopefully JStation will learn to not be an asshole. Perhaps the demonetization was a good thing for him, we'll see. But again, I want to make this clear. I don't give a shit about every bad YouTuber's personal life, by the way. I just like picking some entertainingly bad content and making jokes about it, or some bad people that make bad shit and make jokes about them and the content. I don't want, nor do I care to know about every single detail. Yesterday I made a video making jokes at a man named Brian Taylor, who's an Australian sports commentator who went out of his way to insult an esports team at a football game for no reason. and now all 5 of Brian Taylor's fervent fans on Facebook are mad at me, so they've got their pitchforks out. They've rallied the entire anti-vaccination group of moms there to target me and get mad at me, all because I insulted their hero with some jokes. And I also want to talk about Reddit, because the video got posted there, and Reddit has to be the most humorless place on the fucking planet. Let me make this clear for all enlightened atheist Redditors out there, you euphoric beings. I just posted that video to make jokes. The guy was being a douchebag, so, you know, that's ripe for making jokes about. If you're gonna dish out jokes and be mean, you should be able to take some jokes as well, as should your fans. It was not there as some type of moral high ground where I'm trying to rally a team of elite gamers to show Brian that he's a bad person and going to hell for insulting gamers. No, I just wanted to make jokes. I pointed out why he's a douchebag, and then I made jokes at him and about him. It's not supposed to be some thought-provoking piece that rattles your very soul and makes you self-reflect on yourself. I just wanted to make some fucking jokes. Meanwhile, Reddit's like, oh, this guy's such a hypocrite. Yeah, Brian was insulting those guys, but this guy's no better. He's insulting Brian. Oh, disgusting. Jokes? What do you mean jokes? On the internet in 2019, isn't that illegal? This man should be thrown in jail for making jokes. He should be in the slammer right now. I don't get it. How dumb is Reddit overall? Or not even dumb. I think it's just blatantly ignorant to just social shit in general. I think it's very clear I was just making jokes. It wasn't supposed to be some type of moral piece. Yeah, I pointed out he's a douchebag. Yeah, I pointed out it's rude. It is. And then I made jokes. It's not like I was there to be better than Brian. I just wanted to make some fucking jokes. And I think Facebook understood that. They at least knew it was there for jokes, not some type of moral piece. But let me give you a little background on the Facebook thing. So Brian Taylor's got a Facebook page, a fan page. It's not his page. And it started out as a satire piece to make fun of Brian Taylor originally. And then it got hijacked by people that actually like Brian Taylor. So now it has this identity crisis where sometimes it supports him, and then other times it just takes the dick right out of him. So it's got this weird dichotomy going on, this weird civil war, and it seems I've united them as a common enemy like the raid boss. So now they've all come together to insult me. And I can't tell if it's ironic or not, and I don't really care because it's pretty goddamn entertaining. So Brian Taylor, the owner of the account, posted this, where he calls me a neck-bearded virgin who attacks BT. It's a bit of a stretch. I can tell the person who owns this account's probably in like mid-30s, because they must have just read neck-bearded virgin on like an archived 4chan source trying to catch up with like internet lingo and shit. I don't have a neck beard. I don't even grow hair down here except for like rogue pubic hairs that'll pop up here and there, which look fucking disgusting. And if I did have a neck beard growing in, I would immediately nair that off or like go to laser hair removal because I just can't stand the look of neck beards. I'm sure some people can pull them off. I can't. And I know neck beard's supposed to just be a general insult, but in this case it doesn't really apply. Virgin, I'm not a virgin, but if you want to make me a virgin in your own headcanon lore to jerk off to, I'm totally fucking fine with that as well. But anyway, the people, he posted this, and then the fans or the people shitposting for Brian Taylor hopped on board, and there's some bangers in there. So the senile owner of this page says, odds on this bastard living in his parents' basement at 30, and the fans of this page are so fucking dumb, the response to this was, $1.02. How do you even dress yourself in the morning? That's not how odds work. Are you fucking kidding me? How fucking dumb are you? I'm not gonna sit here and be your 3rd grade teacher and teach you how this works, but god damn. I want you to go through this out loud in your head, looking in the mirror at some point. Someone asks you, hey, what are the odds that this horse wins the horse race? Your response, $1.02. Does that sound right to you? Or if you want to do it in a more social situation, what are the odds I get real fucked up at this party and bang this girl that I've been interested in? $1.02 odds. Does that sound right? No, it doesn't. You need to rehearse a little bit here. Holy shit. And that's what most of the comments are. There's also this really cute, innocent one. Is anyone else Googling lolly porn? This poor guy. This guy's obviously probably a middle-aged father. He doesn't know what that is, and he's in for a real rude awakening. Or he's gonna find something very sexually evil within himself. It's one or the other, really. Could go either way. I really just don't have a whole lot to say about the comments on here or the beef between Brian Taylor and I, because I really think most of these are ironic. I just really, it feels that way. It feels like they're all in on the joke, and some of them are really sad that I almost have to convince myself that it's ironic at some point. Some of them I just plain out, just outright can't understand, like this one. He doesn't look like he plays any sports. Clearly an uneducated man who's got no idea. You bagged a Coleman in 86 kicking 100 snags. BT, goodness gracious me. Don't know what's going on in the brain department here. I understood maybe half of those words. I have no fucking clue what bagging a Coleman 86 100-foot snag proton electron kinesiology power stone loop-de-doop and pull is. So a lot of it's just lost in translation on these. I can't even tell if they're insulting me or not because it just doesn't make sense. I don't know the sport. Then there's some real internet tough guys like, man, if he said this to Brian, I bet Brian would rip his goddamn tits off. I know I would if I ever saw this guy saying that shit. It's jokes. You need to have some thicker skin. I understand you're on your Facebook safe space, but it's a fucking joke. It's not really a call to action or violence. It's just making a fucking joke. And then there's this post right here comparing me to this character. And that's fair. I'll give you that. That's fair, honestly. You've got me on that one. Of the entire 1,000 comments, that's probably the best one. And really, I just don't have a lot to say about these because, again, I really feel like most of them are just in on the joke. So Brian Taylor, this isn't his page. He hasn't responded. He probably won't. He seems like the kind of guy that can probably take a joke. He doesn't need limp-dicked Facebook fan pages fighting his battles for him. I'm sure he can handle it himself if he wants to. Or there's a chance that he understands it's a goddamn joke. Reddit's the one that actually got under my skin just because of these fucking fart-sniffing, humorless assholes acting like they're the moral internet police and you're not allowed to make jokes at any point for any reason whatsoever. Like, you can criticize the jokes saying they're not good. That's totally fine. I get that. But to say that, you know, it's so hypocritical, jokes, that doesn't make any sense. That's just stupid. I hate that. So Reddit's the one that I actually felt more offended by than the Brian Taylor fan page that went out of their way to make a beef out of it, and I can't even tell if it's genuine or not, but either way it was entertaining. So that's about it. Brian Taylor. Yeah, I'm a filthy little greasy goblin today. Clearly I haven't showered yet, and maybe I won't shower today. That's the beauty of being an adult. I get to make my own gross choices. But what I'm choosing to do before showering, at the very least, is talk about the most wild development in any drama situation I've seen so far. Across the entirety of my time on the internet, I haven't seen drama reach this climax before. I'll go ahead and speed run the breakdown of the chess cheating drama that's been going on for over a month now. I've been following it since the genesis. It has been a non-stop, action-packed, wild and wacky ride straight into fucking drama Valhalla. It has been the gift that just keeps on giving. The carved wood drama is unlike anything I've seen before. It all started when Hans Niemann played Magnus Carlsen at a tournament. Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen, which was a surprise to the entire chess world since Magnus Carlsen is the best. And then Magnus Carlsen made a loose accusation of cheating against him. The entire chess community then started accusing him of cheating against Magnus in order to win. That's when the anal bead cheating theory was hatched. Some people speculated he may have had Stockfish, a chess engine, stuffed into a small butt plug that he inserted into his asshole before the tournament, which fed him the correct moves. This was more or less just a meme theory, but a lot of people truly believed Hans Niemann was cheating. Eventually, it came out that Hans Niemann did actually cheat in online games. Hans Niemann even confessed openly to cheating in online games, but maintained his innocence in over-the-board physical chess matches. And then Chess.com came out with evidence against Hans Niemann that he has cheated in more online games than he initially let on, including online games for tournament money and more than he had initially said to the community. And that's where the drama had stopped until today, where Hans Niemann published this lawsuit going after all of the people that have been very staunchly against him and hard accusing him of cheating. A $100 million lawsuit has just been filed by Hans Niemann against Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen's company, Play Magnus, Danny Wrench and Chess.com, and Hikaru Nakamura. A $100 million minimum lawsuit. Now, this is a defamation case. Hans alleges that all of the cheating accusations he's been slapped in the face with have had a detrimental impact on his career and his reputation, and also are hindering his future in the profession that he's dedicated so much time for, which is obviously true. I think there is somewhat of a real concern of being blacklisted from tournaments going forward just based off the reputation as a whole. But also, Magnus Carlsen said he refuses to play Hans Niemann. The last time the two met each other after this cheating scandal, Magnus Carlsen resigned after 2 moves. He just fucking rage quit. Man just fucking disconnected the Ethernet cord and left the Call of Duty lobby. He just outright immediately forfeited because he just refuses to play Hans Niemann, believing that he's a cheater. So this means that if a tournament wants to have Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen competing, they really can't. They'll have to choose one or the other, because if the two meet again, Magnus will likely just flip the board once again. So this could absolutely impede Hans Niemann's career going forward, as well as the opportunities and tournaments he can play for. Now again, I really do want to drive this home. While Hans Niemann has publicly confessed to cheating and Chess.com has publicly come out with more evidence to confirm his online cheating, he still 100% maintains he's never cheated in over-the-board chess, and as of this moment, there is still not concrete 100% confirmed proof that Hans Niemann has cheated in over-the-board chess or cheated against Magnus Carlsen. And we may never know if he did. You know, we can't go back in time and spread his butthole in front of the camera and check if there's anything there. We just don't have that ability to do that yet. Now, I do want to mention there have been studies run on Hans Niemann's performance, and some of them raise some concerns amongst the community. There also have been chess engine correlation reports run on Hans Niemann's games to see how many of his moves correlate to moves engines would make. But all of these, as I understand them, aren't definitive proof that he is cheating. So we just don't know for sure yet. Everyone's going to have different opinions on it, and it's just such a messy situation. And now we have this lawsuit to dissect. So, like I mentioned, he is suing some of the people that have been hard accusing him of cheating for at least $100 million. I'll go ahead and stand up in front of the class and read it out loud. Accordingly, Niemann is entitled to a money judgment against defendants in an amount to be determined at trial, but not less than $100 million, including compensatory, consequential, and punitive damages. So this is where the at least 100 million comes from. It looks like, you know, he's not going to settle for anything shy of 100 million. He won't even get out of bed for anything below 9 figures here, which seems like a lot right away. I bet you could add every single chess player's winnings for the last 100 years together, and it wouldn't even come close to 100 mil. So this number is shooting for the stars here. And just for reference, here's the top 10 all-time prize money winners. They're not even breaking 10 mil. So it really seems like that number is way out of proportion here. Hans Niemann could play chess professionally for the next 1,000 years and never even come close to earning $100 million. So those damages seem outrageous, but I'm not a lawyer, and from what I understand, this is very normal in defamation cases where they just put an absolutely astronomical number there just to try and get as much juice for the squeeze as possible and make it like as big and scary and intimidating as it can be. I don't think they're actually hoping to get that much. Wherefore, Niemann hereby requests that the court grant the following relief. On the first cause of action, money judgment in favor of Niemann against defendants, the specific amount of which to be determined at trial, but not less than 100 million plus pre-judgment interest. And then B, second cause of action, same thing, no less than 100 mil plus pre-judgment interest. Point C, third cause of action in favor of Niemann, not less than 100 million plus pre-judgment interest. Point D is a little bit different. Money judgment in favor of Niemann against defendant, specific amount of which to be determined at trial plus pre-judgment interest. This doesn't have 100 million listed there for some reason, but it's the exact same wording. And then point E, fifth cause of action, no less than 100 mil. Now, this is where my little reptile brain started to malfunction and overheat here, because it looks to me like it's 4 separate asks of 100 million each, which would be a $400 million total. And that's how a lot of other people interpreted it as well. But after doing a little more research and seeing what a lot of lawyers are saying about it, it appears that these 4 things that list 100 mil as like the damage is if any of these 4 are found to be truthful, then any one of them should amount to 100 million in relief to Hans. At least that's how some of the lawyers have broke it down. Basically, the reason it's there 4 times is if any of these are found true, then it should be 100 mil, and it's not going to stack. So if multiple are found true, it'll still just be 100 mil. It's not like additional or anything like that. So I'm going to run with that because that's what makes the most sense to me once it was explained. I don't know if I'm doing it justice and explaining it to you guys, but it looks like the total is 100 million, not 400. Either way, though, that is still a super duper high amount to be suing for here. Now, after reading and watching some lawyers break this down, most of them were giving their perspective on whether or not this is even like a winnable case in any capacity for Hans Niemann, because there are some sections of this lawsuit that are just downright weak that they point out, but also some of it just reads like an angry blog post from like a salty soccer mom in a couple places. Like there's a whole section where they just put in parentheses king of chess when referring to Magnus Carlsen and talking about him being a coward or a sore loser who couldn't accept losing to Hans Niemann. So things like that stood out to me as like, wow, that doesn't sound professional. I wouldn't expect to see that kind of language in a lawsuit. But the lawyers were more focused on whether or not this was a legitimately winnable case. And most of them agree that the lawsuit does actually have some bite to it, but not all of it. So Hikaru Nakamura being listed here seems like that's completely a lost cause. They were kind of scratching their head on that one because in order for Hans Niemann to win against Hikaru, he'd have to prove that Hikaru knew Hans wasn't cheating, knew the evidence wasn't legitimate evidence, and then still accused him of cheating anyway. Which of course sounds impossible to prove. But his claims against the Magnus Carlsen and Play Magnus as well as Chess.com, most of them were saying there is a chance for Hans Niemann to squeak out a victory here because there isn't actual evidence to prove he's cheated at the moment. So it would all come down to discovery. Most of them were saying discovery will be like the actual deciding factor in how this case goes because they're going to need to prove that they have real evidence that Hans is cheating in over-the-board chess, at least according to some of the lawyers I've watched. Otherwise, Hans Niemann does have a case against them for the defamatory statements of cheating and the accusations and implying that he's cheating because it's such a reputationally damaging thing that impedes his ability to compete further. Overall, though, what a crazy development in this whole chess cheating scandal drama. We started from anal beads and now look at us. Yeah, this shit is just going insano style. So yeah, just wanted to drop that hot plate of spaghetti and meatballs. There's a cartoon called Bluey that's probably one of the most popular children's properties at the moment. At least I think so, based on everything I see. It's hard to know for sure because what I see from Bluey is people fighting about it, like on Twitter all the time. There's like this constant war raging about Bluey and adults watching Bluey or whatever. And I just don't really know anything about the show other than it's a very popular kids program. But anyway, it's become so popular that now people have started to do their own little like Bluey meet and greets where they'll buy a costume from wish.com, throw it on and say, hey, come on over, we're doing a big Bluey event at our local business. It's our restaurant and Bluey stopped in and said, man, that's delicious. So why don't you all come in and say hi to Bluey? And even just throwing these last minute low effort Bluey parties ends with thousands of people flooding in the doors. It's become like an infinite money glitch. And for one restaurant, it actually turned into a bit of a catastrophe, kind of like a smaller scale Willy Wonka experience. All they said is, hey, we're doing a little Bluey party at our hot dog place. And people went ballistic, showing up and like driving hours out of their way just to be there. And what they got was a dude in a Bluey onesie. And it didn't even cover his face. It was just the guy with his normal face out. He had like a beard and everything, and apparently kids started like fucking hysterically crying in disappointment, and the parents were shaking their fists like, how dare you, you've ruined Bluey, you're using his name in vain, this is fucking despicable, blasphemous even. You hear about the Las Vegas restaurant that has angered parents and upset children after hosting an event that promised a meet and greet with Bluey that went horribly wrong. Is that what that other chatter was talking about? They called it like the Bluey Doomsday or whatever? Is that what is happening with Bluey? I keep seeing Bluey as like some kind of drama talking point online, and I know nothing about it. All I know is it's a very, very popular kids program. What's happening? Has he been hijacked? Being exploited by demons or something out here? Let's see, Bluey meet and greet. Did he show up smoking a cigarette? Like what? I don't understand. Kids and parents were angry after underwhelming Bluey event in Vegas. Oh, so it's like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and the Unknown then. Instead, they got a long line and a man in a onesie. Thanks for ruining my 3-year-old's day, one person wrote on Facebook. A Dirt Dog restaurant promised screenings of the Australian kids' TV series, face painting, games, giveaways, and snacks. as well as the opportunity to meet Bluey and friends. But when parents took their kids to the free event at the restaurant, part of a national hot dog chain on Saturday, they weren't impressed with what they saw. Timu Bluey costume. It's a guy in Bluey pajamas. It's not even an actual character costume. Well, I don't know a whole bunch about Bluey, but this looks pretty good to me. They just asked one of their employees to put this on. They found it at Walmart. It just said, rip it.
Bluey they expected was not who greeted them. On the left, this is a photo a parent took at an event with the popular cartoon character Bluey.
Yeah, but I don't know. They're both pretty good.
The kids were distraught. Some kids were crying. Some kids were upset, crying in their parents' shoulders.
3,000 people RSVP'd on the face.
Yeah, but like, why though? Why would they be crying like, oh fuck, he's got a beard, it's not Bluey, no! Oh, get me out of here, Mom!
Hey, I drove 1 hour just to see a grown man in PJs. Other parents defended Dirt Dog. It's a free event and a risk you take.
Yeah.
My son loved it.
My son had a great time. He came to see Bluey, and he got fucking Louie wearing the costume that we found out in the dumpster. What more can you ask for? He was such a good guy. He even stopped and talked to my son.
Taj Wilder of Dirt Dog broke down their side. She says, first of all,
That food looks good, though.
hotspot with a hip-hop edge expected a few dozen.
Bluey was big. I just didn't realize how big he was. The biggest takeaway.
You and me both.
Go all out. You want to do stuff for the community. Just make sure you do it at the highest quality.
Dirt Dog.
They seem to have a really good attitude about it. They seem sweet. They seem super sweet. Isn't Bluey a she? I know nothing about Bluey. I have no fucking clue. Bluey's popular as fuck. I know Bluey's huge. I'm very well aware. I see drama about Bluey all the time. There's like two different camps. I guess like Bluey adults or something. So people that watch Bluey without kids, and the people that say it's weird to watch Bluey without kids, and they're always butting heads on Twitter. But I don't know anything about Bluey. So like bronies? I guess kind of. But I don't think they're watching Bluey sexually. You have to remember, bronies during their heyday, they masturbated to My Little Pony. I don't think Bluey's to that level. I think it's people that just really like the cartoon. I think that's all it is. It's not, I don't think it's sexual. Maybe it is. Like I said, I don't know anything about it. Only what I see on Twitter all the time. Do all bronies watch it for sexual gratification? Not all of them, but that was like the peak of it. You don't remember the, what was it, Sparkle Dash Cum Jar? Or Rainbow Dash Cum Jar? Like, most of it was sexual for bronies back in the day. Also, RIP to bronies. They have gone extinct. We were actually just talking about it on the podcast not long ago. Bronies completely fizzled out. They don't exist anymore. There's a woman on a podcast stating she indeed gets off to the dad on Bluey. I would look that up later. I'll listen to it. Why not? I'm already deep into the Bluey rabbit hole. Let's see what all the hype's about. Is Bluey's dad some kind of sex icon or something? What's this about? I mean, I'll listen to it, but it doesn't sound real. Like, I don't think she's actually sexually attracted to Bluey's dad. What the fuck is Bluey's dad's name? I'll address him by name. Put some respect on him. His name is Bandit. Okay, yeah, I don't think she's actually touching herself to Bandit. What the fuck? Why did this come up? Trigger warning, miscarriage episode of Bluey. Bluey tackles miscarriages? What in tarnation?
Is it the dog
cartoon?
show?
Dog show?
I put it on for my dog when I leave.
The dog dad? I would fucking fuck his brains out. The dog dad, he's funny, he's kind, he's smart.
He's a dog?
I have never, yes,
Okay.
he's a dog, and I have never been more attracted to anybody in my life.
Really?
And it is a cartoon dog.
Yeah, this definitely doesn't sound real.
He looks like a dog version of Phil Dunphy.
I've masturbated to him.
Really?
I have masturbated to him.
Like, I'm so curious though. Is he a cartoon?
He's a cartoon.
Were you?
What do you mean? You were just looking at it. Of course he's a cartoon in there. Would it be better if they brought out a real dog? Like, I think it's, like, both are bad, but I'd rather it be the cartoon dog, honestly. What the fuck? She's like, hold on, wait, let me throw you a bone here. It's a real dog that you're masturbating to, right? That's the fucking, you're lose-lose there.
You imagining you two together? Were you just reading to his personality?
I was reading to him.
Thank you for clarifying.
Voice, though. I was also reading to his voice.
Can you play a clip of his voice? Wait, what does Bluey sound like? Interesting. It just sounds like she was making some over-the-top silly shit. Like, I highly doubt she's done that. Maybe she has. I'm not her dad. I have no fucking clue. What was his name again? Bandit? Bluey Bandit Fart? Man, like I said, I don't know enough about, like, the Bluey fandom, but that sounded a lot like My Little Pony bronies right there. Are you telling me the first thing that comes up for Bluey Bandit is Bluey Bandit Fart? I don't know what the Out of Bed podcast is typically about, but, man... Dog fucking, huh? Interesting. Do you remember that clip where the brony is at a My Little Pony convention and he goes up to the Q&A panel and asks the cast members about the sexual undertones of the show? Oh, God, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah. Damn. That is old. That's like, I think that might even be over 10 years old now, yeah. Like I said, bronies went extinct. They didn't even get, like, replaced by anything. They didn't, like, venture off into other fandoms. Bronies just... vanished. I don't know what happened. Maybe there was like a great rapture or something and they all went to like the My Little Pony Rainbow in the Sky. I don't really know, but they just aren't around anymore. Here's a membership Carter. Have you seen the video of that brony who confessed to his dad on the phone that he jerks off to My Little Pony? He said it's called clopping dad. Is it real? I don't think so. And I don't think this is where the term clopping came from.
My friends are bronies, and I actually make animations and art for the brony community.
Man, speaking of extinction, do you remember Skype? Jesus Christ. I'm glad we evolved past Skype. Actual, just official malware.
Why you always underscored your fucking computer whenever I walk in? That's why you always turned off your monitor?
That's another thing. I kind of, watch porn relating to ponies.
What?
See, he's laughing about it. It's not real. that is still a crazy thing to do with your dad, though. Dad, I'm gonna give you a call real quick and just go with it.
What?
It's called clopping.
What? What are you? What? Are you fucking with me?
No, it's called clopping, Dad.
Oh my God, there is no way.
It's called clopping, Dad. It's something every
11 months ago, the internet was set ablaze by an explosive scandal that gripped us all by the throat and wouldn't let go. A cheating scandal that changed butt plugs forever. I'm talking, of course, about Hans Niemann vs. Magnus Carlsen chess cheating allegations. I'll go ahead and bring you up to speed with a brief lore recap in case you forgot. Hans Niemann is a very strong chess player, and he played against one of the best of all time, Magnus Carlsen, in a tournament, and Hans Niemann shocked the chess world when he beat Magnus. But no one was more shocked than Magnus, and he made some insinuations that there may have been foul play afoot during their match. He outright refused to play against Hans going forward, and it got real messy real quick. We started playing in the pig pen and things were getting dirty. This led to a huge avalanche effect where everyone was coming out to speculate on what the fuck was going on. And not just smooth-brained goober idiots like myself, but some of the most well-respected players in the entire world, grandmasters, came forward to offer their perspective on this. And Hans Niemann did have a past of cheating in online chess, but never in person. And cheating in an in-person over-the-board chess event is a very hard thing to prove. Eventually, the community started to come up with their own theories on how could he have cheated if he did. And naturally, the only sane explanation that makes sense, the only logical conclusion to draw, is that Hans Niemann must have cheated by having a vibrating butt plug lodged deep inside of his asshole that would vibrate for the correct moves to play against Magnus in this match. Thus spawned the butt plug cheating scandal that took the world by storm. It's important to note that that whole theory was only half serious. Like, I don't know how many people are diehard butt plug believers in this case, but it is like a possibility. The tech was even proven by some of the brightest minds in America. We damn near revived Oppenheimer to build a functioning chess bot butt plug. We had a lot of people on YouTube in particular come forward and make working prototype chess bot butt plugs that you could plug into your colon to help you be better at chess, just to prove that, you know, we as a species can make this. We have the technology. But the whole belief that this was a real thing wasn't the most grounded in reality. Like, it wasn't super serious, but it was fun. And that's why everyone latched onto it. But it really wasn't fun for Hans Niemann, whom his entire career was starting to crumble around him because of this reputation that he may have cheated. There's a lot of moving parts under the hood of this vehicle, and I'm not a fucking mechanic, so a lot of things that started happening behind the scenes I am unaware of. Most people are. There's only a handful of people that really know all of the particulars that started to go on behind the scenes, but what we do know is Chess.com launched an investigation of their own against Niemann to investigate the cheating allegations. They wanted to see if there was any evidence that Hans Niemann may have cheated against Magnus. Fast forward, investigation concludes, Chess.com finds no hard proof that Hans Niemann ever cheated in over-the-board chess, but they do find more evidence that Hans Niemann may have cheated in more online chess than he had initially led people to believe. Eventually, another person gets involved. His name is Hikaru. He's the biggest chess streamer and one of the best players in the world. Hikaru gets involved in this directly by making some hard claims during this whole situation, which only further damages Hans. So eventually, Hans Niemann launches a lawsuit against everyone. Chess.com, Magnus Carlsen, and Hikaru. It's a $100 million defamation lawsuit. And that brings us to today. That lawsuit has concluded. It has all been settled now, and sports fans, let me be the first to tell you, it's a bit of a surprising ending to this one, all things considered. Chess.com put out a statement saying that all the sides here have been working together to negotiate in good faith to resolve everything without further litigation, and they're happy to share that they've finally made it there. They're finally all coming together, holding hands and saying, you know what, group hug in the shower, no need for any more hostility. Which is not the ending I was expecting to the Game of Thrones here. So, Chess.com released a statement saying, we're pleased to report that we've reached an agreement with Hans Niemann to put our differences behind us and move forward together without further litigation. At this time, Hans has been fully reinstated by Chess.com, and we look forward to his participation in our events. We'd also like to reaffirm that we stand by the findings in our October 2022 public report regarding Hans, including that we found no determinative evidence that he has cheated in any in-person games. We all love chess and appreciate all of the passionate fans and community members who allowed us to do what we do. I really thought this was going to be a much longer case that wouldn't have a happy ending here. I was expecting this to get extremely cutthroat. I thought we were going to be seeing some kind of biblical court smackdown where Hans Niemann comes in with some crazy evidence that everyone but him is a cheater. He like fucking scholars mates the entire chess community. Like, I was really expecting this to not have a happy resolution, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see that it does. I gotta be honest with all of you here, though, sports fans. Just like the man in the yellow hat, my George is getting a bit curious as to what this agreement they reached could have possibly looked like. It had to be financial. Like, if you checked Hans Niemann's ass right now, you wouldn't find a butt plug, you'd find a lot of money. Like, this had to be some kind of financial agreement they reached because Hans Niemann's career took a huge hit from all of this. In the chess world, the biggest, most prestigious tournaments with the best players in the world are invitation only. And take a guess who wasn't getting invited to these events. That's right, the bad boy of the bong cloud, Hans Niemann. So his career kind of did nosedive from all of this because he was labeled a potential cheater, so he hasn't been able to play against the best in the world anymore. So I feel like the only way that he would have had an agreement that was satisfactory is if somehow they paid him a lot of money to be okay with it, to not drag this out any longer. That's just my guess. But that could be as ludicrous as the butt plug theory in the first place. I don't know. Maybe Hans Niemann just wanted like a very sincere apology from everyone involved and he got it. That's very possible. I have no idea. But it is important to note, his career really did reach a complete standstill from all of this. Now, one thing everyone has said, and I agree with, is that this never would have reached this point or even probably happened in the first place if Hans Niemann didn't have a history of cheating in online chess when he was younger. That is a very crucial component to why this spiraled out of control the way it did. And obviously it's a huge factor in why people were taking sides so strongly. Once a cheater, always a cheater. No, but wait, there's no proof of him ever cheating in over-the-board chess. We can't just go off of his past when he was a younger kid. Like, come on. So it led to a lot of messiness in the entire community. This whole thing was very unfortunate for literally everybody involved. But I do want to go ahead and look at both Magnus Carlsen's statement and Hans Niemann's statement. Magnus Carlsen said, I acknowledge and understand Chess.com's report, including its statement that there is no determinative evidence that Neiman cheated in his game against me at the Sinquefield Cup. I am willing to play Neiman in future events should we be paired together. Hans Niemann said, I am pleased that my lawsuit against Magnus Carlsen and Chess.com has been resolved in a mutually acceptable manner and that I am returning to Chess.com. I look forward to competing against Magnus in chess rather than in court and am grateful to my attorneys at Ovid and Ovid for believing in me and helping me resolve this case. So it seems like everything going forward will be business as usual. Magnus Carlsen will no longer just throw if he plays against Hans, and the two will go back to playing very high-level chess. It remains to be seen if Hans Niemann will now start to get invited to more of the bigger chess events that he's been missing out on. Chess.com seems to say that he's welcome to be at their events now, so he can start participating again at the highest level. So we're just going to have to wait and see how all of that unfolds. Hans Niemann did, however, release another video of his own here, where he gets like right up in the camera like the goddamn Joker in The Dark Knight here, saying, hey, I'm fucking back, baby.
Hello, Chess Worlds. Did you miss me? There will be a day when I will be the best chess player in the world, and I think it's time to let my chess speak for itself.
It's like a fucking WWE intro out here. So he does also say in that video that he still believes the Chess.com reports are defamatory and denies some of the allegations from it, but overall is still pleased that the whole situation is behind them now, so that way he can continue to move forward and play at the highest level. So that's where this whole cheating scandal finishes, I guess. 11 months in the making, and overall a pretty happy ending for most people involved in this case, it seems. So yeah, Yesterday I posted a video showcasing my journey to pole dancing godhood. In this video you can see the genesis of a legend and the birth of a prodigy. But with this birth there's no amniotic fluid, just crusty dollar bills. And now I've truly ascended. I've purchased a stripper pole for my own house in order to practice forbidden jutsu, and I've come up with remarkable maneuvers. But in posting that video yesterday I learned something. I'm not considered the cream supreme of pole dancing on YouTube. That title belongs to two men, Markiplier and JackSepticEye. So obviously I'm not going to take this shit lying down. I challenge you, Markiplier and JackSepticEye, to face me in the pole dancing Thunderdome. Do you have what it takes? Are you man enough to spread your cheeks on the stripper pole? 'Cause I know I am. Let me introduce you to my signature move, the spinning goatsy.
Here, hold on, I'm gonna spin you.
Oh, my ankle, hold on.
Come on. The spinning goatee.
Spin, give me like a big, oh my god, I'm moving.
Oh yeah, you're moving by yourself. On a real pole, you'd be going 100 miles per hour right now.
Yeah, give me a bigger spin.
All right, I'm gonna get you a few twists. Ooh, nice.
Make sure to really get it on my ass.
Wow.
Oh, I'm so dizzy. You tinkle in your britches a little bit? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd be afraid too. I'm Leonardo da Vinci, and the pole is my canvas. I can do things on it that most human beings can't even imagine. And I'm ready for war. I'm not usually one to give a shit about celebrity relationships and all that jazz, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't invested in this whole Kanye versus Pete Davidson feud, this wild and wacky anime arc where they're fighting each other all over Kim Kardashian. It's like how there was that entire war fought over Helen of Troy, but in this case it's a cyber war where it's only fought with shit posts on Instagram. Like when Kanye had that music video where he like buries Pete Davidson alive or decapitates him or whatever, that shit had me giggling. This whole thing has been super silly, but like in the best possible way, to the point where I can't help but care about it. I'm like a middle school girl just glued to this gossip. And it really is the gift that keeps on giving. I can't help but feel like I'm being lied to and it's all fabricated, because almost all of this shit always is, but it doesn't take away from the entertainment value, goddammit. As a spectator sport, it is still thrilling. Like even just yesterday, those text messages between Kanye and Pete Davidson that came out, where Pete Davidson was like, hey, let's meet man to man, you're being a pussy. Kanye replies saying, "Where are you right now?" And Pete says, "In bed with your wife," and then puts a cherry on top of the cake by sending a fucking selfie from like his belly button up to his nipples, and he's got like Kim's name scribbled on there in Sharpie, and he's sticking his tongue out and giving him the finger or whatever. It was one of those really awful angles. It looked like when Ricky Gervais used to post those pictures that looked like he was pushing his face through his own asshole. Like, it was so goofy and so entertaining. But the thing is, I can't help but feel bad for both of them because Kim Kardashian is just not worth all of that under any circumstances. I'm not a big Kim Kardashian fan, but I actually do like Pete Davidson and Kanye. I don't really like a lot of Kanye's new work. I think it's a little lackluster compared to his older shit, but I digress. I still do like Kanye as an artist, and I do like Pete Davidson's work outside of SNL. I think SNL is absolutely unbearably fucking awful, but Pete Davidson outside of that is a genuinely entertaining guy to listen to. But Kim Kardashian, I have nothing nice to say about her. So I feel bad that these two dudes are, you know, going through this whole song and dance at the circus here over Kim Kardashian. And you know what, dare I say it? I'm just not a fan of any of the Kardashians. That's it. I said it. It's a hot take, I know, but it needed to be said. I'm not a hero. I'm just letting my whole cock flop out here and hitting you with the truth. I don't like the Kardashians. So come hell or high water, I'm sticking to my guns and I'm letting that opinion be known in the public eye. I'm not a fan of the Kardashians. I don't think that's something that's ever been said before, so I think you should all appreciate my bravery in sharing that opinion with you. In fact, there's a clip that I keep thinking about that's playing in the back of my head rent-free like every day for the last week, where she just calls out women who don't want to work, even though she herself is the product of just being born lucky. She had a good spawn and just lucked out. She just got very fucking generous with RNG, and she has the audacity to shit on people saying that they don't have the drive to work anymore. I'll play the clip for you and we'll go over it a bit.
I have the best advice for women in business. Get your fucking ass up and work. It seems like nobody wants to work these days. You have to,
true.
You have to surround yourself with people that want to work. Have a good work environment where everyone loves what they do because you have one life. No toxic work environments, and show up and do the work.
Pretty inspirational advice from someone who was literally born rich and their first major breakthrough in the public eye was with a sex tape leak. A very hard worker though, for sure, Kim. This is like that meme of how to draw an owl. Step 1, draw a circle. Step 2, draw the fucking owl. That is basically Kim Kardashian. Step 1, be born. Step 2, you're rich. It's fucking silly that she would have like the gall, the chutzpah, to say something like this totally unironically and just shameless. And then even more embarrassing is her sister who chimes in like agreeing with her. You're like, yep, that's true. And what is she wearing, by the way? I'm not exactly like a fashion icon myself, unless of course you're a huge white t-shirt enthusiast, but her outfit is actually just 2 Pokeballs over her titties. It looks like the Tron suit, but only for boobies. I know there's nothing brave or groundbreaking about saying you don't like the Kardashians or making fun of the Kardashians, but with this whole celebrity drama thing, it just does make me feel bad because it's 2 people that I do appreciate fighting over someone that I don't think deserves it at all. But at the end of the day, I'm not their dad. I have no say in their relationship nor how they handle it. I'm just that creepy weirdo huffing down Cliff Bars in the corner, enjoying the show with a smile on my face. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit because this whole Pete Davidson, Kanye shit has just been super interesting. When it comes to internet drama and controversy, I've got my finger on the pulse and I'm always ready to go wild with it on day one. I'm like Jimmy John's with that freaky fast delivery, giving you a take and then goofing around with a topic for a bit. But this week was a little different. I showed up tardy to the party today on the Bayonetta 3 situation, and there's a good reason for it. I wanted to wait to see how this one unfolded over the last few days, but it hasn't changed much, so I figured I'll just talk about it now and show you clips from my stream when I went over it. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the Bayonetta 3 drama right now. A series of clips went viral on Twitter where the voice actress behind Bayonetta, her name's Helena Taylor, made a series of tweets with a video talking about why she's not voicing Bayonetta in the new game.
Hello, my name's Helena Taylor, and I am the voice of Bayonetta, and I would like to explain to you why I didn't voice Bayonetta 3. What did they offer to pay me? The final offer to do the whole game as a buyout, a flat rate, was $4,000 US.
This is obviously extremely low for an incredibly large amount of work that's required for AAA game voice acting, especially at the level of Bayonetta, a huge franchise, so it's absolutely a slap in the face. This is Platinum Games and Nintendo spitting on her, and the internet was rightfully upset. Bayonetta is an iconic character. It's a very big title. It's one that I'm sure most people at least recognize, even if they don't play the games themselves, because the character's very popular. And a large part of it is thanks to Hellena Taylor's work as Bayonetta. I did see a couple of bah-humbugging Scrooges out there that were saying, who cares about Hellena Taylor? She doesn't make the character, she just voices it. And I feel like that's just such a brain-dead take. Like, if you really don't care about the voice acting, then play your game on mute every time there's a cutscene and see how much fun you're having there. Like, it's a very big part of characters. Of course, you can have good characters without voice acting, but having a good voice actor or actress helps elevate the character as well. But anyway, I'm already veering off the trail here, going off topic on a tangent, tackling dumb opinions from the Twitter cesspool of piss-brained babies. But the thing is, $4,000 for that kind of work at that level is nothing shy of criminal. That shit is downright insulting, and obviously, this made Hellena Taylor walk away from the project since this is the most they were willing to offer her. Now, I don't know if this was Platinum Games that came up with that rate for her, or if it was Nintendo. In my heart, I truly believe it was Nintendo. There is just a holy spirit within me that is screaming, Nintendo! Because this is like some real textbook Nintendo shit. Nintendo is cheap on everything they do. Look no further than Nintendo Online, for God's sakes. Paying for that service should have that company shut down. It is the worst online service of all time. They don't bother changing it. It's expensive. It's trash. And also, historically, Nintendo doesn't put a lot of money behind things. For example, let's just talk about like sanctioned tournaments from Nintendo where the grand prize isn't money, it's a controller. You know, shit like that. They have a history of being extremely cheap with their things and the things they put out, that I imagine they're also very cheap with their wages and trying to like cut corners on salaries or making offers like this. There is absolutely no reason at all why Hellena Taylor, someone who helped build Bayonetta into the iconic character she is, should be getting an offer this low. They should be begging her to continue working on the character and building the character, because her voice is now synonymous with Bayonetta. Hearing any other voice is going to be jarring. Now, she's been replaced by Jennifer Hale, one of the largest voice actresses of all time. There is no shot she accepted a $4,000 offer. So I, as well as many others, believe that that $4,000 offer to Hellena Taylor was their way of having her leave on her own terms by giving her a shitty offer they knew she wouldn't accept. So this tells me that they wanted a bigger name attached to the project in order to hopefully boost sales or come with a built-in audience. So they got rid of Hellena Taylor, but instead of just firing her and like kicking her out saying like, hey bub, it's time to pack your things and go, they instead did this in an extremely scummy and shady way by just completely devaluing her talent to her face by making this terrible offer that they knew no one in their right mind would accept. That's the theory, at least. It's just a game theory, but I believe that's probably the case here, and it's absolutely tragic. Now, again, the reason why I didn't cover this, like, the day that it started coming out is because I wanted to see if Platinum Games or Nintendo or even Jennifer Hale would make a statement about this, where, you know, like Jennifer Hale, whom I don't think bears any blame in this situation. I'm sure she didn't know any of this. I was just wondering if she would come out and say something like, yeah, I definitely was offered more than $4,000 for this role. Something weird is here. But, of course, that's a little unrealistic to expect considering NDAs and all of that shit, but I just wanted to see if something like that would happen. So far, it hasn't. Platinum Games hasn't put out a statement. Hideki Kamiya is just blocking everyone on Twitter like he normally does. He said that there's a lot of untruth out there, which I'm guessing is in reference to this, and then made this bold statement of beware of my rules. So he's already speaking like an actual villain here. And so far, that's the only statement. Hellena Taylor also called on fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 and instead spend their money on charity instead, which I think is a sweet sentiment overall. I don't know how successful a boycott's going to be, but I can understand where she's coming from in trying to get some kind of action against Platinum Games Nintendo here for this situation. But anyway, let me show you some clips from the stream where I dive into it a bit more. Yeah, I'll briefly mention the Bayonetta 3 stuff. I feel like I've already talked about it like 5 times, but I'll do it again in case my take was lost to the river of time. Absolutely terrible what Helena Taylor was offered. $4,000 to do that whole game on a character she helped be like build as an iconic character. Her voice, very recognizable as Bayonetta, offering $4,000 to her. Truly shit. I don't think anyone would disagree. They very clearly did that because they wanted to force her out. I don't think it was a legitimate offer. They replaced her with Jennifer Hale, one of the biggest voice actresses of all time. You've got to be out of your goddamn mind to think Jennifer Hale accepted that role for $4,000. So 100% they wanted a bigger name to push that game. So they got rid of Helena Taylor for her, but they didn't want to just like fire her. They gave her an insulting offer so she'd walk on her own. It would have been better just to fire her. I mean, it would have been a lot less scummy. Still shitty considering everyone recognizes Bayonetta's voice. It's very distinguished. Like, it's very silly to replace it in the third fucking game. But, like, let's say you did want to move on to a bigger name. There's a way of doing that gracefully. You know, like a thank you for all the hard work you've done here, as opposed to insulting their work with a $4,000 offer to replace them. It's silly. How much did they offer the new VA? I have no idea, but it's very, very, very much higher than $4,000. You guys might not know Jennifer Hale's name, but you know her work. She has voiced in pretty much everything that you've watched and played for like 20 years. Why did I go to her Wikipedia instead of her IMDb? Literally like everything. She is not getting signed on for $4,000, I'll tell you right now. I don't know if it was Platinum Games or if it was Nintendo. Because from what I recall, the reason Bayonetta's even on the Switch, why Bayonetta 2 even happened, is because Nintendo agreed to take up all of the financial burden of the game. So I really do wonder if it was Nintendo who said we need a bigger name for Bayonetta, so we need to get Helena Taylor out, here's $4,000, or if it was Platinum. I would be very curious to know, like, definitively, who made that call. Because it definitely seems more like a Nintendo decision than a Platinum Games decision, but I could be biased because I'm such a Platinum Games fan. They've made some of my favorite games. Nintendo would have sued her as well. True. I mean, they still probably will. I'm pretty sure her telling her salary, like their offer, was against the NDA. And with Nintendo, they are going to enforce the fuck out of that, I bet. Yeah, like Babylon's Fall, right? You take that name out of your mouth. That wasn't Platinum Games. That was Platinum Games' evil twin. Platinum Games have made so many bangers, but they have been in a downward spiral, I will admit. Fucking Babylon's Fall. Is Hideki still on Twitter? I believe his account is restricted. So I think this is important to clear up confusion. Hideki Kamiya, the one on Twitter who everyone immediately flocked to start, like, bringing this to his attention, he blocks everyone. And he's blocked everyone for 10 years. One of his rules on his Twitter is if you speak English, I block you. Like, he blocks legitimately everybody. So everyone's saying, like, oh, he's blocking me, which means I got him where it hurts. You didn't. This guy is just a menace. He blocks everybody. The Wonderful 101 Kickstarter reward was getting unblocked by him. I didn't remember that. Jesus. Yeah, I'm surprised more people didn't know that. It became a big meme on Twitter, the check if you're blocked by Kamiya meme. Because almost everyone who speaks English is. If he sees you speaking English, he blocks you. Even if you don't reply to him, if he sees you speaking English, he blocks you. And has for years. Yeah, most people just wrote it off as him being quirky. But it is kind of cringe, especially when like a legitimate situation gets brought up. Man, he is wilding out on Twitter right now, though. He has made, Jesus Christ, about 20-something tweets in the last 15 hours. The man is a prolific shitposter. He's got 240,000 tweets. He spends more time on Twitter than he does at the studio. Sucks knowing the full story because from what we have heard, she's done a great job with Bayo. Jennifer Hale does a great job in everything she's in. I can't recall a single one of her 2 billion games I've played where I'm like, damn, This voice acting's shit. At least from her. Like, she's just good, which is why she's one of the biggest. Would you have taken the offer to voice Bayonetta for 4K? That's not a good question to ask me. I'm not in a position where, like, I need money for voice acting services. I do voice acting because it's fun and I know I'm bad at it, so it becomes like a self-aware kind of joke when I do it. But for an actual professional, that is beyond insulting. Especially for a title like Bayonetta. I don't like that she's throwing shade at the new actress. That was the only thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. How she was saying Jennifer Hale doesn't have the right to call herself Bayonetta or something to that effect. That was a little weird. Like, it's not Jennifer Hale's fault, right? I don't know why she would get mad at Jennifer Hale. She took the job. She took the job probably not knowing Helena Taylor was offered such dog shit to force her out of the game. I don't think they told her, like, hey, Jennifer, we want you to voice Bayonetta 3 because the last voice actress we decided to offer a terrible salary to because we didn't want her here anymore. I'm sure all of you remember the now infamous chess cheating scandal that rocked the entire planet due to the absurd nature of some of the claims, where one of the best chess players of all time, Magnus Carlsen, lost, and he insinuated that his opponent may have used less than honorable methods to achieve their victory. As a result, his opponent Hans Niemann was accused by many of being a potential cheater. And one of the theories that was cooked up, mostly in jest by a lot of people, but some very vehemently defended the idea that Hans Niemann may have cheated by having anal beads in his rectum. And just when you thought it was safe to go to a chess tournament with your sphincter unclenched, we see a very similar thing happen today. So that whole situation with Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann had a conclusion. That had a whole season finale, a whole ending arc. But the idea of anal beads to cheat still persists. And we've now just seen a new accusation against another Chinese chess player this time that they may have cheated using a similar piece of technology, a similar nefarious method for cheating. So there is a claim that someone who just won the championship did so by having a device planted in their colon where they would rhythmically tighten their sphincter in order to send signals back about the positioning on the board and then receive information on the best move to play. So it's the exact same concept. History truly does repeat itself. And so the champion has been accused of cheating, but that hasn't been proven 100% beyond a shadow of a doubt. But what has been proven is that he has pooped in a bathtub. I've been unable to locate crime scene photographic evidence, so I don't know if this is a Caddyshack moment with like just one turd floating around, or if this was like destroying the bathtub beyond all salvation. I'm not sure. But because he shit in the bathtub, he has been stripped of his championship title due to his bad behavior. One moment of weakness, some Hershey squirting accident in the bathtub has now cost him the title of champion. I went over it on stream, so I'll show you clips from that, but I also wanted to go over a little bit from the Mr. Beast D's Nuts lawsuit that I touched on last night, because I didn't even know that was going on, and I found that to be pretty interesting too. The Chinese chess champion stripped of title after defecating in hotel bathtub, allegedly used anal beads to cheat. I saw the headline, I haven't looked at it, let's take a peek. So Chinese chess is different than normal chess. It's a completely different set of rules. This led to a lot of confusion on Twitter from what I saw. But I'm very curious how pooping in a bathtub would somehow give him the tools he needed to win this match. I feel like that'd be a detriment more than anything. The world of Chinese chess is in an uproar over rumors of cheating and a bad behavior scandal that saw the national champion stripped of his title on Monday after a victory celebration ended with him defecating in a hotel bathtub. I mean, if you're not shitting in a bathtub, are you even really celebrating? I don't even know why they'd be upset about that. Why would that be an issue? His joy was short-lived, with the CXA on Monday announcing that Yan would have his title revoked and prize money confiscated after he had been caught disrupting public order and displaying extremely bad character. The association was also forced to address rumors circulating online that Yan had cheated during the competition by using anal beads equipped with wireless transmitters to send and receive signals. How would that work, though? You can't have anal beads and be in a bathtub at the same time. Like, those two just wouldn't mix, right? I imagine the water would short-circuit it. Or maybe I'm just not familiar with where anal bead technology is. Maybe it's more sophisticated than I give it credit for. Jan allegedly clinched and unclinched rhythmically to communicate information about the chessboard via code to a computer, which then sent back instructions on what moves to make in the form of vibrations, according to reports circulating on Chinese social site Weibo. Based on our understanding of the situation, it's currently impossible to prove that Jan engaged in cheating via anal beads as speculated on social media. But he was stripped of his title and banned from playing for a year after his celebration went wayward. Jan consumed alcohol with others in his room on the night of the 17th and then defecated in the bathtub of the room he was staying in on the 18th. In an act that damaged hotel property, violated public order and good morals, had a negative impact on the competition and the event, and was extremely bad character. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought he was playing Chinese chess in the bathtub for the championship and then pooped himself. Okay, so these are totally separate instances. So he's being accused of cheating via the anal beads method, and then after winning via cheating, went and pooped in the bathtub. Got it. Okay. Used his prostate as a Morse code receptor. Well, not a receptor, a Morse code transmitter. It's basically like the Lorenz machine from the World War II era. He's sending code back. I'm curious, is there any more on this? I want to see the scene of the crime. Can I see how much poop was in the bathtub? Like, maybe it was just like a small log. Or maybe he'd like actually destroyed the bathroom. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any proof of the defecating. I'll take their word for it, though. God, I just need you to see this. This isn't necessarily about the story, but this is the most ads I've ever seen on a website so far. Since I turned off ad blocks, that way I don't have to, like, go around and go through hoops to get to websites anymore, this is what I get. This is unusable. This is actually unfucking usable. It's 5 ads per 3 blocks of text. Per 3 blocks of text. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And auto-playing videos out the wazoo. It's fucking miserable. I'm just trying to see a picture of the pooped-in bathtub. That's it. Did you see the latest on Wander Franco? He was on the run in the Dominican Republic and police found him today. Oh, they already found him? Damn, one of the video ideas we had was to track down Wander Franco, since he played for the Rays. We thought it'd be fun if we were the ones to catch him, like Dog the Bounty Hunter. Fuck, they beat us to it? Okay. YouTuber Mr. Beast. Oh, he lost. Loses D's Nuts lawsuit against Florida company. I thought this was an ongoing thing. Mr. Beast was ordered to stop selling candy with the name D's Nuts after losing a lawsuit to a Florida business owner. Damn, you can't fuck with Florida, I guess. Who got him? A Jacksonville man took Feastables and Donaldson to federal court after he noticed the name sounds similar to his gourmet peanut business, D's Nuts. Oh, interesting. Okay. So these nuts belong to D. So D's Nuts owner Brian Detour named the company after his grandma D and owns the copyright. In the lawsuit, Detour claimed Donaldson's near identical product name was dominating search engine traffic that would have otherwise gone to his company. Detour argued that the use of D's Nuts was causing confusion, mistake, or deception and infringed on his copyright. His attorneys filed an injunction last week seeking to block Donaldson from using the name. On Wednesday, U.S. District Court judge sided with Detour and ordered Donaldson to stop using D's Nuts or a similar name. The candy was still available for sale, with its original name on the Feastables website as of Thursday. That's super interesting, because it's just after the meme. But it is a similar product to what he was selling, I guess, so you could make the argument. No, I guess not really, though. He's making a gourmet peanut. This is chocolate with peanuts. I don't know. He lost, though. I'm not a fucking judge. I would say it's clearly not meant to infringe on your copyright. It's based off of an extremely popular meme. I just don't really see who would get confused. Him saying the traffic would otherwise go to his company is interesting. Yeah, it really is a very interesting